Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are, and welcome to today's stream. It is Thursday, the 5th of February. And we're in the thick of it now. We are deep into 2026. No more mucking around. And we're going to be doing some interesting stuff today on the stream, covering a lot of very diverse territory, I would say. 4AS in the house. Yo, yo, yo. What's up? What's up? R.I.P. Parenti. Yes, I'm glad you picked up on that from the title. Because, yeah, we talked about it yesterday, actually. We had a little bit of a discussion towards the end of the stream in the afternoon session. In the after session, yoza. It's Voltaire in the house. How we going? We spoke a bit about it in the after session, I guess you would call it. Parenti, R.I.P. Parenti died last week. And like big loss, I think, to the world in the sense of we've lost a very critical thinker and someone that really has challenged kind of the narrative that is out there and really tried to dissect the power structure, as we do a lot on this stream. We try and dissect what's really going on in the world, and he had an amazing ability to cut through the bullshit and get to what's really going on. Yoza is a black power thing. Okay, fair enough. Teach me more. I demand my citizen assembly to fight against the culture war mentality. Yes, you've said this. I saw what you wrote in Discord the other day, yesterday actually, I think it was, and you've asked for a citizens assembly in order to discuss certain things. So yeah, we might have to do that in a stream coming up when we got a lot of people around and hanging. We'll start up a citizens assembly, so we can like talk about some issues. Hobo Joe is in the house. That's good to know. Referring to yourself in that fashion, I like it. Welcome to the house. And it seems to be a Twitch party today. So Twitch represent. There it is. And yeah, we're going to be in honor of Parenti and his contribution, I guess you would say, to politics and critical analysis. We'll watch a piece of his that I think is essential actually to what we're trying to do on the stream. Ultimately and more of late as well, with his take on culture, which is interesting, and it's his take on cutting through the culture wars and remembering there's only one war, and it's a class war, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll have a look at what Parenti has to say about that. He is absolutely insightful as any. The dreaded man flu has hit, so I'm pretty sure I'm a different person today. Oh, damn. The dreaded man flu. Fair enough. Oh, so you're feeling like slightly under the weather, and it's basically the end of the world. Is that what I'm hearing from the connotation there about the man flu? Parenti-based takes are always welcome. Yeah, it's good to have. We're also going to be having a look at something that's becoming increasingly important, I think, for US politics and people that follow kind of US politics, because it kind of foreshadows the fate of the rest of the Western world. Everyone who's kind of a protectorate or a vassal state of US imperialism, i.e. people like us in Australia. There's an interesting fiasco going on at the moment where it would seem that in the lead up to the midterms, it's 2026, end of 2026, there'll be midterms. The Trump administration is doing some funny business, some funny stuff, and potentially trying to manufacture the results in his favor, like outright trying to change the goalposts to ensure the Republicans maintain their supremacy in Congress, especially in the House, I guess. And so we're going to investigate that. We're going to have a look at what all the fuss is about, because you're going to hear this in the media, I guess, from time to time, discussions about this. And there's been some interesting developments over the last couple of weeks in regards to this. So we'll just get across that so we can comment on it with some level of insight as it unfolds over this year, I'm going to say. And then we're going to just check in on the whole Iran situation. We've been doing that regularly now. And, like, it develops. It actually develops from day to day. It's not just the same talking point over and over again like we were experiencing 2 weeks ago with the protests. There are developments in regards to, America is moving itself into position to strike, and Iran is kind of doing its own thing to protect its own interests. And they're supposed to be negotiating, but word on the street is the negotiating has been cancelled, which doesn't bode well for people that are peace loving and don't want to see the Americans or the Iranians unleash the fury on one another and all the collateral damage that will ensue from that. So we're going to cover that too, and some extra stuff just here and there. Jordan in the house. Morning, chaps. Hello. Good to have you, Jordan. Hobo Joe. Yes, but still working because my boss is a dick and won't let me have the day off. Yeah. Oh, I'm my own boss. Oh, okay. I get it. So many references to yourself in the third person. Dilemma is man flu ain't nothing to fuck with. It's a real thing, man. For us, I think it's always worth you going through Kareem's Gemini reports on stream about culture war and the Dark Triad. It's interesting stuff. Oh, okay. All right. It'll be a good afters topic. Okay, interesting. Especially if it's got to do with like dissecting the culture wars. I haven't had a chance to go through it yet for AS. So if that's the way it's going to be, let's do this. Dilemmas. Also, Chicago is doing redistricting for balance. The Dems and the pubs are both nutters. Right. Yes, they are all nuts, aren't they? Absolutely. The second report is okay. So yeah, maybe we'll touch on it. Thank you, 4AS. If you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you've hit the like button if you haven't already. If not, I'll break your legs. But the first one, give context. Okay. All right. It's good to know. Thank you very much, 4AS. And yeah, there's something that I want to start with. It's not related to our main topics today, but I do want to touch on this because it's important. Not that there's a lot of talk about this, and you will know what I'm talking about if you've been here, like hanging out with us for the last couple of weeks. But it's this this topic here. So if you weren't aware, let me break it down for you. That's right. That's Lydia Thorpe, your favorite, and mine. But like, more and more relevant these days, can I just say? Like everyone's kind of dismissed her as like a crazy. But like, maybe she gets sidelined for a particular reason, if you know what I mean. Now, if you weren't aware, Monday last week was Australia Day / Invasion Day. And there was an Invasion Day rally in Perth, Western Australia, and there were about 2,000 people there at the rally. And lo and behold, like this is fair income, okay? This is not disputed at all. The police have come out and confirmed this, but someone threw a bomb, a homemade bomb into the crowd, into a crowd of people. Now, the funny interpretation of what happened is the guy was such a dumbass that like he couldn't even make something that was functional. And thank God, let's run with the dumbass theory. He's so stupid that he threw something in that didn't detonate. Now, this device was like apparently reportedly the size of a coffee cup filled with ball bearings and screws. And police commissioner defined it as a potential weapon of mass casualty. So like it's designed to take out a lot of people, if not, kill them, but like maim them and injure as many people in a crowd as possible. Now, I know what you're sitting there thinking right now. You're just like, oh, someone throws a potential mass casualty device into a crowd, and it's a device that can detonate a bomb. Obviously, this is an act of terror. And I will be the first to tell you, if you haven't heard it already, You are wrong. They haven't classified this as an act of terrorism. It's absolutely incredible. And in the wake of what happened at the end of last year in Bondi, which was, instantaneously labeled as such, before anyone had a chance to even do any thorough investigation, the bells of terror were rung, and we were in a state of emergency, such a state that we were able to take away people's liberties and remove their ability to freely associate in the streets of Sydney. But has there been a similar reaction on the streets of Perth? No, there has not at all. And so, this is as much as you get from the mainstream media on this. And so I'm looking for it. I don't know if you've found anything, but I look for it to see if they're talking about this issue at all. And it would appear that they don't give it about this issue at all. Now, my theories on that are multiple, and we'll cover that in a second. But this is it, ladies and gentlemen. This is the only person, politician, I guess, that's really going to raise this issue for other politicians to have to respond to. And it's her. So if you want to look at who's a mouthpiece for breaking down the manufacturing consent machine on this one, because it's absolutely, we've seen it in full action now. You cannot deny the theory of manufacturing consent anymore. We had an event last year where people died, instantaneously regarded as an act of terror. And now we've got an actual bomb thrown into a crowd of people. Luckily, it didn't detonate. No one wants to speak about it at all. No one wants to speak about it, except for her. She's looking less and less crazy as the days go by, I must admit. She gets clipped, chimped a lot, though, and smeared, to be fair. Not that I'm a great fan of Parliament House, but can we be consistent? LOL. Was it meant to detonate, or was the uni party throwing a firecracker into the culture war debate so we don't focus on who we should be focusing on? The uni party? That's a wild... I don't know if you're being serious about that. That's a wild claim. That this is a setup, this is a false flag. Well, if that was a false flag, let's just say it's a false flag by the uni party to get us distracted. I don't see anyone, this is what I'm arguing, I don't see anyone distracted about this. This is perfect for the media to run away and make a whole big deal about this. This is literally textbook terrorism. Nothing. This is one of the problems with the hate speech laws. It was going to cause a lot of whataboutism. Someone threw a bomb at the Invasion Day rally. Where are the protections for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders? It's a fair call now. If you've opened up this can of worms, let's go there. And crickets. If only it was part of the culture wars, maybe we get some fucking conversation on this one. I find it absolutely incredible. Absolutely amazing. And specifically, or obviously, if it's not obvious for you enough, in the context of what just happened in Bondi. And everyone's just yeah, and? So? Whatever. What else is in the news today? Dilemma's, but the hole in your theory is media would have been all over it, and they covered it for a day, and then crickets, and this is all I got so far. So let's have a quick look.
This should be treated as an act of terror. It was a deliberate act of hate, directly targeting First Peoples on our day of mourning. But that was just the beginning of the harm. In the days that followed, as those who were there and First Peoples across this country came to understand what had nearly occurred, the trauma deepened. The trauma was met with something familiar: silence, minimisation, and indifference. Another form of violence. There was no emergency press conference from the Prime Minister, no proactive statement of condemnation, no solidarity offered to First Peoples left reeling from this attempted attack of mass violence. The Prime Minister's only comments came when he was questioned at an unrelated press conference. The Coalition and others who were so very vocal in response to the Bondi attack have been notably absent.
We must call this attack out for what it is. What we saw in Perth last Monday was an attempted bombing of a peaceful First Nations rally led by First Nations Australians and their allies. This was an attack on the social cohesion of the Australian community. It was an attack on all Australians. When our social cohesion is attacked, all of us in this chamber, the government, the opposition, the crossbench, must apply consistent focus and condemnation. Leaders' words carry meaning, and our government will not be silent. The Albanese government condemns this sickening and abhorrent incident. An attack on First Nations Australians is an attack on all Australians, and I am incredibly proud of the Prime Minister for standing up and saying what he said in regards to this incident.
The Liberal Party condemns the attempted bombing on 26th of January in Perth. Several of my colleagues and myself condemn that immediately in media. Where the Liberal Party parts ways with this motion is in its decision to go beyond that clear and necessary condemnation and instead prosecute arguments about Australia Day. This is not what this motion needs to be, and it is not.
I think that this is really important here. I don't know what the motion is, but it's very clear. It's just yes, we condemned it. It's abhorrent, shouldn't have happened. But this is very important, but we don't want to talk about the other thing. Because if we have to start talking about this and treating it as grave as an incident as it is, then we're going to have to start talking about the whole Australia Day, Invasion Day debate. Should we change the date? Should we do this? Should we do that? We don't want to talk about that. Do we have to? We don't want people to be drawn into this debate. We've got it exactly where it is. It's in the afterburner. Sitting there doing nothing. We don't want to be forced to take sides on this one. Don't make us do stuff. Come on. Seriously, what other shit to talk about? Gotta live up to our lobbyists' expectations. Don't make us talk about other stuff, please. Ask yourself this: if the pipe bomb was thrown into an MFA rally, would Thorpe speak up? I'll answer, no, she wouldn't. No, she probably wouldn't. That's why you have Pauline there. She would have definitely spoke up about it. And it would have definitely got a lot of attention because Pauline would have spoken about it. Or it would have been because it was MFA. It would have been because it's Mud for Australia. So, I don't think the question really is, would Thorpe stand up for this injustice, no matter the circumstances? No. The question really is, why aren't people talking about it and giving the gravity it deserves? It really is. There's a crazy situation here. It is sheer luck that the guy was so dumb that it didn't go off. It's absolutely incredible. And I wouldn't go by the MSN. The numbers on social media eclipse MSN. All I've seen online is outrage about the pipe bomb not being called a terrorist attack. It's pretty, it's mental, I must admit. Jordan, I've been reading about prominent American political dynasties, such as Washington's, Adams, Marshall's, and Truman. Interesting. Shed any light for us on recent events? Does it? Hobo Joe, how is this not a terrorist attack? Is there some stupid wording that prevents it from being labeled as such? I don't know. But if we can use the old common sense prevails defense, you'd have to consider, if you applied, I guess, common sense, that this constitutes an act of terror. It's terrorizing a group of people. Seems like manufactured consent to me as to stoke the fires of pitting Australians against each other. Okay. Textbook manufacturing consent. Well, no, it's not. It's not, because the media is not talking about it. I'm not sure if we have the same definitions of manufacturing consent. This is what I'm arguing here. There is radio silence on this one. Everyone is talking about it, just not the MSN. It's all over my X feed. Good. When manufacturing consent comes down traditionally from establishment media, because that is what shapes the conversation generally for the broader population. So if your X feed is particularly attuned to this, then you have potentially a curated feed. It's not a problem, but I don't think that's manufacturing consent. Unless you're suggesting your X algorithm is being manipulated by Elon Musk to show you all that sort of stuff. I'm very surprised if Elon Musk would be doing that sort of stuff. I'd be very surprised. The Earth is a resort for like 500 rich people, and the rest of us are just the staff. That's so good. And that's hilarious. Who's this guy? So good. So good. And the disclosure, if I think it should be declared a terrorist attack. And full disclosure, if I think it should be declared a terrorist attack, but to say people aren't talking about it is wrong. Okay, fair enough. Well, point to all the mainstream media for me, because that's what I'm talking about here. Point to all the mainstream media that's talking about this. You've already identified that they're not. So like manufacturing consent really is applicable in that regard. Again, unless you're saying that Elon Musk is tampering with your algorithm to produce your feeds to get you to think about it, then you could argue that's a form of manufacturing consent for sure. India and EU trade agreements, manufacturing consent needs the fourth estate dilemmas. But no one watches the mainstream media anymore. You don't manufacture consent through MSN anymore. That died during COVID. Fair enough. All right. Let's finish her
what
off
this
here.
motion requires. It is not appropriate to use an incident that remains under active investigation to retaliate or reignite debates about 26th of January or to ascribe broader political meaning before the facts are established.
Interesting take on that one. Did they say the exact same thing after Bondi? Let's not rush. There's an investigation going. Let's not pass any judgment on this situation at all. No, we definitely wouldn't want to do that. No, of course not. It's definitely not a good circumstance to do that. But they're migrants though, eh? Should never let them in the first place. Joe, I had to explain this situation to a few friends as they hadn't heard about it. To be honest, I only knew about it because of your stream. And like I only knew about it because it popped up on my feed from something like, I think it was like Channel 9 or something like that. It somehow was in my algorithm and I got a hold of it. So USA, George Washington, founding father, did not father any children. He had 2 stepchildren via his first wives and first marriage. You and your facts. There you go. Here's a fact for you. Here's one for you. I've had the same thing on YouTube, not just X. Fair, I think you are bringing up a good point. Social media is where people get their information, which falls into surveillance capitalist hands. It does. It definitely does. That's for sure. It's a mix between the two of them, but the mainstream media still decide, I guess, what they're going to upload to the socials. And for some reason, at the media in this country really aren't talking about this. Like I had to go to SBS to find that. I'm not saying that they're any beacon of hope in Australia's media landscape by any stretch of the imagination. They just regurgitate the same narratives that everybody speaks about as well, but like, wow, come on. Like not even the ABC. Usually they champion First Nations, Indigenous culture and stories and culture wars issues non-stop, almost as much as they give light to Israel and anti-Semitism, but really not in this case. It's very interesting. I must admit. Now, this is another piece that I wanted to touch on really quickly because I find this fascinating. Ye old Marjorie Taylor Greene's been up to no good again, it would seem, or I guess for the old diehard MAGA types. Be gone, bot. Oh, yeah. We get a few of those. This is interesting. I'm not sure if you're aware of what MTG has been up to, Marjorie Taylor Greene, but she's left now. I'm pretty sure she left in early January. And she's vocally speaking against MAGA. She's basically said What's the tagline here? Let's have a look. MAGA was lied to. Let's have a listen to what she has to say. I think this is fascinating stuff as well. Because like we can all see it, right? The rhetoric, it's a great slogan. Make America great again. You can insert any other country in there at your leisure. You can even, it doesn't even have to be national. You can put concepts in there, make health great again or something like that. It's incredibly slogan power. But like the obvious actions of the Trump administration during the first year of his second rock around the clock has shown anything but, or like in most cases, anything but an American first kind of attitude. It seems to be is not rail first, and it seems to be belligerence first, like all out like war first, which are antithetical to the claims of making America great again, because they were supposed to be not focusing their resources and attention on the broader global community by way of warfare or serving other foreign interests. And it was about making America great again. And like she's speaking up about it like a lot now. She was doing that obviously a lot towards the end of her tenure. But it's funny that the people that are giving her airtime now, obviously, are like CNN and all that sort of stuff. So it's very interesting how it all works. No good. She was instrumental in getting the files released. Give credit where it's due. Weird how Trump pushed her out after she got on board with the Macy's motion to release the files. Just here to watch a trash fire. Sup, guys? How you going? Welcome.
They should follow the law, but let's not get our knickers in a twist here.
God, it's so annoying. So annoying. I don't know why it does that. Let's try again. Let's have a listen to what she says.
MAGA is, I think people are realizing it was all a lie. It was a big lie for the people. What MAGA is really serving is, in this administration, who they're serving. It's funny,
like either she knows what's going on or she's actually like kind of ignorant. And ignorance is bliss. As well. She's like, but they lied to the people. They use political slogans and they have their own agendas. Who would have thought? It's amazing watching people kind of be like red pilled, I guess. They just lie to us. They don't care about us at all. It's almost like the entire system is structured in a way that benefits this small interest group. And they're all friends with each other.
Owners. Those are the people that get the special favors, they get the government contracts, they get the pardons, or somebody they love or one of their friends gets a pardon. And it's the foreign countries that are running the show here.
They all knew MAGA was full of lies. They just thought they were on the same team, so they didn't care at the time. I don't know. Let's go with blissfully ignorant. Let's give benefit of the doubt. I actually thought that they were on a winning ticket with this one, and they were gonna make America. They were gonna focus on Americans, focus on the people. That's so good. She's gone far left, even doing The View with their low IQ Republican hating anchors. So good. I wonder whose post this is. Trump attacked Green on social media saying she's gone far left. You gotta watch out for the far left. Which type of far left? The woke radicals or the evil commies and Marxists?
MAGA is, I think people are realizing it was all a lie. It was a big lie for the people.
I wonder what her alternative is then. Okay, you figured out that MAGA was a lie. What are you going to suggest to your following now? What are you going to tell them to do? An empire that crumbles from within. Yeah, fair enough, Con. Welcome to the stream. Jordan, John Marshall, USA Founding Fathers, he oversaw why USA Supreme Court is a co-equal of the branches of government. His more famous descendant, George Marshall, aka the Marshall Plan, post-World War II, EU economy redevelopment. Oh, that's where you get the Marshall Plan from. Interesting. And Marshall Supreme Court Associates, Brushwood, Washington, Pat Neural, paternal nephew of George Washington. Interesting. You and the facts. You and your facts. So funny. All right, we're going to keep on American policy. I just wanted to run in like those two issues. I think it's absolutely outrageous that the Australian mainstream media is not following the story very, very closely and on bated breath about what happened in Perth and the attempted terror attack there, and they're refusing to label it as such. I think it's absolutely outrageous. And I think it's interesting that there are prominent people that are just outright calling MAGA for what it is. Like as opposed to before being like, no, we've lost our way, like kind of thing. You know, let's get swerved back on course here so we don't derail the entire MAGA movement. It's just like, no, the whole thing was bullshit. They were just lying to the plebs kind of thing. And like they had some good rhetoric. And like, you know, it's just the way of the beast. It's just the nature of the beast. I call it an autism focus. Interesting. All right, so we're going to move now to this whole election thing that's going down in the US. I don't know if you've been following this or not, so we're going to just break it down in more detail today so we can just kind of get across what all the hoo-ha is about. But like there's been developments going on since I'd say at least, 6 months ago, and where the Trump administration has been like, preparing for the midterms, I guess you would say. And, Republicans have been doing certain things. They've been doing some gerrymandering or redistricting, as they call it. They were doing some stuff in Texas, and all the Democrats were protesting about it. And then so the Democrats started doing stuff as well so they could redistrict or gerrymander to like change boundaries so they could get more votes. Or like ensure that they would get certain seats delivered to their party. It's all a bit of bullshit from the the two-party system. Sorry, what a slip that was. The two-party system in the US. But like more substantive than that, they've actually been going after voters. Now, last year they started talking about changing voter registration in the US to make it so basically everyone would have to re-register to vote. Now, while in Australia that doesn't sound like too much because voting is mandatory here, and so like our voter registration system is so robust and like ready to go that it's very simple to register to vote. It's a non-issue, but in the US it's a big thing because each state has their own kind of process, and like if they kick people out and say you have to re-register again, there's a lot of people, especially women, that are affected by that because they might have registered to vote at a certain time, and now they've got a new name, like they've taken on a married name now, and it's difficult for them to get the paperwork in order to register in time, and they just go, fuck it, kind of thing. And so just like kneecaps a whole section of the working population from voting. Same thing kind of with people geographically as well. They might be registered to vote in one state but not in another, so they have to go back to where they are registered to do this. And so there's a lot of tactics out there. I don't think particularly you could be objective about it and say it's not particularly about attacking a particular voter block like Democrats, like Democrat voters, but it's about chopping off particularly just the amount of people that vote generally. They've also done stuff with like trying to change laws about postal votes. They don't want people to send postal votes in anymore. They're cutting that off at the knees. They're stopping people from registering via post or online, so you have to go in somewhere. Again, all steps just to make it harder and harder for people to actually vote in the first place. And these are all like technicality issues beyond the idea or the concept that they talk, it's so funny when you hear the Americans like analyze, the elections that happen in like South America, and they call them illegitimate because, I don't know, there was some military there overseeing the election process and they weren't playing fairly or something like that, or they were scaring people away or forcing people to vote. Now there's other theories obviously with the ICE situation as well, why they're ramping up ICE raids in certain areas, and obviously focusing more aggressively in blue states or blue sanctuary cities, is because they do want to actually terrorize the population, because there may be a whole bunch of people that rock up that could be racially profiled on the street because they look like they might be illegal. And if they rock up to vote and there's like ICE agents everywhere, or the National Guard or something like that, they'll freak out and they'll go home. So it's about really restricting the amount of people that are going to be comfortable with voting, and also from the other end, like making it harder for people to re-register or register in the first place and get votes in. So there seems to be all this work at the moment to kind of clamp down on voters. Now, obviously, there's arguments both ways about this. There's people that are like pro this, and they're just like, obviously, you want to make sure that the voting system is kind of as robust and sealed as possible to stop people that shouldn't be voting from voting. It's just all very kind of obviously suspicious, the timing of all of this. And like, given the rhetoric of the Trump administration about like constantly talking about how elections are stolen, or the election was stolen, especially the 2020 election, and him like hounding so hard at certain areas to recount votes, even though they've done multiple recounts and done like certain, I don't know, they've got independent people to go through votes and like kind of assess whether or not the election was stolen from Trump in 2020 when Biden got in, etc., etc. And so the Trump administration has been going after a particular place in Georgia, a supposed Democrat stronghold, where he kind of believes that if he had just gotten 11,000 more votes or something like that, then he would have actually won the election. And like, now the speculation on that is that if he can prove that he should have been president in 2020, and now he's the president this time around, the 47th president, then he has an argument to say that, he should be allowed to run again. And like, this isn't all craziness, in the sense that like, there's been many times that we've watched in the stream over the last 12 months where Trump has been questioned as like, oh, will you run again, kind of thing. And he's like, yeah, I'll do it. I'll run. Are you gonna vote for me? Like, I think like he's not joking about like wanting to run again in 2028. So I don't know if he particularly has any concerns about the addition to the Constitution that stops an American president from serving more than 2 terms. I don't think he cares much for it at all. Him and Steve Bannon have indicated that they think it's just a mere legality, really, and they've said it openly. Like Trump said it, we're investigating openly, getting a legal avenue to serve again. So you might be thinking, America, it's crazy, thank God it's over there. But this type of undermining democracy, quote unquote, or like just undermining liberal politics, quote unquote, like, we do live in societies that consider themselves to be liberal kind of democratic areas, liberal democratic societies, and this like blatant disregard for democracy, it will bode unfortunate for the rest of, like I said, us vassal states that are like, Western and liberal societies. If there is kind of the Trump administration and all of his supporters, or people that believe in his style of politics, that are just like, yeah, fucking who cares, undermine elections anyway, elections don't mean anything, then like the whole system does break down. Now, I've talked a lot about the idea of objective fascism, and like objective fascism is the idea of corporatism, so like the merger of the state and the corporate sector, and how they control society basically in their own interests. And like, so like politics is not really necessary in that sense. And like, you could say that one of the defining features of fascism in like the Nazi sense was like they still did capitalism. Their economy was capitalistic, um, and but like their politics was not the usual type of capitalism that you would have seen around the world at that time. And the capitalism around the world at that time was liberally democratic. It was representational government. And so one of the defining features of, Nazi style fascism was, let's just do the capitalism without the democracy part. We'll just put in a strong man or a dictator or something like that. And we'll continue things as it is. And we'll just deal with ourselves. The rich, the political elite and the economic elite will just deal with each other and do business and make the economy go round, and the plebs can just be told what to do. And so, like, I know it's a long shot, but if you really do undermine the election process and to a point where your supporters around the world, anyone who believes in make insert here great again, so like anyone in Europe right now that's on the MAGA train, or anyone in the UK who's on the MAGA train, or in Australia or New Zealand or Canada, like all of these places that they're happy to go with the MAGA rhetoric, and then also swallow the pill on blatantly undermining elections just because, hey, fuck it, why not, we can, then like the system does break down in that regard. And what are you left with? Like, look at American politics. It really is the one of the best examples of bourgeois politics around, and like how dominant the bourgeoisie is in a societal structure. If you take away at least that smoke screen that they have, where they have to appease the masses through elections and culture wars, where they have to like kind of give them a bone, throw like scraps to them every now and again through election cycles and election promises and stuff like that, like scraps. Like that's what the MAGA philosophy is, like throwing the scraps, like let's make America great again, we'll do some stuff that you plebs like. And then like you have Marjorie Taylor Greene coming out and be like, oh my god, they don't actually do the stuff, it was just it's just all lies and showboating. No way. Now, like, if you take away just the smoke screen of that, and like we don't get scraps anymore, you don't get anything in that system. You only get awarded whatever they feel like granting you at the time. And so if that's going to be military Keynesianism for the rest of the 21st century, that's what it's going to be. All the money in the world, in all of our governments, in the EU, in the US, in the UK, and all the rest of the Commonwealth, it's just like our economies are just going to be geared towards making weapons and serving military interests, and like cutting social services and infrastructure. And as people get angrier and angrier about that, and they make more and more nationalistic demands, we'll just like cyclically get worse and worse and worse, and then there'll just be lots of warfare and no social spending. And so like that's what we're staring down the barrel of. And now I know it sounds like I'm drawing a massive bow there, and it sounds very doomsday-y, but yeah, it like undermining electoral processes in this system is not great. Like, capitalism sucks enough already. We don't need to take the pretense away that people have some say in the political system. And it's not like we're ready for some type of actual revolution to get rid of capitalism. So like, strap yourselves in. The free market economy, or free market society, is just about to get a whole lot more turbulent, ladies and gentlemen. You've just dumped a whole bunch of stuff in there, Voltaire. This is, I'm assuming, all in relation to the Georgia stuff, right? The counting of the election stuff. Yeah. I'll try and have a look at this stuff. We'll see how much time we dedicate to it. But yeah. New segment unlocked. Doomsday-y. Yeah, I know, right? Tell me about it. Gumma Cheeseming in the house. Hello. How's it going? Hope you're well, man. It's been a while. For a stream, it's good to have you. Voltaire, every court that Trump went to over the 2020 election was lost. They got proven that they had intentionally lied about the corruption to try and legitimize the coup. This is to hold onto power because eventually the people will feel the consequences of their policies. Dilemmas. The Dems made it so you don't have to show ID in California, LOL. Both are as crooked as Stephen Hawking's on Little St. James. Hobo Joe, I don't know if Sleepy Trump could last another term. That's pretty funny. Sleepy Trump. This doesn't have the same ring as Sleepy Joe Biden, though, does it? Hey, Sleepy Trump. It has to be something else. It has to be in relation to when he crapped his pants the other day. So like, yeah, I have to think about how we turn that. How to use that differently. But he is sleepy though. We've caught him before. Dutch American dynasty, the Vanderbilts, had so many networks. Mr. E terminology to the Whitney family, the inventor of the cotton gin for cash crops. Hence, the USA kept slavery longer than usual. Interesting. That's capitalism, baby. Yeah, Potty Trump. Is that what we're gonna call him now? Hey? Interesting. Critique Venezuela for rigged election. Neck minute. Yeah, I know, right? Tell me about it. Like, yeah, the audacity. Like, they go around and they're just like, look, there's military people there, and they screwed up the electoral process. It's not a fair election. And like, you know, it's common, baby. And I'm sure you've heard that theory about imperial boomerang theory kind of thing, where they test all of this stuff on the periphery, you know, on the war front out there to you know, test military power and coups and information, like misinformation propaganda campaigns, all of this stuff to destabilize regions on the periphery of the empire. Really dark and incredibly evil stuff. And the boomerang theory is that, like, once they've tested it on the fringes and they bring it back home to use it there. So, like, you know, is that what's going on here? Donald Dookie. Teflon Dan rolls off the tongue better. Teflon Don. Almost like he knows what the future will be. All right, so what we're going to do first is, like, I've tried to give you a summary, but, like, you know, I'm not as across this as I want to be, and that's why we're going to investigate this a little bit today. So, like, what we're going to do is get the most over-sensationalized, doomerist, liberal take on this one that I could find, like doomsday kind of stuff. Trump's here to end the world. And, like, they'll do it like I'm assuming they'll give us a series of events of what's happened with all this, like, Trump's trying to capture the midterms kind of thing, and then we'll unpack it and go backwards from there. And, like, we'll see kind of how we go, like, as we unfold. And I'll try and look at some of the stuff that you sent as well, Voltaire. Might be interesting. Have you read all of those articles, Voltaire, or you're just like, here, I've found some stuff, here we go?
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. As you know, it is already 2026. We're in the midterm election year. 9 months away from Election Day. 9 months today.
9 months.
Donald Trump and members of his administration are already making moves to try to illegitimately take control of the American election system. Now, Trump doesn't want Republicans to lose the House and the Senate. One big reason in particular, I think, that he keeps making very clear.
Well, how's it going in here?
Indoctrinate we don't win the midterm.
In the House. How you going? I've had a big morning diving into the files. Dear God. It is everyone in power in America, hey? It's mental. It's mental. Remember we were talking about this last year? Kept saying, like, hey, this is an insight into the rich and the powerful, the bourgeoisie. They're all in on this network. They're all rubbing each other's shoulders. They all got dirt in each other, actually. Let's say that. They all got dirt in each other, and they all keep together in that fashion. It's incredible how it actually works. They might not actually use it. That doesn't care, but, like, they're just all in there. The most crazy stuff is just, like, Chomsky, man. Like, the more that comes out about Chomsky in this, it just looks worse and worse all the time. And it's still waiting to see any Chinese people in it. Interesting. I think the only connection that I have found, and not as victims, yeah, I know what you mean. The only real connection I've seen from China to all of this is whenever China is, like, trying to do arms deal stuff, and, like, China is in on the arms market massively. They don't not make hay while the sun shines, just because they oppose American imperialism or something. Like, they're in there doing trade or arms deals with the same people that the Israelis are, the Americans are, and all that sort of stuff. And they use the same kind of channels in that regard. And so, like, I know that people that are associated with Epstein have definitely been over there, you know, in the 90s and and the naughties and all that sort of stuff, like doing deals with Chinese prominent people in the Chinese Communist Party to trying to get access to arms. But like outside of that, I don't know if they're really implicated, to be honest. But I deep dived the election stuff before. That's why it's crazy to see Trump constantly repeat lies when he's lost everywhere. And that's the thing, like this is the thing, like if that is true, right, Roger said, like as much as you can see, you've looked at it, they've investigated this stuff over and over and over again, and it's like not coming out like even slightly and like, you know, maybe he's right. It's just like, no, it's pretty clear that he's lost. It's not actually about proving whether or not he's a winner. It's about undermining the electoral process itself, like causing doubt in elections themselves. And like you could even argue that this is part of the whole Dark Enlightenment thing that we've been speaking about for like a year now. Like the Dark Enlightenment is about, or is based on neo-reactionary culture, and neo-reactionary culture is democracy is a lie. Democracy, you know, the Enlightenment was one big lie. They lied to us. Like we need just a strong ruler. We don't need to have all this other bullshit. It just slows us down. Give us Supreme Leader Trump, give us King Trump or God Emperor Trump, all that type of stuff. And so, you know, it's probably part of that system as well, like the theories of Curtis Yarvin and the take of the butterfly revolution. We'll find out, I guess. Jordan, breaking news. The E-files in relation to former Zimbabwe's leader Robert Mugabe in relation to country's currency with middleman Japanese Joy Ito as messenger. Dilemmas. I did a ChatGPT search about the Cali laws, but to frame it like Dems don't do dirty tactics just as much as Trump is objectively wrong. Pretty sure I've shown you the Noisy Immigrants channel before. They are going to through file by file and creating a big mind map of the people and the connections. It's honestly like a Charlie Day in Always Sunny with red strings all over the wall, but it's all there. That's mental. Yeah, I've seen that guy, and he comes up actually on my Twitch feed now. I have a feeling that they will now find evidence and then use that to change the election system. Yeah. I'm keen to dive into that theory stuff. Jeff is heavily involved in the creation of Bitcoin. Have you seen anything on that? Keeping an eye on USA and China critical minerals situation. Wasn't stuff about the voting system in the Project 2025 stuff? Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Interesting. Yeah, they were talking about like, I think they were talking about voter fraud and like postal votes and like the use of electronic voting systems and stuff like that. They mention these things. All right, let's back to the liberal hype train on this one.
You got to win the midterms, because if we don't win the midterms, it's just going to be, I mean, they'll find a reason to impeach me. I'll get impeached.
I don't think he's wrong, and I really think he's very obsessed with legacy right now. Like, he does not want to go for his third impeachment. He's obsessed with keeping control of Congress. I think, honestly, primarily for that reason, because it's not like he cares about passing legislation or cares about other people's electoral fortunes. But the thing is, he's obsessed about keeping Congress, and he has no real plan to do it normally or legitimately, right? I mean, despite all the bravado and the constant boasts about never being more popular, they know the score. The administration actually understands that Trump is in trouble. The Republican Party's in trouble. And it's not just polling. Look at this. You might have seen this over the weekend. A Texas special election that happened over the weekend in which a Democrat flipped a red state Senate seat, winning by 14 points in a district Trump carried by 17 points in 2024. Have you heard people talking about this? That's a 31-point swing.
So, like, people were frothing on this, like your usual, I guess, liberal commentators, like Democrat simps, basically. We're just like, oh my God, I can't believe this happened. And like, this guy's apparently a union leader. That's who the Democrats kind of supported in this election race in a safe Republican seat. So the Democrats were frothing on this guy. like hard for being able to turn that over, and they're just like, oh my god, see, like this is it. This is the forerunner for the midterms. Like the Republic's gonna get crushed. It's gonna be a blue wave, etc., etc.
That is almost literally unheard of. Now, don't expect a blowout like that in November. You're going to have turnout that's going to be much higher. That was a low turnout election. Democrats tend to do better in those. But even a 10-point swing in the midterms would wipe out the Republican majority. Heck, a 5-point swing in the midterms would wipe out the Republican House majority. So they know what they're facing. They see the writing on the walls. And they know they don't right now, unless things change dramatically, have a path to just outright winning a free and fair election. I mean, most normal incumbents who aren't Donald Trump see their party suffer losses in the midterms, right? So Donald Trump is exploring other plans. The first plan was to gerrymander congressional maps. Why leave it up to voters to choose Republicans when Republicans could simply choose their voters? And so Donald Trump tenaciously, constantly pushed red states to redraw their districts to be even redder, right? To change their congressional districts mid-decade. This never happens, right? Texas did it, Missouri did it, Ohio still may. But Trump's pressure generated a backlash. First, among Republicans in, for instance, Indiana, who just told him to take a hike, wouldn't do what he wanted, despite J.D. Vance going there in person, inviting him to the White House, right? And also in blue states like California, which defensively redrew its maps. And so when all is said and done, between California, what's happening in Virginia, maybe Maryland, the fact Indiana wouldn't do it, the whole thing made the gerrymandering war a wash. It could actually, in the end up net benefiting the Democrats because Donald Trump started this fight. So now midterm election year is upon us. That gerrymandering plan has really failed. I think they thought this was like their secret weapon, right?
As you said before, they all do it, eh? USA and India trade deals recently as well. India making moves as well in EU trade agreements. Yeah, the EU and India one seemed a little bit better than the other trade deal we were having a look at the other day between China and Canada, and between the UK and China. Seems a little bit more important over a longer period of time. But yeah, the US as well, doing stuff with India. Everyone wants a piece of India. Breaking news, USA and Russian nuclear weapons treaty is set to expire. Yes, I've heard about that too. Do you watch any Sloan Zone, E? No, I don't. No, I don't. Been told about Sloan Zone, but I don't watch it, no.
It's in the hole, no. So now it's time for the Republican Plan B. And that is, and they're saying this out loud, to fully seize the machinery of American voting. I mean, last week they started moving on this project in Fulton County, Georgia, where FBI agents raided the election office and left with nearly 700 boxes of ballots.
So this is the one that's been particularly contentious, I guess, over the last week or something like that. I'm not sure if you've seen it. But like, yeah, FBI getting involved. So Georgia seems to be, like I said before, contentious area, or part of Georgia anyway, contentious area for the 2020 election. If it's voted in a certain way, then, like, you know, if Trump wins there, then he could have technically won the election. And so, yeah, the FBI is going in and raiding electoral offices in Georgia and taking away votes. I don't know, what are they going to do? Count again or something like that? That's kind of weird. I'm calling it Q was an Epstein plant to cover up the real crimes. I like these gifs in here too. What's this one? Ugh. Lovely. Frothing. Lovely.
That's all under the watchful eye of Trump's director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. Her spokeswoman told MS Now Trump has ordered Gabbard to investigate election security nationwide, even though she has no domestic law enforcement powers, and even though after the 1970s we have a bunch of laws and regulations to separate domestic law enforcement from international intelligence. That's actually really important. Now, former officials say that this is preposterous, and they also fear it's part of a plan to attempt to steal the midterms. Remember, Fulton County in Georgia, right, which contains Atlanta, was ground zero for Trump's 2020 election lies. Those were lies pushed by people like, for instance, former Trump aide Roger Stone, who posted a photo of himself with J.D. Vance just yesterday. Stone said they chatted, but didn't say what they chatted about. Also lies pushed by former Trump lawyer Sidney Powell, remember her, who was seen just after the Georgia raid last week with Trump DOJ official Ed Martin. And remember, it was Powell, along with disgraced former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn and the former CEO of Overstock.com, Patrick Byrne, remember that guy? Who all marched into the Oval Office in December 2020 and told Trump to seize voting machines.
I get a good idea of how the left thinks in Oz through Sloan's own comment sections, LOL. Really eye-opening. Another breaking news, son of Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi is recently assassinated.
And declare victory. Well, late last month, the former Overstock guy, Patrick Byrne, reportedly accepted an invitation to the White House. And over the weekend, guess what? He praised the Fulton County raid.
It looks like maybe you and Sidney Powell and a couple other people had the right idea way back when.
Yes, it's oddly enough, it's exactly what we were asking him to do December 18th, 2020. And what I thought he was going to do the first week he was back in power, it took him a year and a week. And that's a measure not of Trump, but of the deep state.
Right.
Now, you might be asking yourself, I particularly asked myself this when I saw Roger Stone post that photo with J.D. Vance. Why are all the usual suspects from the 2020 attempted coup back in Trump's orbit now? Maybe to give it another run, to try to rig future elections in the name of the 2020 election. I mean, just yesterday, Donald Trump was complaining about winning more states in 2020 on the podcast of his former FBI number 2, Dan Bongino. Dan Bongino, who hated his job, apparently actually doing like government work and now wants to go back to podcasting. Trump adding, quote, "We should take over the voting in 15 places. The Republicans ought to nationalize the voting." Now, that, of course, is illegal.
Now, that, of course, is illegal. It's unconstitutional. Calm down, buddy. Now, I don't know if you've heard this as well, like, over the last couple of days, people have been talking about this one a bit. We mentioned it yesterday on the stream as well, but Trump has basically come out and said that he thinks that he should nationalize voting in 15 places. So, guess if you will, but I would say these 15 places are within states that are blue states, like Democrat states, and they want to make sure that their votes are done correctly because they can't be trusted. It's probably because they can have federal oversight of them and I guess manipulate their voting if necessary. But like in the American system, federal voting or voting for federal politics is actually taken care of. It's in the Constitution, apparently. I haven't looked it up, but it's in there. It's all done at the state level. States and local councils or counties, whatever they call their local government in the US, they are responsible for voting. They take on that responsibility themselves. And obviously, and I know this is like all long range kind of plot stuff here, might seem very conspiratorial, but like, if you really want to, I guess, manufacture an election, or if you want to interfere in politics, then, and you're not happy with the states doing it individually, especially if those states might be antithetical to your interests anyway, because they're all blue states, then yeah, get the federal government to do it. Now, like, that's not controversial for Australians, but like, he's not talking about nationalizing the entire system in time for the midterms. It's obviously about cherry picking states that he thinks, I'm assuming, aren't going to be favorable to Republicans anyway, and then they can do some special stuff with it. Now, this is all also in the context, and like as an Australian, I wouldn't really understand this because we don't have this style of system, but they have electronic voting in the US, and there are certain companies. There are certain companies that potentially are affiliated with Republican personnel or the Republican Party, the GOP, and not affiliated with the Democrats, let's say, that own the voting machines and stuff like that themselves. So there is always the possibility, let's say, that if they nationalize voting and then bring in some type of electronic voting system in blue states, that it is something that is easily manipulated And there's always been controversy in the United States about this stuff. It's been going for decades now. They've used electronic voting systems, and people have called it out for fraudulent activity and manipulation by the corporations that control and provide the service themselves. So, you know, it's all very convoluted, all this sort of stuff, and it's hard to like tie a thread through all of it and pull it together. But like, you know, it's a factor, man. It's a factor.
It's a violation of all sorts of state, federal statutes and constitutional principles of federalism. But today, of course, Trump just doubled down.
What exactly did you mean when you said that you should nationalize elections? And which 15 states are you talking about?
I want to see elections be honest. And if a state can't run an election, I think the people behind me should do something about it. Because, you know, if you think about it, a state is an agent for the federal government in elections. I don't know why the federal government doesn't do them anyway. But when you see some of these states about how horribly they run their elections, what a disgrace it is, I think the federal government, when you see crooked elections, and we had plenty of them, and by the way, we had them last time, but go to 2020 and look at the facts that are coming out. Rigged, crooked elections. If we have areas, take a look at Detroit, take a look at Pennsylvania, take a look at Philadelphia. You go take a look at Atlanta, look at some of the places that horrible corruption on elections. And the federal government should not allow that. The federal government should get involved. These are agents of the federal government to count the votes. If they can't count the votes legally and honestly, then somebody else should take over.
Now, keep in mind, I mean, these are a lot.
Now, this is very interesting, only in the sense that, you know, you might not even be the case with something like Georgia, that like they're looking to try and prove that Trump should have won the election. It could also be that they're just trying to prove along the way that there is fraud going on or something's been covered up for them to justify starting to nationalize certain areas. So like this is potentially part of the long range play here. It's just like seize the votes, which they've done, send the FBI in, we'll do our own count, and then we'll get the FBI to actually demonstrate that it hasn't been done properly. There has been fraud, and then we can justify nationalizing. And so, like, you know, that big conspiracy theory about them kind of trying to somehow manufacture an election, you know, it starts to make more sense, I guess you would say. It starts to make more sense. Recently, USA and Colombia had their talks. Yeah, Trump gave them his MAGA cap. Colombian leader response was scribble an S at the end and said, "Make Americas great again." Interesting. Dominion, they need to put their voting on blockchain or just use the Aussie ballot system. It wasn't rigged. It's called ballot harvesting. Right.
Is right, and this is a guy who has said he thinks he won California multiple times. I mean, it's like meeting someone and them telling you like they can fly like Superman, or me just like telling you like, oh yeah, I'm 7 feet 4 inches. Like, what do you do with that? That's a person who is, I don't know, diagnosable in some way, something, right? This is the guy who told Georgia's election supervisor to find him 11,000 votes. He's worried about the states counting their votes. You can see why, right? Because they counted them accurately. So last week, Republicans unveiled a Make Elections Great Again bill to put new limits on voting by mail and voter registration drives, as well as mandate voter ID issued by the federal government, as well as new voter surveillance programs. Who's going to stop it? Well, definitely not the Speaker of the House, a guy who voted against certifying the 2020 election, who is an election denier, and got back to his election truther roots on Capitol Hill today.
We know it's in our system. The states have been in charge of administering their elections. What you're hearing from the president is his frustration about the lack of some of the blue states, frankly, of enforcing these things and making sure that they are free and fair elections. We had 3 House Republican candidates who were ahead on Election Day in the last election cycle. And every time a new tranche of ballots came in, they just magically whittled away until their leads were lost. It looks on its face to be fraudulent. So can I prove that? No, because it happened.
It's so funny, and it's like, have you not watched elections before? That stuff happens all the time. Someone gets a lead, and then you just watch it get whittled away as more and more votes get counted. Like, hey, you're the politician. You should know this.
And so far upstream.
Okay. I mean, the reason they lost was because the votes came in that had more Democrats voting for the person. But they don't like that, right? I mean, that's the key thing, right? Mike Johnson, Donald Trump, all of them together agree on this point. They don't want people to choose who gets to win elections. They want to say who wins elections so that they never have to lose an election. And the entire definition of a democracy is a system in which the ruling party can lose an election. That's it.
I was about to say, has this guy never seen how an election works? Like, just sit there and watch them as they count and stuff like that. And you're like, oh, wow, this one's changing. Oh, wow. Some, like, you know, voting is closed in this area now, and look at the votes are coming in, and whoa.
That's the one-sentence democracy. They don't like it. And remember, in addition to all this, masked armed federal agents are disappearing people off the streets of multiple cities. They're terrorizing people into staying homes. They are shooting law-abiding observers, killing them in some cases, while the administration tells states like Minnesota and Pennsylvania they'll call off the dogs if those blue states hand over their most private, granular voting data. Pam Bondi gave away the game here, right?
It is pretty crazy. I'm not sure if you heard about this. I think it was like last week or something. They did say that they would take the ICE agents out of places like Minnesota, right? They'll take away the ICE agents if you give us all of your voting information. Give us access. Hey, blue states that we are, you know, or sanctuary cities anyway, and areas that support, states that support sanctuary cities. Give us all your voting information. Give us access to all of your voter information, and we'll call off the ICE agents. Wow, it's an interesting bargaining tool, because you have to ask, like, why the hell are those two things related? What are you really trying to get at there? What are you setting up for? Why do you need to know all the voting information of these particular states in order to, like, you know, ease up on the ICE raids? Like, how do those things even correlate? I don't know. Oh no, I lost my lead. It must be rigged.
Those masked agents running amok in your city who killed 2 of your citizens, who account for 66% of the homicides in the city of Minneapolis, yeah, maybe we can tell them to leave if you give us the voting data. So again, connect the dots here. They're not exactly like, you know, using excessive subterfuge. All of their eggs are now in this basket. The gerrymandering didn't work. They just got their butts kicked in a plus 14 Trump district. Donald Trump and his allies are not planning on getting more popular before November. They are now hell-bent on going farther than they could in 2020.
Some big conspiracy stuff there at the end. Hey, they're not interested in being popular. They just want to make it work via the numbers. Interesting stuff. So, like, whether you take it or you don't, it's obviously very anti-Trump kind of take on all that. Like the variables that are in there that are lining up, like they're obviously, if nothing else, clamping down on the election process, and they want to take, I guess, control of parts of the election process from particular states that they don't like. Like, if, you know, that's not obvious, I don't know if, and what is. Like, let's be honest. Now, I'm going to go to someone outside of the US to give us a take on this one. So, like, you guys have seen me bring up this guy before. His name is Richard J. Murphy. He's an economist. And, like, I think he's a great proponent of the idea of modern monetary theory. Now, I'm not too sure why he's making a video like this. I think he's probably just doing it for algorithmic purposes. Let's be honest. Everyone's talking about it. And yeah, it's trending, so like he probably just wants to get on it. But I do want to know what a British person has to say about this entire situation. It'd be interesting to actually see what his opinions are on this. Unless I had 100,000 views in 17 hours, I probably answered my own question. That's probably why he's doing it, because it's funny for an economist to go after this. But yeah, what happens if Trump cancels the midterm elections? Now, that has been my speculation on things, like when people have been speculating, or we've speculated in the chat about, like, how could Trump actually do that? Like, could he really serve another term? Like I always said, you know, if they're at war, he could do whatever he wants. And there's definitely a good reason to be at war with people at the moment. They're not really backing down on the whole war thing, that's for sure. Jordan, recent economic news, Australia fabricator steel industry began closing down due to rise of cheap Chinese steel imports. In New South Wales alone, 15 businesses are gone, citing USA tariffs. are slowly crippling. Interesting. Ever heard of Viva Frey, Canadian expat lawyer? No, I haven't. All right, back to this.
What happens if Trump cancels the midterm elections this year? There's a chance that he might. The speculation about this issue is high, and therefore this video is about a risk analysis. It's not about creating a conspiracy theory. The midterm elections are due in November, but the fact is that at present the opinion polls point to a heavy Republican loss. And what we know is that Donald Trump does not accept losing, and he will take this personally. So we have to ask the question that is on everybody's mind: will he let the poll go ahead? And what will the consequences be if he doesn't? Recent polling in the USA shows that the Democrats are well ahead of the Republicans at this moment, more than is normal at this time of the electoral cycle. Now, let's be clear. The midterm elections happen exactly halfway.
Just like One Nation is ahead in the polls at the moment. See you later, coalition. Hey, so we've been told.
Way between presidential elections, that's why they're named, and therefore they are an opportunity for the American electorate to kick back at a president who they're now not so enamored with as they were 2 years beforehand. We know that happens. Donald Trump was never going to win these elections, but the fact is that the margins are widening rapidly. The biggest movement is among independents, and the reality is that in the States, the independents, the people who are not aligned to either the Democrats or the Republicans by choice, are the people who really move elections and change results. Trump's support amongst them has collapsed, and so there's a real chance that the Republicans could at least lose control of Congress at these mid-term elections. These independents are not party loyalists. That's the point about them. They instead respond to competence, stability and democracy, and they are, unsurprisingly, being repelled by a great deal of what Trump is doing when he is literally sending his troops onto the street to shoot people dead. That's not acceptable to most decent, ordinary Americans, those who, amongst all other characteristics, are the independents in elections. Trump's support among them is now exceptionally low, at 18% or less. This is off the normal level of scale for a sitting president, and that signals electoral danger for Republicans. The fact is, Trump really does face a high probability of rejection in 2026, which could spell bad news, of course, for 2028 and the prospects for re-election, and he still fancies himself as having a chance at a third term, even though the Constitution prevents it. But, importantly, what we also know...
With respect, E, you need to expand your consumption of right-wing content to get a more balanced view. I'll do my best.
Is that Trump does not concede defeat. He has never accepted the 2020 presidential election result. He still talks about that election being stolen when very clearly it wasn't. And we saw the consequence. On 6th January 2021, an insurrection followed. His angry crowd stormed the Capitol.
Like, does everyone get down with the whole idea that that was an insurrection? Like, I feel like insurrection gets thrown around a little bit too loosely these days. Like, an insurrection to me usually denotes some type of coordinated uprising by a particular group within a society that actually has a plan. Like, I'm not sure if you remember seeing some of the footage, but like some of those guys just got into Congress and sat on like the speaker's chair and took a selfie, smashed a couple windows and then fucked off. Like, it's civil unrest, but an insurrection, like, I don't know, man. like I know like people were really getting upset about this and they wanted to make a big deal about it and be like, see, when the right does crazy stuff like this, you know, people die, they attack police, no one blinks an eyelid, and they use some strong words. The insurrection on the Capitol. Like, okay, they took over the building for the time being, took some selfies and then fucked off. But like an insurrection, like it just feels like it's, you know, it's bringing down the weight of the term insurrection. Again, like people that have actually done insurrections in the past and toppled governments, they really takes a lot of planning, takes a lot of effort. There's like a bit of a rabble, a loose rabble that have been whipped up into a frenzy. It just degrades the term insurrection, if you ask me. The right-wing content deal post is straight up misinfo slop. USA recently released Project Vault, which is a $12 billion critical mineral stockpile scheme, ironically inviting General Motors CIA Mary Barra to the scheme. Why is that ironic? I would like to know more.
And like it or not, he set up the situation where that happened. People died as a result. But he's praised those involved, and he's even pardoned them, even though elected officials were threatened, including his own vice president. This is amazing. But Trump is amazing. He declares emergencies without...
It was an insurrection. Napoleon, am I a joke to you? Destiny brought me here. Destiny has brought me this lamb chop. Yeah, so good. I love that quote. So good. I haven't posted any Viva Freight yet. I don't know. I haven't had a chance to look at it all.
Evidence. He's invoked extreme executive powers before, and he keeps on talking about the Insurrection Act of 1807, which exists to manage genuine crises, but which he says can be used if there is dissent in a state. He could simply define the acts of the Democrats in opposing what he wishes.
Look at all the books that this guy has on his bookshelf. Look at that. It's woe to woe, baby. And there's 3 of them there. Like he's read every single book in there. A lot of them look like textbooks as well. Economics people, man. How dry.
As being dissent and...
Yes, the most armed population in the world did an insurrection before their guns in America.
A threat of rebellion, and therefore he could treat it as insurrection, and therefore say that the grounds for cancelling a poll exist. This is entirely within the boundaries of what Trump might think to be normal. This is a refusal scenario, a scenario where Trump says that there isn't the possibility of a fair election in 2026. Now, he could either say this before the election, saying the situation...
In general, USA automaking, barring Tesla and Ford, are not doing well globally. Right, so like that's why you mean like it's weird inviting General Motors CEO along to that. $12 billion critical minerals stockpile. In the grand scheme of it, 12 billion, like when it comes to critical minerals stockpiling, it doesn't sound like a crazy amount, does it, by USA standards?
Is so bad that the Democrats are subverting the outcome of the election in advance by opposing his wishes, or he could refuse to accept the election result after it has happened, saying that there was vote rigging or whatever, as was his habit in 2020. In either case, there would be a case of constitutional rupture in the USA. And let's be clear, this would create a massive public response. The US public is no longer passive, if ever it was. There have been very significant protests as a consequence of what has been happening in Minneapolis. People there have not accepted the presence of ICE on their streets, a force that Robert Reich calls a Gestapo with good reason. Mass demonstrations there have been significant. There have been local strikes, a refusal to partake in the economy for days at a time, closing down schools, closing down businesses, closing down public infrastructure. This may be, though, what, of course, Trump calls the basis for insurrection taking place, and therefore tries to turn this into the precursor for cancelling the elections themselves.
So this is his theory on it. That's interesting, because like my theory has been a little bit different on it. So what he's saying is the Insurrection Act. Now, if you remember, we studied the Insurrection Act not long ago in relation to the Posse Comitatus Act. So they were talking about sending in special forces to deal with American protesters, and the Posse Comitatus Act actually denies the use of the military being turned upon the civilian population. So you can't send in the army basically to quell civil unrest. Now, the only thing that trumps that is there's a particular reference in the section of the Insurrection Act that if an insurrection is called, then you can use the army and you can give them law enforcement powers. So you can use them as an extension of law enforcement and like quelling civil unrest, I guess you would say. So this guy, Richard Murphy's theory on all of this is they actually want them out protesting, stir up some chaos in the streets. You have a few people, if there's a bit of collateral damage, who cares? Stir up civil unrest, give them an excuse. In 9 months' time, they'll enact the Insurrection Act, and then they can actually use provisions under the Insurrection Act to actually get people, to get polling places shut down, to actually shut down the election. That's an interesting theory, that one. They deployed the Marines in the LA riots. Yes, they have done this type of stuff before. I think they did stuff in the 60s as well in Washington. So they've used it a few times. They've definitely used it. Jordan, Mr. E, in your opinion, in the Republican Party, who will succeed Trump and why? And also, who's the best Democrat candidate as well? Who will succeed Trump and why? I don't know. Like, I know Marco Rubio is really gunning for the job, and like he was contesting it against Trump last time anyway, and so like he conceded to kind of, taking an important position as opposed to being the top dog, and so like he's obviously there in the administration because he's feathering his nest, he's getting himself ready to take on the top job. Now, my theory from a completely outside of the typical discourse on the American politics that we see in front of us, like the show that they show us, is that there is, I believe in the thing called the Dark Enlightenment and the neo-reactionary movement. I do actually believe that there is a section of the bourgeoisie, like the economic elite, let's call them, from Silicon Valley or tech bros specifically. I think they have a lot of power, and I think they have more power than maybe even they or other people realize. And so they have more control over the economy than other people realize. And they're going to use that power and control they have to influence their pawns in the political process in the US. They have this thing in the network state, which is like an idea of they create these kind of private libertarian cities where like rich people can buy in, and there'll be like little tax havens that exist only for people that, like I said, can buy into them. And you can either create cities, which is part of this network state idea, or you can take over cities or areas. And so you can exit by creating a new city and exiting society, or you can stay in place and take over an existing system. I think they're hedging their bets. They're doing both. And I think they've gotten like these tech bros, like Peter Thiel, to be specific. They've got their hands in the current administration. Now, Trump isn't only beholden to the tech bros. He's beholden to a lot of people, but like they're a massive factor behind the Trump administration, and they do a lot of work behind the scenes kind of thing to pull a lot of strings. And JD Vance is their poster boy. JD Vance is completely a creation of Peter Thiel. Like JD Vance, he has his own story, but like the reason he exists and isn't just a hillbilly somewhere is because a hillbilly with a legal degree from Yale, I believe, is that he reached out to Peter Thiel personally when, 15 years ago, and Peter Thiel curated and produced his career and set him off politically. So I do believe that there will be a push for JD Vance and some big money behind getting JD Vance the hot seat. Some incredible power will be behind getting JD Vance. But like all of that is really predicated on the fact that, honestly, Trump doesn't stick around. Like, I think there is also a good chance that Trump really is, like, some of these actions that we've seen over the last 12 months really do indicate that this is more than just like, I wanted to be president kind of thing. This is about legacy. They're using the vocabulary of legacy. And I think he doesn't mind being the guy that became Emperor Trump, that ended the Republic, let's say the American Republic. and became the first emperor of the United States. I don't think he really has a problem with that. I know there's a lot of speculation on this stream about whether or not he's actually going to survive long enough, like because he's literally shitting himself, and he's turning senile as we see. Like I don't think it's necessary for him actually to be competent to be emperor. I think it's just the infrastructure that's around him and the people that are around him that can help him stay there. I think that there's plenty of tricks up his sleeve, like, war time or special provisions that would allow him to serve another term. I think they're definitely investigating that. And the forces behind him, whether they are from the Dark Enlightenment types like the Silicon Valley or they're other supporters of his, they'd all be happy for him to actually stay in for another term if necessary. So, like, let's just say Trump actually gets to a point where he's so senile and thus incompetent that he is to be replaced, even though he just carks it, let's just say. I really do believe, and like it's hard to base that in something substantive apart from like just a hunch, but like I do feel like JD Vance is being prepped to be the face of this new takeover. And like you hear me talk about surveillance capitalism a lot, and I do believe that we've moved away from financial capitalism, so like the age of Wall Street and neoliberalism. We're not completely out of there. There's still a lot of power in Wall Street, immense power in Wall Street. There's immense neoliberal kind of style economic philosophy that has the world by the balls. Like honestly, everyone still believes in neoliberalism massively. Everybody believes that greed is good. Everybody believes that the private sector does things better, even though we're shown time and time again that it doesn't. Everybody believes that we should just focus on getting our debts down for some reason and cut public spending. Everyone's scared of giving each other, I don't know, welfare because they think everybody else is a dog bludger, but they're fine. We still believe in neoliberal kind of economics, but slowly the surveillance capitalists themselves are taking over the system. They're taking over. And like the US is incredibly important. It's still the imperial core of the current economic system itself. And so like if the surveillance capitalists have the infrastructure to actually do a takeover of the political system, like they've already basically got hold of the economy. Like even the entirety of Wall Street, as powerful as it is, it runs entirely off surveillance capitalist technology. Like it doesn't exist. Like people don't do ticket tape parades anymore. Like they're not checking their shares on like a rolling tickets. They do this all on computerized infrastructure and telecommunications infrastructure that spans the entirety of the globe and the human race. And so like they have incredible power already. They just need to take political power. And I see that Vance is potentially that guy that helps get them in charge of, or mostly in charge of, the executive position itself. So like JD Vance is an important runner for me for factors that are outside what you can kind of see in the general conversation or the general discourse that we see. Jordan, in my opinion, the Republicans' two factors, Rubio faction versus the Vance faction. Meanwhile, the Democrats will have California Governor Newsom versus Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. It's gross, isn't it? Like, all of them. Oh, I like Newsom. Like, these people were, all these fucking, lefty, liberal, streamers, content creators, and that sort of stuff, thought that Newsom was absolutely disgusting, when all the stuff was happening with the protests and the ICE raids and everything like that last year in LA. They thought he was deplorable. And like now he's like going to be their savior. It's gross, isn't it? I don't know much about Josh Shapiro though, apart from he gets mentioned from time to time. I think the foreign policy aspect was Rubio's whispering to Trump, and domestic policy is your Vance type faction. Yeah, I agree in that. Like, look at all this stuff that's happening in Latin America. That's all Rubio, if you ask me. Like, why Venezuela now? Why Cuba now? Why are we talking about Colombia now? I think that's all got to do with Rubio, and that's him putting up what's the word? Beefing up his resume for the top job. I think as I was Secretary of State, we dealt with Venezuela. We brought down Cuba. That's been in our kind of the thorn in our side for the last 50 years. 70 years. I took it down. Ninja Nurse. As the resident healthcare professional, I can confirm that his mental health is dwindling based on the data that we have. Yeah, fair enough. Ninja Nurse, how you going? In the house? Hope you're well. It could end up like Habsburg situation. They had an inbred, intellectually disabled king for more than show, and the strings were being pulled by the advisors and lords. Yeah, I think they'd be more than happy to have him there, unless he's like just like demonstrably incompetent. They'd have him there, and then they can all just pull the strings in the background. They'll have him there as, you know, Emperor Trump kind of thing, to serve terms as the empire kind of becomes more and more untenable. That an easy hypothetical. Just imagine Trump like Biden was at the end of his term. Shabroa pressure. I'm not sure if I understand the reference. Corporate bailouts are just welfare for rich people. Welfare. It's socialism for the rich. That's right. Historically, USA, the Secretary of State did used to behave as the second in command of the president. Yeah, Secretary, like, you're right, historically. And you would know, you're researching all this stuff, right? Secretary of State, like, incredibly important position, right? All foreign policy, all geopolitics filter through the Secretary of State. Incredibly important. It's almost like the USA is part of the world. Yeah? Who would have thought? But yeah, interesting question. I just see, yeah, like if we go more and more towards kind of this surveillance capitalist world, and you have more and more of these like tech bros, these Silicon Valley types with their artificial intelligence as well. Like, it's not just the existing telecommunications infrastructure they have basically monopoly over, like the internet itself. It's going to be the technology that breeds the future of the human race. Like, these guys are going to become so important soon. Like, let's just say there's going to be, you know, arguably, as people are trying to push very hard, I'm still trying to figure out why or what they're trying to manufacture consent on this exactly. But like, people were pushing really hard the idea of AGI, so artificial general intelligence, and artificial super intelligence, ASI. Like, they're foreshadowing that once they finally achieve those things, like the economy is going to change in a fashion that is completely unrecognizable to today. Like, they're going to be able to develop a machine that they just say, all right, go take over this entire sector, this entire industry, go rewrite the rules of how we make money, go rewrite the stock market kind of thing. And it's just going to make them unimaginably wealthy and unimaginably powerful. They're going to put out of business all other sectors of the economy, and it's going to be controlled by a bunch of tech lords, a bunch of, like, you know, Sam Altmans of the world, Elon Musks of the world. They're all racing towards this. And so, like, if they hit those targets that they keep warning us about, and they have control over that stuff, like the old capitalist classes, old money of Wall Street, old money of, like, you know, fossil fuel magnates, let's say, those types of money, even the military industrial complex people, like, they'll have nothing on these people if all of these tales of AI come true. They fully develop this new technology. It's like the new oil. It's the new steam engine. It's the new locomotive or something. It's the new telegraph pole. It changes the world. It's the next electricity. Like, it changes the world beyond our comprehension, because we just don't understand. We can't predict what it's going to do, this technology. If they're going to use that as their backing, like, they'll be putting their person forward to be the next emperor of the US. I feel like we are moving towards an emperor CEO model, and that's the Dark Enlightenment thing. What do they call it? The CEO King. It's the CEO King. That's the Curtis Yarvin philosophy. And I don't think they're joking about this either. Like, they think it'd be amazing if they could pull it off. So, like, I don't think they're completely sure about whether they can do it or not. But, like, the world history is built on kind of individuals who've been facilitated by their position of power in the economy, who have an idea, they're not sure if they can pull it off, and they go for it anyway. And so, like, I do think they're going to give it a good run for its money, that's for sure. And like Rubio is like old school, like in that regard. His foreign policy is the way that, as you said, historically the Secretary of State has done these things, and they've been a good Secretary of State. I will be next in line, good sir. Here's my resume. That's like how old politics is done. We're potentially talking about new politics here. The U.S. empire in full empire form, as an empire, as a political unit, as opposed to an empire that is run through a republic. It's different stuff. Still waiting to hear what misinformation I've posted. Generally curious. I feel like we are... No, I read that. The Rubio foreign policy faction versus the Vance domestic policy faction. That's how you say it. Yeah, and like all of this is part of it. Like that's why I know it's potentially not exciting, all of this sort of stuff, but like this is definitely part of it. All this talk about how they are, as I said before, I don't know how else to explain it, but like as they are undermining elections. Like I am no advocate for bourgeois democracy. Like I think it is what it is. As a Marxist would describe it, it is the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. This is their system to control. But the way that they've set it up allows us plebs to have some type of political participation. I'm not going to say we have control, but we're able to participate in the system. And so like to some level, while we're all us plebs are participating, we do get to have, like they placate us every now and again. Like they throw us scraps because they have to at least provide the illusion that they give a shit about us. But like if you just take away that and like our participation in the system, then like, you know, it is gone. Like we won't be talking about politics anymore because that will be outlawed. So like we're not going to be hanging out in the stream anymore when that type of world comes in, because we talk about it, then they'll just be like, haha, you have violated law number blah 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 statute this, and like, you know, we'll all be raided and thrown in fucking concentration camp somewhere. And like, you know, some people find that distasteful, but like, what are they going to do about it? It's not like we can vote our way out of it or vote for someone that might change that policy decision. So no, I don't think the system is fantastic, but like we still get to participate in it. Once they carve us out of participation, it's over. Now, like there's obviously this thread in all of this that is like, hey, you know, things have to get worse before they get better. So like in many revolutionary situations, usually people have to get pretty trodden on and lose all of their rights and be treated like absolute cattle. Actually probably worse than cattle. It's still a prized animal. You know, treated like absolute scum of the earth, and then they rise up and want to change the system. So like, you know, strap yourselves in. It might be the case that we're going to have to get a lot worse. Like the world's going to have to get a lot worse before like we all stand up as a working class to fight against it. Ravy baby in the house. Hey y'all, how you going? It's good to have you. Do you think that the national strike action in the US will have any effect on the future of the United States? Like what do you mean by the national strike action? Like as in like what they're trying to do with Minnesota or Minneapolis at the moment, where they're trying to get a general strike going? Like I think general strikes are fucking fantastic, to be honest. Like they really cripple the economy, and thus they threaten the bourgeois system in its entirety. Like all factions of the bourgeois class, the bourgeoisie get affected by that and they hate it. But they also band together as a result when their class interests as a group are threatened. So like, I think it's really effectual, but it has to be part of a grander strategy, not just like, oh, we're upset because of ICE raids, so let's do a general strike. It's got to be more than that. They've got to like have some type of, you know, revolutionary institution. And we heard Yanis Varoufakis talk about it yesterday. It was like, the unions aren't what they were like, you know, 50, 60 years ago. Unions before weren't just about getting workers' rights on your job site, in your workplace. They were also institutions that believed in socialism. And so they were trying to get rid of capitalism. They were actually institutions that sat around talking about how to seize the means of production. But like unions don't do that anymore. So a general strike would be great. because it'll fuck up the economy and it'll piss people off and they might take it seriously, but without a grander vision beyond just like, let's fuck up the economy for a few days. I don't know. I don't know if it'll do much. Dilemmas. Apparently Chomsky advised E how to avoid charges. Jimmy Dore show that's live now. It's on my watch list. My watch later list, LOL. Yes, I've heard it. Like I said earlier in the stream, I've heard some horrible things about Chomsky coming out of the E-files. It's so disillusioning. Like someone that's built their career on being an iconoclast and someone that's supposed to be anti-establishment. And he's so intricately linked to the halls of power. Like, I guess that helps him provide his critique, but like, can you trust him? Dilemmas. Men would need an entire ministry just to locate the bean. Oh my God. That is fucking hilarious. Wow. Ravy baby. Throwing some shade. That's fucking hilarious. I'm all for better education. Dialectics, especially historical materialism, never said progression was a linear process. Yeah, I guess so. The ruling class doesn't just say, oh, it's my time up. Oh, well, here, take the keys to the castle. Yeah. The only way it could affect integer in-house, the only way it could affect the future would for it to be done like a hunger strike. Yeah, right. Yes, if they realize that the entire world's working population was about to be eradicated because of a hunger strike and they had no one to rule over, that would, cause them much angst and anxiety. But like, what happens after the hunger strike? Yeah. People tried General Strike Friday or Saturday, but it wasn't much. Dilemmas. Capitalism beat the unions with money. That's capitalism, baby. It's a negotiation tactic and you need a tangible result for the action with demands to be met. They say never to meet your heroes. Yeah. Breaking news. Google's profit has exceeded $400 billion. What a great breaking headline you've given us there. David, do you think anything will be done about E and his clients and the many more agents doing the same or worse work of E and Mossad? David, no. To be honest, they've already said that they're not. Like, Todd Blanche came out the other day, and he's Deputy Attorney General? And he's like, here's your files, plebs. I hope you enjoy them. Good luck reading through 3 million documents. And don't expect us to be taking any action. We're not. We're not taking any action. So just in saying that, it's not happening during this administration, unless there's a new administration that comes in, I don't know, in 2028, and they decide that they want to take action. But I don't know why they would. Like, the Democrats are just as implicated in the files as Republicans are. They're all connected to the same networks and the halls of power. So, I don't think they will do anything about it, to be honest. That's just my opinion, but, they've said it as well. They're not going to prosecute anyone. And, when you hear Trump talking about it, he repeats it a lot. He keeps saying over and over and over again. He says, see, they released the files and they've got nothing on me. They've got nothing. I am completely vindicated. And it's have you read some of the stuff that's in there? Yeah, it might not prove anything because it has to be investigated. But you don't come out squeaky clean on this one. That's for sure. Sad. David says, Zios have destroyed this world. Well, they're not finished. Saying destroyed this world implies that it's all over. And we're potentially going to have to rebuild from the ashes. They're not finished. They're not finished, man. 4AS. Jordan, you're not dispelling the theories that you are the AI singularity. Yeah, I just mean like if people just stop working until Trump is out of office, for example, not a hunger strike exactly. Ah, okay. Yeah, well, like that could happen. And like, look at the history of the workers' movement. Like when people used to go on strike, it wasn't just like, that's it, we're going on strike for better pay. And then they like get out the placards and like hang out on a picket line for like 2 days and do a couple of press releases and like piss off their employer. And their employer's like, fine, let's negotiate. It wasn't 2 days. Like sometimes people would strike for 6 months at a time. And like this 6 months at a time, and they're not getting paid, and they have families, and they're sitting up in front of their job site, and they're just like arguing with their boss or the industry or whoever it was, and they're like, we're not giving in. And they'd sit around for 6 months at a time, longer. Like we in the modern age, in our like hyper consumer economy, we would not understand the sacrifice that it would take to actually be like, you know what, we want better conditions, or we're going to fight for this till the end. Let us go out and picket for the next 6 months. Let's do this, baby. Like we just wouldn't understand that type of culture. But like people definitely did that sort of stuff back in the day. And so like, yeah, hunger strike until Trump is out of office. Like that's a big call. It's a couple of years. But like, fuck, would that shut down the country? But, because of the culture wars, and I'm fair income when I say this, because of the culture wars, you'd never get that. Because they have kept us from uniting and doing those types of activities. Because like the way that people look at protests or strikes even, everyone looks at protests and strikes and it's just like, ugh, yuck. You're stopping me from getting to work. Like how inconvenient. You're just like, yeah, that's the point. Like I'm allowed to strike. I'm allowed to protest. It's a goddamn human right. And like people look at it like it's such an inconvenience to them, thanks to the culture wars. And like, I don't know if it'll ever happen ever again. Dr. Nathan, you've seen Bill Gates just did an interview with Channel 9. You might find this one very interesting beyond the EP stuff. Interesting. Okay. I did actually see that on my feed before, and I was just like, oh, maybe they've just cut an interview from like some American interview and they've paid to get access to it, but it's actually Channel 9. That's mental. Might have to have a look at it later. Interesting. Yeah. I wonder what Melinda has to say about that. Ninja Nurse, that is profit. Every cent of profit they make, I bet their cleaners still get paid less than the minimum wage. Could you imagine the lifestyle change if Google redirected 1 billion from their profit to paying their workers or creating new jobs so that staff don't have to work back past 5 p.m.? Yeah, could you imagine? Let's just take 1 out of the 400 billion that you just made. That's not how it works, though. She's already done an interview. Yeah, fair enough. I think Bill Gates is just a new sacrificial lamb to draw attention away from others implicated in the E-files. Yeah. Yeah, he's the guy at the moment. He's the fall guy at the moment. Why not? And it works from like the whole perspective of like the Trump administration, because like as Dilemmas was kind of pointing to the other day, it's just like he's the model kind of woke liberal figure. He's supported climate change and all this sort of stuff. So like, bring him down. See, like evil woke billionaire is implicated. What do all you wokies think now? Breaking news, Thailand military discovered an Cambodian scam compound with 2 Australian Federal Police logos and Oz flag scam. Around $70 billion. Reuters. Interesting. I wonder if these are the same type of scams that we were looking at yesterday with the Chinese who executed those 11 people. Similar type of stuff. Ravy baby, I remember being on my own and earning $9 an hour as an apprentice. Horrid. That's crazy. They talk about duct taping Hawking's head to a trolley so he could go in the sub. Was wild, almost wilder than the photo. Wait, what the fuck? I haven't seen that stuff. That's mental. He ain't really talking about woke stuff anymore. Just about medical surveillance. Well, that's the implication anyway, right? I remember during my apprenticeship, we couldn't have a light in the fridge. The boss was worried it would trigger him to smoke meth again. Wow. This is a different story. Yes. I was just mean, like, I wonder if it's all related to all of that Chinese stuff. They're clamping down on fraud. Okay? No, watch the interview. He outright says it. Oh, right. Okay. I know what you mean. All right. I might watch it later then. No, he actually says it. It's not about woke stuff anymore. Yeah, so anyway, it's like we've been off on a little bit of a tangent there, but like this is the theory. And like I share some sentiments with this theory about US politics. Like, you know, if you're going to do this whole I'm the new CEO king stuff, like why not invoke some insurrection acts, get rid of people's last bastion of political participation in elections, just make it overt and then just take over the system from there. Why the fuck not? I just thought they would have used war as a pretext for all of this. Like, there's plenty of wars that they're stoking around the world, right? And there's plenty of time to start an actual war, like on the periphery somewhere else. You know, really ramp up a war with China or something like that. Yeah, a lot of scams in Southeast Asia are getting caught. Interesting. No, he spends like the first half talking about medical surveillance and viruses. All right. I don't know if I might speed this up actually, so we can get through it faster. Let's do this.
He may say that these are violent, and he may say that this justifies repression. But in that situation, where he tries to take away people's rights as a consequence of their wish to exercise them, including their First Amendment right to appear on the streets and to express their opinion, then civil conflict is the obvious risk. The US is saturated with firearms. Political polarization is extreme on occasions, and we've seen it. And
is that true, Ninja Nurse? Guess who wasn't in the Epstein files? Directed by Michael Bay. Oh my god. Oh my god. It will start in the global south and it will come to us. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be nice to know if like they're really cleaning up stuff, right? It would help, I think, the entire Southeast Asia economy so much to liberate itself from being a puppet of kind of imperialist intervention, where they just have to they engage in this type of, you know, fraudulent activity kind of stuff, because that's how they make their money, through like black market trading and operations, underhanded, let's say underworld kind of operations and stuff. They can legitimately legitimize their economy much better because they stamp out a lot of this stuff. It'll be fucking fantastic. Dilemmas. My first protest was against the jail ball law changes on SA. Cops basically laughed in our face. David, do you think America will survive Trump? Trump is in bad health and shits himself daily. Apparently he's dividing America and destroying its government. Well, like, again, like, I don't know, were you here like maybe 20 minutes ago when we were talking about this, David? America survive Trump? Like, I don't know. Like, the America as it is will not survive Trump. Like, the intention behind the Trump administration, you know, you don't even have to say it's Trump himself. He might not even be the mastermind of all of this. He might just be there because he's making bank at the moment, which he is making bank. He doesn't really care about everything else. It's just an extension of his, you know, him being the deal maker himself incarnate. But like, the administration itself is trying to divide the country or change the country in a new direction. And I think it's one away from the pretext of being a republic. I think they are trying to undermine the voting system. I think they are trying to undermine the idea of democracy. There are people in the administration that truly believe that democracy doesn't equal freedom anymore. Those two things aren't compatible. And so if you want freedom, like if you truly want to be a free person, then like democracy is not going to help you. What's going to help you is a strong American state, let's say, strong military, and some kind of good old conservative values. So like, fuck the the liberal woke nonsense, like democracy. Like that hasn't worked anyway. And so like I think they literally are trying to shift American society. It's called a revolution for a reason. Like I think they are trying to revolutionize the US. It's like it's just a damn shame that the true revolution in the imperial core, that is the US, isn't really coming from some type of workers uprising. It's coming from the political takeover from old money, Wall Street style old money, and the takeover of new money in like Silicon Valley and from surveillance capitalists and stuff like that. So it's just a shame that they beat us to the punch, man. So like, yeah, if they're destroying America, like it looks like destruction, but it's like kind of, you can have staged destruction, like controlled demolition, I guess you would say. And like they shift it to a new form of society. One that doesn't value democracy, whatever that means anyway. And so like if Trump is just the sledgehammer that is used to destroy America, then they're more than happy to have someone do it. And like Trump's more than happy to be that guy. Hey, am I right? Am I right? It's fun, right? They all say I'm so hot right now. Like who else is going to do it? All other politicians are so spineless. Like you need a Trump-like figure to be the wrecking ball. But like it might divide America and it might destroy its government as we know it, but it won't end the US at all. It'll just be it's what we're witnessing as the plebs we are is like the transition from one section of the rich and ruling elite that control America taking over another section, and we're all just like, oh my god, this is crazy, what's happening, society's just breaking down, and they're just like playing Game of Thrones up there. We're all just like trying to figure out what the fuck is going on, but for them it's quite clear there's going to be a winner and a loser amongst their ranks, and we'll just deal with whatever's happening at the bottom. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, man? And keep in mind, all of the e-files have not been released. But I'm here for the meme. Yeah, that's a pretty interesting point. Hey? Like, there's still 2 million files, isn't it? Something like that, they've said. And those 2 million files are the stuff that they don't want to release because it's too, like, it's gonna what? Implicate all of these victims and so, like, they give a shit. Like, because they've released all this stuff and it's like, and they've got images of victims that haven't been redacted properly and names and details about them that compromise their safety. But like, yeah, there's 2 million files that they refuse to release. What is in those files, right? The compilation clips of shitting himself on camera and the faces of people around him made me cackle like a wench. Are you on Discord? I wouldn't mind seeing the compilation. I've only seen like one picture of it, one video of it. David, I just joined. What do you mean? As in like you just joined the conversation? Yeah, have you been here before, David? Please confirm. Dr. Nathan, I think it's time we started identifying the culture more accurately as what it is: manufactured division and dehumanization. Yeah, fair enough. Good call. Plug. Yeah, sorry, if you are here for the first time, and you're enjoying the stream, come and join us on Discord. This is where we all share propaganda and get across the conversation that's happening out there across the manufactured division and dehumanization wars. So go and join your stuff. I come and go pretty often. Yeah, fair enough. If you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe. Follow on Twitch. You know the drill. There's an interview of one of the guys on The Apprentice who said that he regularly shit himself back then. Makes you really think, is that why ScoMo loved Trumpy so much? Shared experiences? Yes. What's the place called? Engadine Macca's, that's right. LOL, it's going to be like an inverse China. China went up, they go down. I don't see them being competent enough to even achieve that. One could argue America are in the middle of a revolution, a counter-revolution. Interesting. Thank you. Thanks, Senator Massey. Let's be honest. Since when has there been an administration who has had any empathy for victims of crime? Fair enough. That's why I think we should have a citizen assembly on a topic like this. I'll jump in the Discord. Kulinski had a good roundup. Okay. Jordan. Trump's cryptocurrency scheme, World Liberty Financial, in the UAE, directed by Eric Trump, president's son, and Alex Zach Witkoff, two sons of Steve Witkoff. Yeah, World Liberty Financial. Hey, that's where they get all their money. Like, if you want to invest and you want some favors from the Trump administration, make sure you invest in World Liberty Financial. Oh, it's directed and owned by the Trumps, and it's been making billions of dollars. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. Interesting. All right.
Militias already exist. The risk of internal armed conflict in the states cannot be ignored. Civil war is unlikely. I think. I hope. I just put that on record. That's what I hope. But let's also be clear. Not impossible. So what else could happen? Well, as I've just said,
I don't know about that one either. Does anyone see that happening? Like, people have asked me that one. I don't think it's going to be a thing. But like, whatever. Like, there's going to be some type of civil war in the US. I don't know, man. I just don't see that happening as a result of this. Like, they're pretty divided. Like, the last civil war was an actual war between two sections of kind of the ruling class. They were the slave-owning class and the industrialists in the north. They were living off free labor, and they couldn't compete with the slave labor, or they didn't want to compete with the slave labor situation in the south. And they wanted to equalize the playing field. And so you had two sections of the capitalist classes that wanted to fight against each other. And like, you ended up getting funding from kind of Wall Street at the time given to one of them. And like, this warring of the ruling classes is what manifested into the Civil War and the killing of, 800,000 plus Americans. It's always the average people, the commoners, that get sent to die when the ruling classes fight amongst themselves. I didn't see a war necessary for a takeover of Silicon Valley versus like old school money, like older money interests in the US. I don't see them having to actually fight over the US. They can easily fight amongst themselves without having to devolve into civil war. Engineers, I'll say it again. I'll be very surprised if ScoMo, Brian Houston, and George Pell are not in the e-files. At least a mention in an email somewhere. My grinder sense is tingling. And Brian Houston, George Pell, could you imagine? Keep in mind, only about 3% of America's population participated in the Civil War. Opposition is divided and won't fight. I don't see a civil war coming. Civil unrest, definitely. Revolution, possible. Complete authoritarian takeover, possible. Civil war, no. Okay, so like, everyone's pretty, it would seem that anyone that's paying attention right now anyway is like, nah, it's not civil war. Because people have really been talking about this one, talking it up massively. I just don't know if I see it coming. I don't think Tony Abbott is in the EFs. 50-50 on Malcolm Turnbull? Interesting. Don't you reckon that would have come out already, though? Like, if these people were in there? Some Australian commentator or media outlet would have talked about it already. But they went straight for K. Rudd. Got it. Pretty sure families gathered for picnics to watch the Battle of Fort Sumner. The states aren't united enough on strong lines for that. The division isn't a state-based like last time. It's between regional areas and cities more now. Yeah, fair. Very cool.
Cooperation. There could be mass demonstrations. There could be mass non-compliance with the requirements of the federal government. There could be signs of literal refusal to partake in normal parts of everyday existence, including, quite simply, going to the shops or buying online or whatever else it is to indicate to business and to government and the big businesses that support this government that people do not wish for this type of government to persist. There could be economic disengagement, in other words. That's a real possibility. But again, we don't know what could happen. The other possibility is that Trump could try to ban the elections using the pretext that people have been demonstrating in advance, but the states could say that's not a decision he can make because in the states, it is the individual member states that make up the union that actually run the elections. They are not a federal choice, which is why there are different electoral systems in different states. So the elections could be run by the states despite Washington saying you can't have them. Now, this could give rise to further conflict. There could be federal orders to stop voting, which may be ignored. This could create direct constitutional conflict. There could be a split between the red states, those which are Republican, and the blue states, those which are Democrat. Their colours are the reverse of what we use in the UK to indicate political polarity. And there could be arrest of elected officials for obeying state law. We've seen that before in Georgia, for example, in 2020. So let's not pretend that this isn't a possibility, because it is. There could be a direct conflict between states and federal government, and that in itself is also deeply dangerous. What happens after that? We don't know. What we do know is that Trump has got a hardcore loyal base. Between 20 and 30% perhaps of the population are MAGA in some way or other.
What makes you think Chris Minns is in there? Just the vibe, man. The way he talks about stuff. His connections to Is Not Rail. If you want to think of civil war, you have to pay attention to the waterways. Who can control the flow of water will win. This release was tactical. They chose strategy. Yes, it was definitely timely as well. After they took over TikTok. Definitely timely. Shorten is a union boss. I don't think he had the influence they wanted. Negotiating with unions means you need to give workers something. These billionaires don't want to give workers nothing. Trump, but I want to run the election. States, no, stop it. Sprays water gun. They have him on a leash. Yeah. Ho Chi Minh's. That's so good.
But not all Republicans are. Broader support has already fractured and is non-existent. It's declining rapidly. That's what we saw in Texas within the last week, where a hard red Republican area went Democrat blue. That was quite unprecedented. The swing was enormous. The Constitution will become the focal point. That's my suggestion. Loyalty will shift from Trump to democratic principle instead. That's what I think will happen. And that is what will make this protest spread in the USA. But at the same time, there will be international consequences of this. Many politicians, from Keir Starmer onwards, have tried to be allies of Trump. And he has normalised far-right authoritarianism. And he has emboldened similar far-right movements across Europe, from Reform in the UK to the AfD in Germany to the far-right in France and the far-right in many other countries. All of them line up to emulate what he has done.
It's a funny claim. Like, I like this guy, but like, you know, he's like, oh, Trump has normalized far-right politics. You know what's normalized far-right politics? You really want to know what's made it possible? Okay, Trump might have normalized it. There's an argument for that. But you know what's made it fucking possible? Neoliberalism. Neoliberalism. The austerity that we have experienced as a world population for the last 50 years, they have just cut back on social services and government spending. The only two things that ensure that there is wealth that is provided for everyone, opportunity and wealth provided for everyone. And our ruling classes have just like turned the tap off through policy decisions, made sure we don't spend anything on the public. And they've clamped down on anything that existed. And they privatized all the assets. So we're completely crunched. And while they've made bank and they've got richer and richer, and then everyone's like, oh, wow, I wonder why people are, you know, turning to nationalistic / far-right politicians who are like, I'll save your country. I'll do it. I'll save your country. Because like left-wing politics is very, very centrist these days. And they're just like, don't worry, if we keep doing the same thing, just trust us, we'll fix the problem. And like far right parties come in and they're just like, I'll fix the nation. I'll just focus on the nation. Make insert country name here great again kind of thing. They say like that one line, I'll fix the problem. I'll focus on the nation. They don't really have kind of the policies to back it, but like they say the line, I'll fix you. I'll save us. And then like, And like it's but like the classic kind of liberal style take on this is just like, oh, it's because Trump's made it acceptable. Yeah, but like what were the grounds on which that type of behavior became normalized? Because people are fucking upset. They're absolutely upset. Ho Chi Minh's comment of the day. Yeah, there it is. There's comment of the day for you right there. Ho Chi Minh's. What's normalized right-wing politics is the left going so far. Center-right people are now considered far-right, but yes, also influence from the bigwigs. No, it's not that. That's just the culture wars. Like the actual material basis for why right-wing politics is acceptable is because the entire world's population has been screwed over by neoliberalism. And there's people that come in and just say, I'll fix the nation. Are just like gods. They're just like, yeah, okay, I can get down with that. Eh? I can get down with that. No Trump if there's no neoliberalism. Full stop. That's my theory. And I'm sticking to that. I saw a video of the ADF singing in Hebrew pretty fluently. The AFD, sorry. Really? That's pretty crazy. We talk about freedom of speech. We don't examine what speech is being amplified, thus suppressing other speech by dominating means of communication, broadcasting. Jordan, recently CEO of Activision Blizzard, an Activision video game company, and its acquisition to Microsoft and microtransactions of Call of Duty. Bobby Kotick is in the e-files and is true. Jag in the house? How you going? We're talking about the potential for there to be no midterms, and like looking at theories about that, and we've just been like looking at like all of the things I guess the Trump administration has done over the last 12 months to kind of, you know, shake up the possibility of fair elections, I guess you would say. Like what actions are being taken to encourage people not to vote, or to carve out a huge section of the voting population. So yeah, two things can be true, but that's not what I said. Two things can definitely be true, but that's not the point. The material basis for what you're talking about, why people can be like, yeah, it's the left, and like people actually take that up and it changed things. The material basis is because people are upset because governments are failing society. So like if that wasn't there, then people could still have those opinions, but it wouldn't amount to anything. It's amounting to something because the material basis is there for it. You have to listen. You have to listen. The devil is in the detail there. I knew it. Microtransactions and DLC content are in the e-files. All right. Let's have a look at something here. I want to have a look at this. Yes, you can explain this to me now you're here, actually. Steve Bannon. Like, now, I was speculating on this before, and I was saying, like, oh, you know, maybe they'll start to use, like, physical force to try and scare people that rock up for voting and stuff like that. And that's what, like, ICE is kind of about at the moment. Using physical, like, presence of armed personnel to kind of scare people. I'm switching again. Yeah, look at you. Hey. Yeah, while you're there, hit the like button, please. Should I check Polymarket to see what the odds are of the elections being cancelled? Fuck yes, you should do that, please. Ravy Baby, I was kind of joking about my grand conspiracy regarding American fascists funding the Oz far right. But you've got Bannon and Palmer now. Gina got to be in there too. I bet subscription models are in the e-files. They've been being asked for years. All right, so listen to this. Okay, like I said before, the presence of like, you know, National Guard or ICE agents and all that type of stuff is another factor in potentially scaring people that, you know, potentially can be racially profiled. I don't know how else to say that, but yeah, can be racially profiled. Like, you look like you could possibly be an immigrant. So you rock up on election day standing in line, you're just easy pickings for some ICE agents to rock up in an unmarked car and take you off the line. And so people will like psychologically prepare for that. They're cognizant of the fact that that is a possibility, and they might just not choose to rock up as well. So like all of these factors that we're speaking about is a perfect storm that could stop, like, you know, undermine the electoral process. And here we go. Steve Bannon proposes using ICE in elections. What the fuck? Let's have a look at this. Steve Bannon, former White House advisor and President Donald Trump, has said agents from the US Immigration and Customs Enforcement will be at the polls during November's midterm elections. This is crazy stuff, man. Like, you know, when they go around the world, the Americans are just like, they haven't had a fair election. Let's bring them some democracy. Like, they use it as an excuse against Maduro in Venezuela. They were like, he's not a legitimate president. They didn't have fair elections. And like, here it is. Here it is. Listen to him. You're damn right we're going to have ICE surround polls come November, Bannon said in his War Room podcasts. We're not going to sit here and allow you to steal this country again. Steal the country again. And you can whine and cry and throw your toys out of the pram all you want, but we will never again allow an election to be stolen. Federal and state laws prohibit the government from deploying federal agents to any polling place, according to the Brennan Center for Justice. Federal law also prohibits any activities that intimidate voters. It's like, fuck you guys. So we're going to do it. Bannon's comments come after Trump said in a podcast interview on Monday that the Republicans should take over elections in as many as 15 states, as he continued to baselessly claim that widespread fraud cost him re-election in 2020. His calls come amid a push among Republicans in Congress to impose stricter voting restrictions nationwide. Newsweek contacted the White House and the Department of Homeland Security for comment by email outside of regular business hours. Why it matters. Trump has recently intensified his efforts to undermine the results of the 2020 election, which he lost to President Biden. He has repeated disproven theories that ballots were altered or stolen and that illegal migrants were allowed to cast votes in some states that he lost. Those efforts come as the Trump administration is turning its attention to electoral issues before the midterm elections in November, when control of Congress will be at stake. Meanwhile, the fatal shootings of two US citizens, Renee Good and Alex Pretty, by immigration enforcement agents in separate incidents in Minneapolis last month have amplified scrutiny of ICE. On Tuesday, Trump signed a government funding bill that only funds DHS for 2 weeks at the behest of Democrats who are demanding more restriction on immigration enforcement following the fatal shootings. On the War Room podcast, Bannon said the Democrats rely on voter fraud to win elections, suggesting without evidence that illegal immigrants are voting in large numbers in Minnesota and New York City. Carolyn Wren, a GOP fundraiser, agreed with Bannon, saying that the Democrats are seeking to defund ICE to keep agents away from polling stations. Some pretty crazy shit, man. It's mental. Stuff is absolutely crazy. Can you do book recommendations at some point? I like your politics and would like to know more. No Chomsky stuff, though. He manufactured his consent. That's hilarious. Look, I'll give you two that someone asked me the other day, just because, like, we can come back to this, but, like, I'll just give you two that I think. I know, like, I've already said this, but, like, you know, if you're interested, like, if you haven't read this, I think it's really important. And, like, it's fucking, and it's an immense read. But, like, Marx, Das Kapital, it's just, once you understand how the economic system works, like, so much other stuff makes sense. And, like, this was interesting. I'm quite the revolutionary, and, like, I thought this was absolutely interesting in the sense that, like, this is Che Guevara, by the way, a story about him by, like, I guess someone that's done a biography of his. Incredibly interesting book, very eye-opening. how you can come, like, be in the right place and right time, have the right ideas, and like look for social change. Very inspiring. Not very topical though. Like these are books that like live through the ages, but they're a good basis for things. But like if you want like more like topical books, then let me know. Wait, I missed a whole bunch of commentary here. Where am I? I vote for E to do Hakeem style book recommendations for the stream. Yeah. Jag, it's one of those situations where they'll ignore the law and let the courts sort it out after the fact when it's already too late. Yeah. I think it's always a good tactic, isn't it? That's the Silicon Valley tactic as well. Move fast, break things, flood the zone, the Steve Bannon style. Just do it. Shoot first, ask questions later. I imagine he still loses. Yeah, I know. After all of this, imagine if he still lost anyway. KK online. KK's in the house. How you going? Yeah, thanks. No worries. You're well. You're all right. Jet B in the house. How you going? It's been a while. Hope you're well. Non-citizens can't vote. What are they on about? All right. Let's get back to this. Carolyn Wren, yeah, defund ICE. Wren pointed to comments from Democratic Senator Mark Warner, who recently expressed concerns about the possibility of Trump sending ICE agents to polling places. They don't want ICE funded because they don't want ICE at polling stations to stop illegals from voting, she said. Bannon said the proposal in two bills to implement stricter voting requirements were basic. The ask here on the SAVE Act and the Make Elections Great Again Act are pretty basic. A legitimate ID to show who you are to vote. It is to clean up the voter rolls, he said. Interesting. Bannon said on the podcast, let's put you on notice again. ICE is going to be around the polls in the 26 midterm elections. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer wrote on X, the SAVE Act is nothing more than the Jim Crow 2.0. It will disenfranchise millions of Americans. Every single Senate Democrat will vote against any bill that contains it. Democratic Senator Mark Warner told reports on Tuesday the idea that the president might send some part of a federal government like ICE into patrol, and suddenly people are saying, well, we want to make sure that nobody undocumented shows up to a polling station. Again, pre-Minneapolis occupation. That didn't ring as true as it potentially rings as true right now. Interesting. Yeah, like people will stay away. Like even people that are like citizens, right? Like if you've seen what's happened to quote unquote legal observers hanging around ICE agents, like it'll rough things up big time. It'll rough things up massively. So guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out. But it's like pretty crazy that Bannon said, like, because Bannon's also the guy that's been saying that Trump's going to run for he's going to be in for a third term, no doubt. He's pretty matter of fact about this type of stuff. So I guess time will tell. If you're undocumented, you can't vote. Clown world. Clown world. Yeah, well, I guess they're just going to be there to terrorize people then. Oop, there's the T word. I hope they're not domestic terrorists. All right, let's change things up a little bit. I'm going to move away from this electoral stuff. I know this guy's still going, but we've been doing it for a long time now. ICE has been arresting citizens. Yeah, they have been, haven't they? Legal observers. Now, this is, I want to continue with the Iran stuff. But like, as we know, I guess from previous days covering this, The Iran situation is something else altogether. The Americans scraping together any reason possible. How interesting was it yesterday? We had Oracle. What was the person's name that came in on Twitch? I don't know. Did Oracle ever put anything in Discord that showed evidence that they were actually? Did you ever hear from the Iranian dude again yesterday? Yeah, like after the stream, they came onto Twitch and was like, where is everybody? Kind of thing, like 10 minutes after we all finished. And so like I did hear from Oracle, but that's the thing. Like, did anyone see anything on Discord from Oracle proving that they were actually from Iran as they claimed to be? I don't think so. I don't think anyone's noticed anything. But yeah, where we were at yesterday with the Iranian situation, it's kind of like the Americans have set up their armada in the Arabian Sea, and they're kind of sitting out like well off the Iranian coast. And the Iranians very audaciously have been trying to surveil the American fleet, to gather intel on it. And so they sent a drone out to have a look at the fleet, and the drone was shot down by a US fighter jet. And so everyone was like, oh my God, it's happening, man. Iran and America are fighting. It's just like, it's a fighter jet shooting down a drone. Everyone should just relax a little bit. That doesn't really mean anything. But like, they're supposed to be going into negotiations. Not from what I can see. Yeah, for us, I don't think they actually provided anything. But like, I think they came back and they were going to prove to us, but they never actually did it on Discord. What a world when you have people hoping for American or is not Israelis to come and liberate you. I found that absolutely surprising. So if you weren't here yesterday, and you don't know what we're talking about, we had someone who claimed to be Iranian and actually in Iran right now. They came into the chat yesterday afternoon while we're looking at something else. Actually, we were looking at Hassan talking to Yanis Varoufakis. Oracle hasn't left Discord though, so give them time. Okay. And they had come in and they were answering questions, and like their position was like, they're self-proclaimed atheist, I believe, and they don't like the regime. The regime. There's the R word again. They connected via Starlink. That's pretty crazy. Well, like it's true though. Like Starlink, like the way people have been getting internet, supposedly in a government internet blackout is through Starlink. And like, lo and behold, how nice it is of Elon Musk to be helping out the people of Iran who are needing their assistance because they're under pressure from economic sanctions and economic warfare in the first place. But yeah, they need Elon Musk's assistance, and he's somehow providing people with a line out of the country so they can come and join our streams apparently. But like, yeah, they said that they don't like the regime, the evil regime, and they want America. They want America to come in and strike or do whatever they have to depose the government. And so like, no, I questioned them. I asked them. I was like, what, even at the cost of Iranian lives? Like, you want them to come in and play world police on this one? And he goes, well, what's the other option? I don't see any other option. Bring down the government. I'm like, okay. And we asked them questions as well to try and confirm. They said they had been to a protest. They said they hadn't seen any violent government crackdown on protesters. Now, if you listen to the Western media, it's like every time these people go into the street to protest, they're playing Russian roulette, basically. And he was like, he hasn't seen it personally, but he has heard of it. And friends have told him that like they know people that have died at the hands of government repression in Iran. And like, I think he said he put the death toll around a few thousand people, like personally. He was like, I'm not a betting man, but if I had to say or put a number, I think there's a few thousand people that have been killed as a result of the protests in Iran recently. And the reason why this is, I guess, all important, because the entire premise of why America was going to go back in to Iran and like deliver them some freedom and some democracy was because of the protests that were happening. Helping the people of Ukraine as well, credit where it's due. Yeah, definitely helping them locate Russian targets, that's for sure. I feel like every time there's any talk of Iran in here, we conveniently have some random person from Iran pop up and sus as also. It's funny. It's all controlled. Once they use the internet to say things they don't like, cut the internet. There it is. It was interesting though, right? It was really interesting. Nonetheless, like I love those conversations where we have random people come in, like when we had the Groiper come in after the Kirk incident last year, when we had like Nepalese people come in because of what was going on in Nepal last year. Like it's absolutely fascinating, that type of stuff. Absolutely fascinating. But yeah, anyway, so the most recent installment was someone from Iran, and like that's like how it all went down yesterday, and they were supposed to prove to us that they were actually Iranian, and you know, we didn't get anything at the end of the day. But yeah, the latest talk that we had on this whole situation from, I guess, media was Iran, or you might have heard this yourself separately, but like, you know, Iran and America are supposed to be negotiating. And it's supposed to be around the nuclear stuff. Now, this is hilarious because remember last year when the US struck Iran, the reason they bombed Iran and did this amazing, you know, operation that's never been done before. They flew halfway across the world, bombed some bombed the nuclear facilities, and came back again all in one go. Absolutely unprecedented military operation on a global scale. They were said to completely annihilated Iran's nuclear capabilities, and lo and behold, Iran has its nuclear facilities back up and running. And so, like, you know, either they miraculously turned it around in 6 months, or they were never actually taken out to begin with, and it was all just lies by Trump trying to big note himself on the world stage. And this just makes you question how much anything he says it has any truth to it, and it's just big noting himself because he can. But yeah, so they're supposed to be negotiating about that. Now, I've got something, and I haven't heard this confirmed by really anyone else, but apparently the negotiations are off now. So we're about to learn about that. Okay. I heard Israel had active insurgents in Iran causing trouble. Multiple fire emergency crews were assaulted. 2 hospitals bombed. I wonder if they were included in the counts. Yeah, and like those accounts as well, we've actually seen, like if you look at Israeli media itself, they've made that claim. So like people were like, oh, you know, it's the conspiracy theory is that like, you know, Mossad was in there trying to shit up. And I was like, well, actually, they probably were, because Israel has kind of taken credit for that and they've spoken about it openly. So it's funny, isn't it? Speaking of Nepal, we got the second part of the interview lined up for early March. Yes, watch this space. I wonder what's happened in Nepal ever since, right? I wonder if they've gone back to some level of normalcy or not. So yeah, let's actually have a look at this, because if the negotiations are off and they were supposed to negotiate on, like, I don't know, nuclear stuff, what the fuck are they going to talk about now? Nothing. Israel doesn't do terrorist actions. You're talking like Israel did the first ever terrorist attack or something, not like they invented the craft or anything. And definitely perfected it.
So dramatic developments just a short while ago. Owen, I want to start with you. There were going to be talks in Istanbul, then they were moved to Oman, and now it appears they are off the table. This is a huge development for the region.
Potentially development. So this is i2 News English. Does anyone know who i2 News are? Might ask my research assistant before we watch this piece of propaganda blindly. Let's have a look here. i2 News English, an international 24-hour news television based in Israel. All right, so this is Israeli news saying, how long ago was this? Saying, how many hours old is this? That's interesting. It doesn't have the hours on it. It's today, though. I thought it was like a few hours old. Interesting. All right, so this is coming from the Israelis. Okay. And they're saying that the talks are being cancelled amid disagreements on negotiation terms. This is kind of big, because I thought the negotiations were supposed to be going ahead. But obviously they're not necessary anymore, according to the Israelis.
Huge development, Benita, if it stands. But look, again, just to take our viewers a step back, again, what was at issue is not only the site of the talks, but also the who of the talks. Would other countries from the region be involved, or would it only be the Iran and the United States? And most importantly, Benita, the scope of the talks, the what of the talks. Both sides agreed that the talks would be about the nuclear program, but from the Iranian perspective, that would be it. From the United States perspective, and for that matter, from the Israeli perspective, the talks would be about the nuclear program, but also Iran's ballistic missiles. We saw the impact of those missiles, of course.
That one's for you, Pax Judaica. From the United States perspective, and therefore the Israeli perspective. Let's hear that one again.
That would be it. From the United States perspective, and for that matter, from the Israeli perspective, the talks would be about the nuclear program, but also Iran's ballistic missiles. We saw the impact of those missiles, of course, during the 12-day war last June, and Iran's support for regional proxies. The Iranian position has always been they will only talk about the nuclear program. The ballistic missiles are their own business for their own defense, and the proxies is their own regional security policy. So those are off the table. Now the United States, the Trump administration, reportedly in an act of real brinkmanship, coming back and saying, if that's the situation, then we will not talk. And the talks are now off. All of that said, Benita, we have to remember this is brinkmanship. This is Donald Trump. This is the art of the deal. This well could be posturing ahead of talks that could still happen on both sides, of course, on the Iranian side and on the United States side. May well not be the last word. But Trump administration officials are telling our sister Hebrew channel, and not only our sister Hebrew channel, but media outlets around the world, that Donald Trump...
I thought it was just a loony conspiracy. It is. But it's crazy how, like, when they say it like this. Who was it the other day? I think it was Spandonk who was really like, nah, man, it's outrageous, thinking that the US could be potentially controlled. I think, if nothing else, they're incredibly influenced. Whether they're ultimately controlled, and it's like ultimate gatekeeper kind of stuff, like the only way to get to the American empire is through the hand of the king is not real. Like, you know, is it that far advanced? I don't know. But like, do they definitely have significant influence over that? Then like, it's undeniable, isn't it? Undeniable. But like, it adds to the loony conspiracy, that's for sure. That type of rhetoric, so good.
Trump's inclination now is more toward war than it is toward peace. But again, Benita, think about this in the big picture as part of brinkmanship and talks. But again, at a minimum, it shows that Trump is serious about these talks, including not only the nuclear program, but also the missiles and the proxies that will be...
Yes, part of the latest e-files was an FBI document in there detailing how Trump is compromised by Israel. Pretty crazy stuff. Why would they have released that? In relation to what? Why did that one come out? Absolutely mental. Mental, isn't it? What's going on there? The FBI knows that Trump is completely compromised. And he's getting, what was it? The Israel Award, the highest civilian honor award that anyone can get in Israel. It's never been given to any political leader that was not Israeli before. And Trump's going to get it this year. Best Israeli ever president of America, of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Welcome news in Jerusalem, where the ballistic missile program in particular is now becoming a huge and urgent priority.
And Amichai Stein from our sister Hebrew channel confirming as well that these talks for Oman are now not happening. If we look at the wording of Marco Rubio just earlier on in the day, Jonathan, he said the US is ready to meet with Iran this week, but discussions need to cover its missile and nuclear programs, its support for terror groups, and its treatment of its population. At the same time, Donald Trump made it clear if the talks don't happen, if there isn't an outcome, strikes could well happen.
Again, this on paper, this is only between the United States and Iran, right? Probably not, because the wording that you just said is almost the same as the wording that came out of the meetings.
I'm getting that vibe too. Boy, Chick's voice is a bit grinding, isn't it? It seems to be more recent, the swing in power of the Israel-American relationship. Like Bush Senior, Reagan, all presidents before that used to pull them in line when they needed. Now it's it seems like the dog's off the leash. Yes. And like I had the vibe though as well, indoctrinating, when like Trump did the whole I'll strike the nuclear facility last year. I got the vibe that he was kind of like, remember he said like they're both, what did he say? He swore to reporters. He was just like, and they're both fucking stupid or something like that. And he was talking about when Israel started striking Iran, despite they were supposed to be negotiating, there was supposed to be some peace settlement, and Trump seemed really pissed off because he must have told Bibi not to do something and Bibi did it anyway. And so he's pretty upset about that. And he goes, they both don't, that's what he said. They both don't know what they're fucking doing. And then he like walked off into the Air Force One chopper or whatever it is. Yeah, he was really upset about that. So like, yeah, they failed to actually have this dog on a leash anymore, and it would seem like the leash is potentially the other way around. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. The one. Yeah.
The meeting that U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff held here in Israel yesterday with all of the top Israeli leadership. Israel said that there are 4 main points which are the red lines for Israel. One is to end the uranium enrichment for Iran. 2 is take out the stockpiles already existing in Iran of enriched uranium outside of the country. That, I think, could be agreed between the United States and Israel. But then Israel insisted on 2 more points. One is an end, or at least severe limitations to the Iranian ballistic missile program, and an end to the Iranian financial and military support for proxies, most notably Hezbollah and the Houthis. These are things that the Iranians are saying, no. Look at your wording. You said nuclear negotiations. This is what Iran wants, nuclear negotiations. Israel is saying there are many other things that should be on the table as well. The differences here, as it seems...
Wuzel in the house. Hope you're well. Thanks for checking in.
Seem to be the one that brought to this statement that we heard about 30 minutes ago.
Interesting. So that's it. Negotiations are over? Before they even started, they were supposed to be moving around. They were going to negotiate in Turkey. They were going to move to Oman. They're like ducking and weaving, and now it's just off the table. It's interesting to watch this unfold over a few days. Very interesting. I know we've done this a little bit, but I just can't help it now. I really got to see this. I think they're the most, like, sorry, Sky News Australia is great. But I think I've found my favorite, man. It's Fox Business, bro. Fox Business all the way. Iranians have apparently known nothing from the 12-day war. Heritage Foundation Vice President. They get in the best of the best, man. Of National Security Victoria Coates comments on the US shooting down the Iranian drone amid upcoming talks. What talks? Apparently they've been cancelled. China's military leadership purge and more of the mornings with Maria. So good. All right, let's see this. Sending great. Sorry, I linked this song in the stream chat. The remix of the They Don't Know What the Fuck They're Doing. You think Pauline's song is fire? Hey, what's this? All right, I'll check it out.
Welcome back. U.S. forces shot down an Iranian drone approaching the USS Abraham Lincoln in the Arabian Sea near Iran yesterday. The U.S. Central Command writing this on X. The Iranian drone continued to fly toward the ship despite de-escalatory measures taken by U.S. forces operating in international waters. An F-35C fighter jet from Abraham Lincoln shot down the Iranian drone in self-defense to protect the aircraft carrier and the personnel on board. This coming just days before Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are set to meet with Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi on Friday. Here's the president at the White House yesterday.
On Iran, are the negotiations still happening this week? Yeah. Where will they be? And what do you need to hear from Iran?
I wonder if this is just they are negotiating. They'd like to do something, and we'll see if something...
Because these not Israelis, who is supposedly in control. I've said that's not on anymore. Do you have any breaking news sources that delineate whether or not US and Iran negotiations have been cancelled now? They were supposed to take place on Friday. potentially in Oman.
Is going to be done. They had a chance to do something a while ago and it didn't work out, and we did Midnight Hammer. I don't think they want that happening again, but they would like to negotiate. We are negotiating with them right now, yes.
That successful Midnight Hammer that took out the nuclear facilities that have somehow resurfaced all of a sudden.
Heritage Foundation Vice President of National Security.
Doesn't she look like someone who is the president of the Heritage Foundation? Like, there's a particular look. Nothing would stick,
And she is former Deputy National Security Advisor to President Trump. Victoria Coates back with me. Victoria, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. What is your reaction to the U.S. Taking down that drone?
Well, it's a little bit like shooting a mosquito with a machine gun, Maria. An F-35 against a Shahad drone isn't really a fair fight. But the Iranians apparently learned nothing from the 12-day war in June, that they're essentially defenseless against the...
Shooting a mosquito with a machine gun. I'm sure that would actually be a useless endeavor as well, because how the are you going to hit a mosquito with a machine gun? So I wonder if she knows how fucking true that type of analogy is. It does seem like absolutely useless. It's been a while since I've had a good Midnight Hammer. There it is. Ow!
the kind of capabilities that President Trump has built up in the Persian Gulf. And so he has a ton of leverage going into these negotiations. I never object to having a conversation with someone. I don't know how much of a decision maker Argacci is in reality, if he can make the kind of meaningful concessions that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner will be looking for. But if he can, on the nuclear program, on the missiles, on the regional proxies, the terrorist groups, if he can do that, then maybe we do have a shot at a real deal, not something like the failed Obama-era nuclear deal.
But, I mean, Victoria, I don't understand. I mean, what are we negotiating?
Shots fired. Here it is. U.S.-Iran negotiations that were expected to take place on Friday. The situation is currently fluid with mixed reports. U.S.-Iran nuclear talks back on after Arab leaders lobby White House. U.S. and Iran talks brought back from the brink after White House relents on the move to Iran. Iran and U.S. agreed to hold nuclear talks Friday in Oman. Most major global sources say the negotiations are still scheduled in Oman after earlier uncertainty over the location. Australia's Al Jazeera? What the fuck? Talk about a hallucination. Yeah. It's an interesting one. AP News, Reuters, Axios, and others confirm the meeting will go ahead. There have been some reports and statements sourced to unnamed insiders suggesting the meeting could be postponed or threatened by disagreements over what can be discussed. And this is from, it's all coming from Is Not Rail. There's another Israeli source. So the Israelis are stoking the fires. So they're just like, hey, the talks are off. Can we just attack Iran now already? Come on. Come on. Talks on Friday, so they'll strike tomorrow. Hey, yeah, well, that's the track record, isn't it? Actually, no, they have to wait until they're in negotiations before they. So once they start negotiating, then they can start striking. Come on. Let's strike already. That's interesting. I wonder why. It's so funny. Like the Western media, as described by the Anglosphere, is pointing to no, the negotiations are still on, don't worry about it. And like Israel's like, no, they're not. No, they're not. Does not suit our interests.
This regime has done heinous crimes, right? We're hearing reports of tens of thousands of people killed, protesters killed in their efforts to just crush dissent.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, what happened in January in Iran is just reprehensible. And the fact that we're not even hearing a peep out of groups like the United Nations, who are so eager to condemn Israel over their claimed genocide in Gaza, and that not a word about what happened in Iran. These are the people who should be shouting from the rooftops. And I think the president has been very supportive of the protesters. Obviously,
It's a mad take, isn't it? It's just like they've killed tens of thousands of people. And like everyone gets upset when Israel kills tens of thousands of people, but they don't care when Iran does it. Fucking crazy UN wokies, hey, and their double standards. That's an interesting take. I like that one.
Like to see a beneficial change in Iran, but his bottom line has always been the nuclear program. That's what is an existential threat to the American people. And so if he can truly dismantle that, that would be a great first step. And what that...
Bartiromo is looking rough these days. Who's Bartiromo? Is it one of these two people? Oh shit, she's talking about Iran killing protesters. I thought she was talking about her own country. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. The main Fox chick? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Do then for the protesters is weaken the regime. They will have given up
She's
their
on
sort of crown
CNN.
jewels, if you will, which have
CNNBC.
always been their ambitions for a nuclear weapon.
Let me move on to China, Victoria, and this military purge that apparently has occurred at the hands of Xi Jinping. We're all questioning really what's behind this and why Xi
Oh, I
Jinping.
want to know what the Heritage Foundation's take on Xi Jinping. Remember last week, I think we had a look at China's like purged its military personnel. It's taken out some type of leader of the PLA, an important figure in the PLA, it would seem, based on corruption charges. And everyone's just like, oh, they're purging the military so Xi Jinping can amass more power. Like, it's weird that like the president would have all of this power. And it's like coming from Americans whose president is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces and has the final say on anything that goes on. And they're just like, oh my God, look, Xi's doing it. He's an evil dictator. How could he have control over the entire military and make calls like that and purge the military forces and stuff? It's like, oh my God. If you look at the Heritage Foundation, who like wrote Project 2025, like a huge part of their solution for the military was purging military officials that aren't loyal. So like purging generals and the chief of staff who aren't loyal to the Trump administration or the president, whoever they may be. It's crazy.
Jinping is taking out his leaders in the military. I was under the impression that he wasn't even in charge of the military anymore. After a couple of years ago, they took him out of that position after a mini stroke that he had. What's your take?
Well, I mean, this shows a lot of sort of discord in the upper ranks of the CCP. This does not make me in any way unhappy that they're not getting along. And General Zhang, the one who was purged, it's an interesting case. His father and Xi's father served together, so they've known each other for many, many years. And the rumors are that the generals were not being forward-leaning enough on Taiwan, that Xi has said he wants to be ready to move against Taiwan next year. That's not a lot of time.
Yeah.
Taiwan is actually really investing in their defenses seriously now. We are supporting them. They're making that much, much more difficult. And I think Xi felt that General Zhang just wasn't being aggressive enough, and he took him out. So we'll see what happens.
And I love the story that we talked about on Sunday in terms of the Panama Canal. The Supreme Court of Panama annulled a contract for the Hong Kong company CK Hutchinson to operate the two ports at the Panama Canal, at either end of the Panama Canal, handing President Trump a pretty good victory for his security ambitions. China's Hong Kong and Macau Affairs Office claimed the ruling is, quote, absurd, shameful, and pathetic. And they are vowing to defend the interests of China and these Chinese companies who are running those ports. But the Panama Supreme Court called it unconstitutional. Your reaction?
It's very interesting. Like, we have our own version of this discussion happening in Darwin at the moment. They're basically talking about the America's decided that Trump needs to go, China needs to go. It shouldn't be in Panama. And like, so they're using their pressure on Panama to kick China out of controlling ports in the Panama Canal. Exact same thing is happening in Australia. We've got our own version of that happening with the Port of Darwin. the Americans are pressuring us to kick the Chinese out. And like the Australian culture war, like machine is going in an overdrive, like hardcore overdrive on this one, trying to like figure out a way to convince the Australian population that evil China is just trying to take over Australia's territory and its sovereignty, while our sovereignty and our self-determination has already been taken over because the US has bases near this Chinese controlled port, and they want the Chinese out, trying to kick them out. The irony or the hypocrisy is incredible. But like, it looks like this is part of a grander strategy. I'm sure Brian from the New Atlas would love to hear this type of stuff. They're doing it in they're doing it in Panama. They're kicking the Chinese out of controlling ports there. They're doing it in the top end of Australia. They're doing it everywhere.
Well, I'm sure the CCP does think the rule of law is absurd. That's something they don't pay a great deal of attention to. But there's no appeal here. This is the Supreme Court of Panama. They can't do anything about it.
It's so rich. Like Americans, like especially people from the Heritage Foundation, like neocons are just like, and the Chinese just don't care about the rule of law. It's absurd to them, this idea of the rule of law.
But there's no appeal here. This is the Supreme Court of Panama. They can't do anything about it. And there's another element to this, Maria. Neighboring Bolivia, President La Paz, their new president, who's finally taking that country away from communism, is just canceled a zinc processing plant contract for $350 million with China. So this is really beginning to happen.
Wow, really interesting stuff. We know that when President Trump visited there, all the signs were in Chinese, so China was truly dominating and trying to dominate that port area, right?
Mm-hmm. No, and that's where all the trade happens. So it's enormously important they could disable the canal. Yeah.
Victoria, it's great to have you as always. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Maria.
All right, Victoria Coates, stay with us.
Damn, I wonder how much she gets paid to be on there. Maybe she does it for free. Just get the job done. Remove the threat. Hammer time. Oh my God. End this regime. There's the R word again. Hey, enough is enough. End the Islamic regime. No negotiation, please. Well, apparently the Israelis don't want negotiation either. Somebody got the message. 47 years of appeasement and destruction for Iranian people is not enough. Yes, that sounds like they need some freedom. So hard to pay attention to what they're saying when I'm just herding. How do you solve a problem like Maria in my head? When I'm just hearing, sorry. Just the lead. Take the leaders of Iran down, President Trump. Yeah, come on, do us all a fucking favor and just take out somebody else's leadership. It's our obligation as the leaders of the free world to make the world more free, damn it. What else are we supposed to do? Seriously. We got to make this world more free. Now, this is just a little piece for me, so indulge me for like a few minutes. I really want to know what's going on with this guy. Because like this guy disappeared into the wilderness last year, like literally into the wilderness. This is Desi Freeman. And if you're not across who this guy is, last year in, I can't remember what the name of the place is in Victoria. What's the name of it? I can't even remember how to pronounce it properly anyway. This guy killed a few coppers in cold blood who came to, I don't know, I don't even know why they were coming to apprehend him. I can't remember what the exact reason was. It wasn't actually clear why they were going after him. I bet you that him and the cops would have different stories on that one. Anyway, killed a couple of coppers in cold blood and then took off into the forest or into the bush, and they couldn't find him. And like we were all speculating, I remember, have they not found him yet? They never found him. This guy is still on the loose. Still on the loose. They never found him. And like, I remember people in the stream talking about the fact that they spent like $100 million in police operations and stuff like that, trying to find these, like getting special forces out as well to try and find this guy. And he just fucking disappeared. He completely took off and they have no idea where he is. And so like, it was just complete radio silence from media and everyone on this one as well. Like they just had nothing. And now you can start to see the manufacturing consent story come out, and they're kind of just like, well, if we can't find him, he must be dead. Like, that's it. Like, there's multiple news outlets, multiple media outlets that are just like, oh, well, it's concerning that someone could pop coppers and get away with it, and we can't find him. So let's just tell everyone he's dead then. Now, like, maybe he is dead. Maybe that was part of his plan. He was going to go off and take himself out in the bush where he loved being. Maybe that was always going to happen. He really is a free man. Like, he's the ultimate sovereign citizen. It's just him and his freedom. And like, yeah, dingoes ate Desi for sure. Yeah. So, I don't know. This is the best you're going to get of an update on this situation.
Police have fired test shots in the high country, desperate to find any new clue in the marathon search for fugitive killer Desi Freeman. More than 100 officers scoured dense bushland today, but one of Freeman's former friends says it's all a waste of time.
At first light on Mount Buffalo, police set out for day 2 of searching, even conducting firearms testing in the national park, but still no sign of Desi Freeman.
You have to be optimistic. It's the only thing you can take out of an incident like this, is the hope that you can do justice to the lives lived by those members by bringing closure to the investigation.
Closure too for the communities of Bright and Pawnpunka. August 26 will forever be the day 2 police officers were killed in cold blood, and one that's ingrained in memories.
This is an event which we'll remember forever, I think. Distinctively heard 3 gunshots.
But there was another gunshot shortly after, heard by a nearby resident, that triggered this week's renewed search. Desi's friends don't think he's there.
I think he's long gone. But like I say, I don't really know.
Police finished today's search around lunchtime to focus on this firearm.
Right? Like the $500 we agreed on? Definitely going to pay, right?
Arms testing. They tried to replicate that gunshot that was heard 2 hours after the murders to help narrow down where it may have come from within these mountains.
We're relieved to know that it's only actually a 1-week search and there's going to be minimal impact on the community.
And businesses that lost tens of millions of dollars when the towns were locked down, they are now bouncing back.
We get so many tourists visiting us every day, and they always want to talk about it. We're looking to move on, and I think it'd be great if there is some conclusion.
The search continues until Friday. Jordan Quinn, 7 News.
Cute dog. Man, just wants to do his job, man.
Detectives have revealed they strongly believe accused police killer Desi Freeman is dead. More than 100 specialist officers today launched a renewed hunt for the fugitive's remains in Mount Buffalo National Park. Crime reporter Gillian Lantouris is there.
It's the largest tactical search operation the nation has ever seen. The hunt for fugitive Desi Freeman. More than 100 specialist officers, volunteers and cadaver dogs from New South Wales have descended on Mount Buffalo National Park for a 5-day hunt in the hopes of finding any trace of the alleged police killer.
We do believe strongly that he is in this area deceased.
Late last year, acoustic tests were conducted to pinpoint the location of a gunshot fired in bushland at exactly 12:29 p.m. on August 26. It was heard nearly 2 hours after officers Neil Thompson and Vidin Devort-Hatar were killed and a colleague injured while serving a warrant at Freeman's Pawnpunka property, while this sound was heard from a nearby house. Police have ruled it out of their investigation.
If he's not dead, then he's playing the greatest game of hide and seek. Like, absolutely. And like this guy was prepped. Like this is his bread and butter. Like being a sovereign citizen, I guess you'd say, someone that knows how to live on their own, understand their rights as a human being, and denounce the state in all of its glory. He understood how to survive. He's a very skilled bushman. Like he's been doing this stuff all of his life. Like the fact that they're still searching the area, like in all of this time, he would just stay in one spot is absolutely breathtaking. But like as we have heard, they think it's a let's just search for a body kind of situation at this point. Very interesting.
For now,
I've gave them all the video so they can help out in the investigation, but hopefully that helps out where to pinpoint him.
in December, a similar search of an area near the Buckland River spanned 35 MCG-sized ovals.
The area that we hope to cover this week is approximately 1.3 square kilometres of terrain, which again equates to about 52 sized MCG ovals.
Police say this particular search is the most difficult they've had to endure. At times, the terrain is so dense they can't even see what's in front of them, and without a cloud in the sky, the heat is also a challenge. More than 2,000 tips from the public have come in.
There has not been any proof of life since the 26th of August last year,
Which has led to police believing he is dead, although they are keeping an open mind.
We're exploring is he's been able to escape the area and he's being harboured by a person or people.
Right now, their main focus is finding answers.
This is the number one priority of Victoria Police. We are dedicated, we are motivated. We've lost 2 colleagues.
I've actually I have a friend that's related to him. Interesting. Have they given you any insights on this situation?
And have a 3rd member that's seriously injured. We will not stop.
Live now to Jill.
Yeah, I know, right? Have we always been measuring land size in MCGs, or is this new? I know, right? So good. Which is equivalent to, how many MCGs is it? Tell me, please. Oh, thank God. Now I know.
And in Paul Punker, Jill, you've got an update for us on Desi Freeman's family.
Yes, Tom, in relation to Marley Freeman, who is the wife of Desi Freeman, she was present at the time of the shooting. I do understand that police haven't ruled out laying charges against her, but at this stage, that's not their focus. I was in town and spoke to a few of her friends who say she is struggling as well, that the young family has been deeply impacted by all of this. Meanwhile, the search has concluded.
We measure tragedies in 9/11s. Yeah, yeah.
Concluded for the day. Sadly, nothing of note has been found, but police will be right back out there in force at first light tomorrow. Tom.
That's not breaking news. That was just dumb. They're just like, yeah, they haven't ruled out pressing charges on her. Yeah, right. Comments are turned off in this one. I wonder why. All right, we're going to have a quick break. Then we're going to be coming back with some more. We're going to do some Michael Parenti stuff. We're going to have a look at a piece from Michael Parenti, the late Michael Parenti, and like how it relates to some of the stuff that we've been speaking about here quite recently. So strap yourselves in. Don't go anywhere. We're having a break. We'll be back in a few minutes. All right. We back. He has spoken once about it. He believes Desi was justified because the cops were harassing him. I started to distance myself from him after that statement. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I thought he might know something about whether or not he's alive or not. Like, no, this guy knows what's going on. He's out somewhere in the back of somewhere. Jordan, see you guys later. See you later, Jordan. Thanks for chilling today. Enjoy the rest of your day. All right, so like I said before, we're going to change gears significantly, and we're going to pay our respects to the late Michael Parenti. So I'm not sure if you've ever come across Parenti before, but like Parenti is I don't know what you would say, a seminal thinker in leftist political discourse and leftist political theory. And not like the loose left association kind of stuff, like liberal leftism, I guess you would say. I mean like leftism of the original working class variety, workers v the capitalists, that type of thing. And so like he has a lot of theories on various things, like he has a lot of theories on imperialism, a lot of discourse on I guess the way that media works and like the system works to kind of support the existing status quo and to reproduce that system. But particularly I've found a piece where he talks about what he's described here as the culture struggle. Very interesting point there. The culture struggle. And I believe, for the most part, that this is in relation to the idea of the culture wars and his interpretation of what the culture wars are in the context of kind of our current economic situation, which is like the idea that we live in a free market society, and how culture wars are part of basically a tool that is used to help control the narrative, and not only control the narrative, but control us and keep us thinking about, or keep us distracted and divided instead of unifying on certain issues that are really in our interests, our collective interests. And now you can tell this is obviously quite old, this video. It says that it was uploaded 10 years ago. And this talk was recorded on the 30th of September 2006. So just keep that in mind when you're listening to this, because obviously this is relevant in its context. I'm so curious about this. Yeah, I'm so, like, I've watched a bit of it, but like I want to finish it off. And like this is going to take a while, so strap yourself in. Because it's like it's a 1.5 hour piece itself, and we'll listen to as much as we can get through in the next 3 hours. But like, yeah, I think this is interesting to get his take on this. And like, you can tell how old this is, right? 2006. Look at this guy reading the paper. What the fuck is that? What is that thing he's holding? Surely this is some crazy alternate universe, right? I've never seen one of those things before. This is outrageous. As I'm going to skip the introduction stuff and just go straight for the Parenti. So let's do this. You know what I'm going to try and let this one go. Like, if I find something interesting that I want to talk to you about, I will. But like, you tell me, like, as you listen to this in the comments, if you want me to stop or you want to talk about something particular. But I'll try and let him talk as much as possible because I'd like to actually get through it if we can. Let's have a look. We had some strong criticism for Chomsky and Bernie as well. Yeah. I think I have heard him talk about Chomsky, actually. It's very interesting, isn't it? It makes sense that those two would be like combative to a certain extent, like especially Parenti, right? Because like who's the real radical, and like especially given the events that we know of now or more recently, who really is the more radical one? It would definitely seem as not Chomsky at the end of the day.
Thank you. It's very nice to be here. I'm actually not going to talk about the culture struggle. Some of the material in there I will be addressing myself to. The book actually deals with the whole idea of how you look at culture. How do we define culture? And culture is often looked at, I'll say a few words about the book because it entrees into what else I want to say here. Culture is often looked at in academia, at least say among anthropologists, as the accretion, the accumulation of past solutions and practices and traditions and things of that sort. What I argue in the book, which, by the way, the book has the virtue of brevity. It's only 140 pages, but I think it's full of a lot of good examples and arguments and such, even if I got to say so myself. What I argue is that culture, in fact, is a very indeterminate thing. It's subject to change, and it's a highly politically charged thing. Culture, for instance, when somebody says, you should respect our culture, that assumes that everybody in that culture is happy with that culture. You know, do you respect a culture where, let's say, 13-year-old girls are, in effect, sold into marital sexual slavery, or where one is subjected to enforced clitoridectomy, or where indentured labor, some other culture where indentured labor is used in a certain way, or this culture, all the things that we find that are wrong, where militaristic ventures are glorified, and American messianic supremacism is propagated and all that.
American messianic supremacy? Is that what he said? Is propagated? Messianic?
And American messianic supremacism is propagated and all that. So, in fact...
Do you agree with that? Right? You're American and you're watching this now. Do you agree with the Christian nationalization of American culture? Does that describe you?
The culture is not a cohesive entity that a people have. Some parts of it benefit some people more, and some parts of the culture may even be opposed by people within that culture. So your experiences, culture may permeate all our experiences, but it's not the sum total of our experiences. We can actually transcend culture, because I come into this problem of we don't want to be cultural.
Did you hear what he said? This is really important. I feel validated. You can transcend your culture. Just remember that. Like, it's difficult, don't get me wrong. Culture is, as he's describing it here, is a system of indoctrination. So like it crafts your mind, it conditions you into a particular way of thinking. So it's easy for you to navigate your environment in the particular cultural landscape that you move through. And so like it helps you, it serves you to a certain extent, because you're conditioned, you're desensitized, and you understand how the world works around you. But you can transcend your culture. You can take yourself outside of your conditioning, appreciate it for what it is, and critique it if you need to. You can critically analyze your own culture. Not to be confused with indoctrinated. Yeah. It's very hard for me not to say that word anymore. Or to say the word indoctrination anymore. It's a very important point. You can transcend it if you try hard enough. You can transcend thus the culture war if you choose to. And culture isn't like this one conglomerate that everybody just gets in on. Our culture is culture wars, actually. And like everything that comes through that's an issue for us to weigh in on, we decide whether it's a left or a right issue to debate on. Schismogenesis. I hope I've said that right. But like, yeah, is everything kind of like we decide that, oh yeah, this is a left take on this, this is a right take on that? Like, do we have to divide ourselves up on every single issue? It's a very important takeaway that culture serves a purpose, and it's not all encompassing, and so you can remove yourself from it if necessary. Think about that.
Imperialists. We don't want to impose our culture on other people. But we don't want to actually even be cultural
I
relativists.
transcend my culture when I go to Yamcha. Interesting. Dawn of everything. The origins of culture were attempts to deliberately differentiate from their neighbors. Hey. Wow, the dawn of everything. It's been a while. Interesting. The origins of culture were attempts to deliberately differentiate from your neighbors, from their neighbors.
We don't want to impose our culture on other people, but we don't want to actually even be cultural relativists, because cultural relativism gets us to this position I'm just talking about, which is, well, nobody can judge anybody else's culture. It's like a postmodernist idea, which is we can't judge anybody else to judge because your judgments are always themselves culturally defined. So so you just be imposing your views on other people. So how do you get out of that quandary? And I do it two ways. One is this argument I just gave you, is that in fact, culture is not an absolutely encompassing thing, that people can actually stand outside their own culture to some degree and criticize things in it, which means that there are human feelings and human rights that transcend culture. And two, there's absolute objective evidence of that concept in a remarkable document, which was the first parts of which were put together in 1948. It's called the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, where by today, with all the different codicils and additions, about 110 or 120 countries sign on to this Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
Listen to that. There is beyond culture, like if your culture is what defines you, there is something that might exist beyond that. That is like fundamental to being human in a society like ours. It's not actually your culture, but also fundamental rights may take precedence over your culture. So your culture might be shaped by like the attitudes of you and your people, or you and your community. But there are things that are beyond that, like actually sit before you even get to that. Like, and we have these things. We believe in these things like human rights. We believe in certain fundamentals that our culture is built upon. Like, you know, like we talk about all the time, like freedom of speech, for existence, or for example, or freedom of expression. Like there are certain fundamental rights that would need to be covered for you to even have a culture to develop / fight over in the first place. Like you got to have access, freedom, you got to have access to the bare necessities of life in order to exist. And those should be fundamental human rights. This is an important point as well. There, like the culture wars isn't everything, because there are certain things that we hold to be true to exist as humans in the first place before we get to culture as organisms. We want to have some basic rights covered, like the right to a dignified existence, meaning you should have access to water, food, a safe environment, housing, clothing, and all of the energy that is required to reproduce humans in this stage of civilizational development. Those things should be catered for before you even think about the culture wars. So if the culture wars take away from any of those issues, it's fundamentally undermining your human right and your right to existence. And so like, don't think the culture wars are everything. This is a Susan Neiman point, by the way. Interesting.
That's 120 countries of different nationalities, languages, histories, ethnicities, temperaments, and yet...
Growing up, when we were the kids, when my best friend got a beating from his mum, I got one too, so I didn't feel left out, followed by a Bible verse. That's multiculturalism at its finest. I grew up better than most. All right, you over here, come here, it's your turn. Oh my God, that's hilarious.
They sign on and agree that there are human rights that transcend culture. There are human perceptions that transcend culture. That's how you might be able to read a Persian poem or story and resonate and feel it. That was written, let's say, 400 years ago. That's how you're able to read Goethe or Shakespeare. Different culture, different time, different this, and yet there are we may miss something, there are things we may not get, there are things lost in the translation. But you can get the basic human thing there. So that's what the book deals with. And some of that I would treat tonight by talking about some things about race, gender, and class, how to think about class, and then relating that to how these politico-cultural things relate to present day situation we face. That's the other thing I stress in the book about culture. It's a highly political. It's a politically, culture just doesn't innocently grow up. Much of it is manipulated by the politically dominant forces, and that's why culture is often a class defined, that is defined by class power, not just by class experience.
Important as well. Like class is something that is, sorry, culture is something that is potentially produced by a class power in order to serve its own purpose, in order to kind of reproduce the status quo for the group that has the power. It's not this natural thing that organically develops because people just hang out with one another and we develop our own cultural nuances. Like it might have happened in the context of something like the dawn of everything, back when we lived way more egalitarian existences. But like now, culture might not even be something that you even have any say in or ability to influence. It might just be delivered to you by something like a manufacturing consent machine or your echo chamber now in a surveillance capitalist world. I also like the Lewis Carroll quote from that for every 3 modern books, you should read one old book. You should read one old book because the problems of today are different from the problems of yesterday. It's important to take into consideration another perspective of things, whether that's space or time. Interesting. Because the problems of today aren't different from the problems of yesterday, or are? Right.
Now, there's nothing wrong with treating class, race, gender, and culture, and other such things as distinct from each other. In many respects, they are. The mistake is to consider them unconnected, that they're always mutually exclusive, that if this thing has to do with race, then it doesn't have anything to do with class, or if it has to do with gender, then it's a distinct. Now, by the way, there are sometimes distinct concerns, life and death concerns.
He's talking about intersectionality here. He was doing it before it was cool, man. And he's probably doing it without all the bullshit baggage that it comes with today. Can be different and can be a new perspective of a similar problem. Yeah.
Might at the core have a purely racial or gender fixed problem to them. But much of our race, gender, class, or cultural experience is linked to each other. They're interrelated and may be part of the same overall systemic dynamic. Let's take class, because I do think it's the crucial factor regarding certain issues, not all issues. There are 2 ways of looking at class. Not class as such is not, and I'll tell you why, but class power is the crucial factor. It's very crucial for anybody who wants to urge people onward in their perceptions and criticisms in this society. Because in this society...
This is a really interesting point as well. It's not just about class, but class power. So like you can have class, but like it's meaningless unless there is some force behind it. So you're just talking about distinctions between people based on class. It's just like, oh, well, we work, so we're working class, and they hold all the value because they're the capitalist class kind of thing. But it's like, okay, that is very important as a distinction between two. But like, what are the powers that each of these classes have in the game? What's their skin in the game kind of thing? The working class's power is that it actually is the one that produces the value. That's why it needs to be controlled, because it actually is the value creator. But in the capitalist class, the ruling class, the economic elites, whatever you want to call them, they're the ones that control the property. And so they extract value from the workers. That's their power, is they own. They legally have some right, some ideological claim to things. And that's where they get their power, from their ideological control over the situation. So class should be thought of in terms of power, not just in terms of how we're just different from each other. It is a power game at the end of the day. It's important to remember, I think, those elements. Ninja Nurse, we were all all different colors and races, Islander, Viet, Wog, Arab, etc. The best part was messaging other on ICQ and to find out whose mum was making the best food and going over to their place to eat. One Nation voters just missed out on the best part of immigration. We didn't really go over the skip house much, but they were the skinny kids, so all the ethnic mums saw it as a personal challenge to fatten him up.
Class and class power are just about almost blotted out. You can show people a whole film about class power and they'll say, oh, I didn't see that. No, oh yeah, oh, now that you mention it. It's amazing how this will happen. That Americans, I'm talking about American intellectuals, are almost trained not to talk about class. So I want to talk about class because I still haven't been housebroken on this issue. There's two ways of looking at class. You can look at it as a demographic trait relating to lifestyle, income, status, upper middle, lower middle, upper, lower class, that sort of thing. There's another way of looking at class. That's not just a demographic terminology. And that is looking at class as a relationship having to do with political economic power. And it's an interrelationship. So there's no such thing as a class, except in relationship to another class. So you can't have lords.
Very dialectical, isn't it? Right? That's one for you 4IS. Like you don't have, and like this is something that Marx talks about all the time, like you don't have a capitalist class if you don't have the working class. And so if the idea, like when we talk about things like AI and automation, if the idea of automation is actually eradicate the working class altogether and to bring in the utopia kind of thing, where like everyone's free from labor, then you won't have capitalists anymore. Capitalists only exist because they are able to turn labor, human labor, turn that into profit or extract the surplus value from human laborers and turn that into profit. And so like we'll only ever have capitalism while there are workers. It's an important thing to remember. It's hard to conceptualize, but it's important to remember. I'm 40 minutes out of sync. The pipe bomb has been declared a terrorist attack. If you hadn't heard yet, no, I hadn't heard that. Yeah, interesting. And like when you say pipe bomb, you're talking about the Perth incidents, right? With the Invasion Day rally. It's about time. Didn't take that long with Bondi.
Of the manor unless you have serfs. You can't have slaveholders unless you have slaves, to take the earliest of class societies. You can't have owners and bosses unless you have workers. That they define each other in a relationship. And you can't have equality of different classes. You can hope for equality of gender. I'm not saying we have it, but you can conceptualize a society in which men and women could be equal, and we're struggling for that. You can conceptualize a society where people of different ethnic groups, African American, Latino, Euro-American, all the various ethnic groups, Euro-American, Asian American, so you can conceptualize a society where all those people could live in equality and peace and mutual respect. Again, I'm not saying we've achieved that, but we're struggling for those things. But you can't do that with class. By definition, you can't say we'll have a class, we'll have a society where the rich capitalists and the workers are equal together, which is what they tell us we do have already. You see, that's what they say. Oh, we're all just regular old Americans. You, me, Rupert Murdoch, David Rockefeller, Bill Gates, and all that. Because, you see, the interrelationship in classes, not only do they define each other, but the interrelationship, it's an inherently unequal relationship by definition. And the inequality comes from its relationship to a third set of factors. To a third factor, I mean. And that is the means of production. The
He said the thing. He said the thing. So you can't have equality. It's the distinct position of a class dynamic that you can't have equality. Like you could potentially produce some type of equality in a situation where there's distinction based on race or distinction based on gender, because you can ensure that everybody has the same access, the same rights, the same whatever. But like the definition of class itself as a distinction between the haves and the have-nots, like that's what it is. They have and the others have not. And so you can't have an equal distribution of haves and have-nots, or equality between haves and have-nots, because they're not have and have-nots anymore. They're just haves, everyone haves, or everyone has nots. They're not haves and have-nots anymore. It's just it's a irreconcilable difference. To have the class distinction, there must be a level of equality. It actually exists for that purpose. So there has to be a level of inequality exists for that purpose. The class system actually exists for one group to dominate the other. It's such an important distinction. And like, I think he's right. There is a bit of a misconception out there in the manufacturing consent machine, which is kind of, oh yeah, we're all Australians, or we're all Americans, we're all good guys, we're all hardworking people. Hey, you know, again, Elon Musk works just as hard as you do. So like, don't you think he's worth $1 trillion? No, you don't. Well, you just haven't worked hard enough. Like, you wouldn't understand. What's this? Dilemmas. R.I.P. to the GOAT from the Jimmy Dore. Michael Parenti was a legend, and here's why. Interesting.
Mines, the factories, the railroads, the media, the this, the that, the companies, the corporations. What's the relationship to the wealth of the nation? To who controls the wealth of the nation? One group owns all those means of production, distribution, and accumulation of capital. And the other group has only one thing to sell in that market where so many things are being sold, and that's their human labor. I got to get a job, that's called. It has nothing but its labor, and it gets back much less than it produces. But again, by definition. As a boss, there's only one reason I'm going to hire you, is so that I can make money off your labor. And the way I make money off your labor is by paying you less than the value you produce for me. I mean, unless you're the boss's son-in-law or something, and you're a nitwit and he can't get a job anywhere else, you bring him in, give him a little sinecure job. But normally, the only way I'm going to hire you is because I can make money off your labor. So, I remember doing strike support work for United Auto Workers in Carbondale, Illinois, in an earlier lifetime, back in '69. And I remember one of the workers saying, he was African American auto worker. And he said, either you own the mother or you work for it. That was his rule. Either you own the mother or you work for it. He used a somewhat longer word than mother, but that's what it was. So, now you can say, I mean, that isn't the only area where your value has been gets expropriated. You can say, well, then I'm not exploited in this society because I work for a nonprofit. Nobody's making money off my... No, they get you. They can get you still as a, not only as a worker, but as a taxpayer. And just as a citizen. You have to pay taxes. You get very little back for those taxes. Other people get much more off those taxes. In Democracy for the Few, I spent a lot of time explaining, where does public policy money go? Who gets it, you know? Those people who keep lecturing you, don't go to the government looking for a handout. They got their hands in our pockets. They got their hands in the public treasury, up to their elbows, up to their shoulders. You know, Halliburton, Bechtel, telling us, don't you go.
I love his imagery. It's so good. They've got their hands in government pockets, up to their elbows. Like, yeah, the absolute injustice in our current system is when we turn around and attack other working class people for being dole bludgers and all that sort of stuff, or, you know, attack immigrants for, like, you know, coming in and bludging off the system, when we have capitalist classes, we have groups of rich and powerful people with the right networks, revolving doors from government to the private sector, who have their arms as deep as they can get into the pockets of government and like really funneling out some huge cash. I'm not saying that there are other people, there are people like you potentially in your class that don't rot the system that costs a lot of money, but like, let's go after the people that have constructed the system and wrought off it all the time. All the time. I worked with one of those nitwits. He was making more than 1.5 times more than me while I was doing his job for him because he was so incompetent. Yeah, 1.5 times. Yeah, and yeah, what for? Not what you know, it's who you know.
Go to the government for this or that. They can't do anything without first getting money from the government, getting subsidized, getting their seed capital, getting equity capital. Their defense industries where the equity, where the Pentagon builds them, gives them the goddamn land and builds the factory for them to go build some.
Like fucking Palantir. Like, let's look at the history of Palantir through In-Q-Tel, which is the venture capitalist arm of the CIA. They basically kept Palantir alive for the first 5 years of its existence. They invested all the money that they needed. Like Palantir they had the idea. Alex Karp and Peter Thiel, they had the idea. And the American taxpayer funded that completely. And now they're worth billions and billions of dollars. The American government gets the service, CIA gets the service, and these guys make bank. And like it's all paid for by the American taxpayer. Don't tell me that, yeah, the capitalist classes don't have socialism already. They've got socialism. They just get to control it, and you don't at the end of the day. I see what you did there. It was a Freudian slip. Yeah.
Kind of missile or jet or some other thing like that. So they're constantly blackmailing and extorting from us. And there's a perpetual upward redistribution from the worker to the owner.
Not very benevolent. It's the Shirley argument.
From the citizen to the private investor. The one thing that keeps private capital accumulation going is public subsidies. The one thing that keeps capitalism going is socialism. Socialism always comes in to bail them out. When Illinois Bank was going to go under, the Congress ran in there and voted them how much money. When Chrysler was going to go under, remember Lee Iacocca?
Oh, snap. We got an actual genocide denier. Spandonk in the house. How you going? Tell us more about your thoughts on this.
Lee Iacocca, the captain of industry, he took over Chrysler and he pulled it up off the edge of bankruptcy and he brought it up there to be a profitable. He was a big hot. Some of you remember him. I even see some of the younger people nodding. Well, that's good. No, it's good to know there's at least some continuity of information and political experience. Yeah, but what they don't tell you is that this guy got from the Pentagon. He got billions of dollars in bail. Chrysler got these contracts on tanks and army trucks and all that. That's what pulled them out. In other words, you pulled them out. You should be on the cover of Forbes or wherever it is and says, here it is. Look, Mabel Smith works here and there, pays these extraordinary extortionary taxes, and you know the taxes you pay. Do you all remember? You can remember that far back. You remember that very first paycheck you ever got in your life?
Yo, and yeah, this mofo liked denying the Bosnian genocide. I'm not aware of this, so you'll have to give us some more details there.
Remember? You can remember that far back. You remember that very first paycheck you ever got in your life? Remember when you got that check and you said, there must be some mistake here. This is supposed to be for 2 weeks, but it looks like it's only for 1 week. And they say, no, hey, look on the other side. See, we took off for that, took off that. So you're exploited even if you work for a nonprofit, okay? So what we're talking about here is not just class, not upper middle class, professional class, blue collar, white collar, inner city, the elderly, the seniors. We don't even want to use class at times, so we make up all these other terms, you know. We're talking about class power also. Wealth and poverty do not just happen to coexist, they are dynamically interrelated. Wealth creates poverty, and the labor of the poor create the wealth. You can't have rich people without having poor people.
Another dialectical analysis for you there. Very interesting. Heard it before, but I love it. I love the idea that, like, yeah, you know when people say like, oh, but why do people hate billionaires so much? Or like, you know, they've worked hard for their money, let them exist kind of thing. And it's just like, well, you know, you can't have wealthy people without poor people. Like it's not an option where like everyone can just be wealthy kind of thing. In relation to what are they wealthy? And so like you can redistribute wealth and ensure that that isn't a factor anymore. You devise some system of doing that if you really wanted to, but like you have rich people because you have poor people, and so on and so forth. It's the dialectical, and it's the system that reproduces that outcome. So if you really care about poor people and helping out poor people in the long run, then you're going to have to change the social organization that reproduces that occurrence. Poor people aren't an unfortunate anomaly. They are they're reproduced by the system itself in the same way that the wealthy are reproduced by that particular system. And so you don't have the wealthy, let's call them, without the poors. They're actually in a relationship with each other thanks to the mode of economy that you have. His entire book, To Kill a Notion, was just pro-socialist propaganda designed to deny the atrocities committed by the socialist government. Didn't like admitting failure. And when called out, he doubled down and he was like, has anyone actually seen our camps? Fair enough. Did I read that properly? Yeah, I did.
Slave owners couldn't live in that utter opulence that they lived on their big plantations and all that if they didn't have slaves who were working from dawn to dusk, and even after nightfall, and with lights they'd have other chores they'd have to be doing, mending fences or digging a ditch or canal, something at night. They'd work them right into the night, work them every day, grudgingly sometimes giving them a few days off on Christmas or a Sunday off now and then. Lords could not live to the manner born without exploiting the serfs. Now, a slave and a serf, you can see where they're getting exploited. If a serf plants a crop and works it day and night, and then he's got to give half of this to the lord who doesn't do anything. Who doesn't do anything except go to cockfights or dog fights, ride horses, drink and wenching and having a jolly old time. That's the guy you're working for. And you know you're exploited when you got to give him half of it. The worker doesn't quite know that because the exploitation is taken off very silently. It's in, as Marx pointed out, every motion of the machine or any working in the office. It doesn't have to be factory work. Some part of the value you're producing is being taken off. It's estimated that the average worker works for herself or himself from 9 in the morning till about 11 a.m. And then after that, you're working for your boss. Okay. Maybe it's a little late. I don't want you feeling too bad here. Maybe
I've never heard anyone quantify that before. So like what he's talking about is the concept of like surplus value. And so like surplus value, he's saying, is very easy to determine if you live in a slave society or you're a serf or something like that. Because like you make, I don't know, half your yield from your land and you pay half to your lord. Like it's pretty easy to understand that, like, you know, you produce additional value beyond your needs, and then the extra stuff goes to your lord or your master. But like it's harder to tell in the capitalistic economy because it's not like you hand over, you know, half your shit kind of thing. You're working every day, and each day you accumulatively are producing value for the organization, and the owner, proprietor, or proprietors of that organization then take the value of that organization and decide what to do with it. So you can actually see your value being transferred. You're just producing value, whether you're in a factory or in an office, like whatever you're doing, you're producing value for that organization. And it's like, it's harder to see. It's harder to even know what you're doing. Like you actually have no idea that it's happening. You're just doing stuff. That's why you're there. You've been employed to do stuff, but like you're producing value, and like what you get paid, hopefully covers your subsistence. And like in the societies that we have today, or in the Western societies at least, like what you get paid is more than just a subsistence wage. It's not just enough to make you survive so you can come back to work the next day. Like, we get more from our wages than that, because we actually have to consume and keep the economy going, and the economy will fail if we aren't good consumers. So we do get a little bit more than a subsistence. But, like, you know, you could argue that that's what subsistence is now, is all the niceties that and the luxuries that we have these days beyond just a subsistence. But, like, I've never heard anyone quantify like he has. Like where did he get this fact from? Did someone do research and was just like, in the modern economy in 2006 or in the early 2000s, as when he's talking here, if you took a map of all of the value that is produced by workers in a free market society, maybe in America, I don't know, and like, how much of the value do they produce for themselves to cover their own needs, to cover like their own wages? And then what's all the additional value? And he's just like, from 9, if you work a 9 to 5, from 9 to 11, you make value that reproduces your existence as a worker. Just think of yourself as a serf in the field, producing enough, I don't know, food for you to survive. That you do that within the first 2 hours of your working day, and from 11 onwards, you're just producing additional value for your boss or the proprietor of the organization or whatever. And then they take all the additional, the surplus value is from 11 o'clock onwards every day. That's mental. If someone actually sat down and was like, and averaged it out. So, like, you know, if you've ever wondered what you should be doing at work, if you're an office worker or a factory worker, work seriously for the first 2 hours. That justifies your existence, and then slack off for the rest of the day, because that value ain't for you anyway. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. That's somebody else's value. I don't want to have to continue to live in this state of fantasy that'll just give them value. I guess this depends on the brand of leftism as well, but many leftists don't mind if you get rich off your work. Many leftists don't mind if you get rich off your work. It's when you get rich off others' work while not providing value, it becomes a problem. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, if you individually get rich, but like if you're exploiting others, and exploitation is more objective than it sounds. Like, exploitation is like this idea of, okay, I produce value to reproduce my existence in the first 2 hours of the day, but then that surplus value that sits on top of it, I'm producing that surplus value. Shouldn't I have a say over what happens with the rest of the hours and the day that I work? I made it. All my colleagues made it. We all made it together. Like, why can't we have a say in that? And so the exploitation is that somebody else gets to decide what to do with that surplus value, that additional value that you're producing. And so, like, if you don't get a say, that's the exploitation part. And so, like, then it's questionable whether it's ethical, that system, or not. Spandok, there are some owner-operators and CEOs who don't run their businesses to just profit. They take away a wage equal to their workers, and the extra value goes back into the business, reinvesting the profit. Mostly it's for profit, though. Yeah, there are some great, and I know this sounds tongue-in-cheek, but like, there were some great slave owners too that really looked after their slaves really well. You know, there were some lords that were really good lords. They really looked after their serfs really well. And they were probably good people, I guess. But the system, overwhelmingly, or in its totality, was unethical. The system of slavery in and of itself, as the idea of it, was unethical. Even if you were lucky enough to get yourself a great master who really looked after you and treated you well. So yeah, I'm sure there are some great businesses out there, and there probably are heaps of them. But like, I would argue as well, like, it's, most people are like, oh, well, like, think of the small business down the street or something like that, the restaurant down the street, or some small business owner or something that, you know, adds to the local economy. That's not the stuff that we're really talking about here either. We're talking about people that, like, you know, control the economy, not get controlled by the economy. Indoctrinate then. Yeah, ain't no one saying there's something wrong with LeBron James being a billionaire, but the system that made him a billionaire is still a problem. Yeah. It's getting rich off your work, but also your reward for putting in the capital and taking the risk. E endorses slavery. You heard it here first. Am I oversimplifying it by saying millionaires are fine? However, billionaires should not exist? No, billionaires shouldn't exist. The system is the issue, not the individuals, but the individuals are perpetuating it because it rewards them to do so. Well, like, you know, millionaires used to be the billionaires. Like, you know, in the Gilded Age, they were millionaires, and they were the same as what we would consider billionaires to be today. So like, it's millionaires are now acceptable because they're yesterday's billionaires. Does that make sense? So like, I don't think the distinction is whether we should allow millionaires or not billionaires. I think rightly so, as Indoctrination is saying, if the system produces extreme wealth inequality, that's not an anomaly. That's the system. And so those people that are extremely wealthy relative to everybody else, and then have the power that station provides, it is the system that will keep reproducing that. Whether, you know, 100 years ago they were millionaires, today they're billionaires, and in 100 years' time they'll be trillionaires. Spend on, yeah, the underlying system should enforce it, in my opinion. I like a regulated market. Make the owners and the CEOs give their employers a choice in the distribution of profit. Listen to you socialist, you. Bonuses, reinvestment. What are we doing this quarter? Hey, giving the workers a say? Hey? I'm all for regulated markets if that's what it is too, Spendonk. Giving the workers power over their workplaces. I'm all for that too, bro. Me and you, mate. Clarice, you can't become a billionaire without being bourgeois, whereas you can become a millionaire while being part of the working class. This is true, actually. We've spoken about this phenomenon before, Clarice. Like, recently Meta was offering the top AI researchers $300 million contracts. $300 million contracts. Now, those people are multi-millionaires now, but they don't own Meta. They don't get to say, like, if Mark Zuckerberg decides tomorrow to fire them, or they do some amazing research and he says, no, we're not going in that direction, it's my call. They don't own the company. They don't control the economy. They're working class, but like, goddamn, they're worth about $300 million. The number of zeros is insignificant, really. It's the system. Those zeros will only get bigger if it's allowed to continue. And my God, will it continue? We have a fiat currency system now. It's gonna continue. That Adrian bloke who put a Ferrari in his apartment is a billionaire from his fitness business. Came from nothing. Hell yeah. Remember when billionaires used to donate wings to a hospital or build schools and slap their name on it? I didn't see much of that anymore. Probably cost too much. Or like, I would say that they're probably just too detached from reality. Like before, like they kind of existed in the same society. But like now billionaires, like we're so alienated from one another now. Like billionaires don't really have to mix with the plebs anymore. Before you kind of knew, like in the Gilded Age, you knew where the millionaires were in New York. You knew where they were. Like before, like now, I think the alienation between the people that are of the new Gilded Age and the rest of us plebs is so extreme that they don't feel any necessity in placating us plebs. Like nothing. Like before they had to do stuff for PR, right? They had to look good. But like now, I don't even know if they need to do any PR stuff, like build a hospital wing or build a school anymore. Just wait for inflation to come. We'll all be millionaires. Yeah, great. I wish there was a billionaire who woke up one morning and said, I'm bored. I'm going to educate the underprivileged community. Instead, they're building temples on islands and touching things they shouldn't. Or they start up foundations like the Bill Gates and Melinda Foundation, the Clinton Foundation, which are like vehicles of philanthropy where they can use as kind of tax write-offs and like fulfill other questionable agendas that we shouldn't really know about. But it supports their power interests and they can just call it philanthropy instead of just building up a school and handing it over or building up a wing that can actually be used for the public good. No, it's part of our foundation and our foundation does this and just put it on the foundation. I feel like people used to look on it more favorably, donate a hospital wing and a scandal gets forgiven, but now we don't forgive when money gets thrown at a problem.
It's as late as noon, I don't know.
They are helping eradicate polio, but also like to touch the holio in their spare time.
The colonizer cannot gather wealth without exploiting and impoverishing the colonies. By the way, that's what empires are about. Empires are about making money. That's why people go to far-off places. That's why they've been doing this for thousands of years, literally thousands of years. You go to the place not because you just want to put the flag in there or because you want your nation to have some kind of glory. You go because you want to make money off the labor and the resources that are in that country. That's what empire is about.
Look, I hear some stuff in the chat here about fucking philanthropy. Philanthropy has got nothing to do with billionaires giving back. It is another system. In the system we've all been critiquing, it's another part of the system so they can maintain their power. Yeah, okay, they might do something with the foundation that is noteworthy, but it's just like tax dodging and all that sort of stuff. It's just another vehicle for them to maintain their power. It's not like building a wing of a hospital and donating that to the hospital. Philanthropy and these organizations, these foundations that they have, are ways for channeling their money into pursuits that they deem are acceptable. If you really think that a billionaire, for some reason, like should hand over part of their money, right? Don't do it through a fucking foundation. Bullshit. They get to choose how they give back to society. How about I start choosing how I give back to society? Well, I don't like paying for public transport. I don't like railway lines. I'm not going to pay my taxes anymore. And so like instead of not paying my taxes, I'm going to donate or start up a foundation with the taxes that I should be paying, and I'm going to pour that into stopping people from eating fast food because I don't like fast food. And so like everyone's gonna be like, oh wow, Mr. E's so amazing. He evades tax, doesn't pay enough of all the wealth that he extracts from society, but he spends all this money trying to fight fast food. What a fucking legend. What a goddamn legend. No, fuck you. If you're a billionaire, fuck your foundation. Pay your fucking taxes and we'll decide as a nation or a sovereign people or a culture what to do with the money. I don't buy all this fucking philanthropy bullshit. It's one of the biggest cons of the modern era. I'm telling you. My heartache is that most charities should not exist if we had a fair taxation system. See, there you go. There it is. Medical research, that could come from the national purse. Housing the homeless, that could come from the national purse. Charity donations being tax deductions only services the rich. Case in point, helping Gina fund the RFDS through the Reinhardt Medical Foundation. No, pay your fucking taxes, give back the assets, and like we'll decide what to do with the money. Thank you very much. They all donate and solve massive issues in small nations, but does it excuse everything else? Yeah, I don't think so. I wanted to see exotic Vietnam, the crown jewel of Southeast Asia. I want to meet interesting and stimulating people of an ancient culture and kill them. I want to be the first kid on the block to get a confirmed kill. What the hell is that in relation to I'm a fixer? Seriously. Is that in relation to colonialism? Philanthropy is usually just another system to exert influence. Yes. It's just a tax write-off. Well, any philanthropy is that. Wasn't you said technically philanthropy? Charity is just bypassing, helping everyone and focusing on the interest group that serves you. If you have brain cancer, you got to turn money into a brain cancer charity rather than paying your taxes to build hospitals for everyone with brain cancer. If I were a billionaire, I would pay the police to go fuck themselves. My taxes go to abortion and bombs for Is Not Rail. Am I okay with my taxes going to purchase death? No. That's a separate discussion, though. Completely separate discussion. What you're talking about is a policy decision and electing people that will actually spend the money in the right way. And you can influence that, but you can't influence a billionaire, can you? When they decide that they want to pursue something that's in their interest or not. Even if you're not starting it with funds gained from tax evasion or other criminal activity, you're just using your profit to further anything, is taking that choice into their own hands. Yes. Now we would buy subs for everyone. There we go. I'd vote for a flat 20% tax across the board. All right, back to Parenti.
Empire is about the ruling elements in one country expropriating the land, the labor, the natural resources, the wealth that's in the ground, the minerals, the gold, the iron, copper, tin, whatever it might be, and the markets of another country. And what that does, when you keep working on people and you keep taking the stuff out, it leaves them poor. It leaves them very poor. So the third world is not underdeveloped. I never did understand that term, underdeveloped. And it's not developing. They're calling them the developing nations. That accepts underdevelopment as an original condition. It's maldeveloped. It's overexploited. These countries are poor because they've been ripped off for 400, 500, 600 years. Let's take racism. Let's move to that. Discussions.
That's a very interesting point. I think I might have to use that. Instead of saying undeveloped or developing nations, using maldeveloped, like purposely extracted for wealth, for resources and labor, pillaged, I guess you could say, for resources and labor, and suppressed so they don't develop. They're maldeveloped. It's like purposeful, their trajectory of development. It's an intentional restriction on their development in order so they can continue to be extracted from. I don't think that's a particularly contentious claim to make. It's basically the story of modern history, really. This is a serious question. Given the track record of governments around the world throughout history, why do people still think the government will somehow, this time, spend my tax money wisely and more efficiently than I will spend my own money if I was allowed to keep it? I don't know if this is really the question, though. Like, what we're talking about here are billionaires or people that control significant portions of the economy evading tax. You're talking about, like, me as an individual. I should be able to evade tax. Oh, I don't like paying tax. Well, these people don't actually pay tax. Or they manipulate the system so they have to pay as little as possible despite extracting the most value out of society. And, like, it's fine for them. Now, what you're saying, if it's fine for them, I shouldn't have to do it either, right? Yeah, but, like, that's not the system we have. The system that we have is based on a form of taxation. And the biggest players, the people that could really pay a lot and return social value for redistribution. You know what? If you actually got a system where the people that make the most, extract the most value from society started paying tax, you probably wouldn't have to pay as much tax as you do. You could really eradicate a lot of that. You really could. But, like, you're being squeezed because other people take advantage of the system easily. Hello, what an opinion. Easily Mao developed. I have often heard Warren Buffett talk about a flat tax rate. I'm not sure how I would feel about it, like progressive system, but I don't like loopholes, like tax deductions. Taxation is theft from a billionaire or from a poor man. Taxation is fine. I like my hospitals and my garbage collected and running water. So you're willing to pay for these things without government forcing you to pay these things? Sweet, sweet libertarianism. Burkina Faso is an excellent example of this. When their industries were owned by France, they were leased for $1 billion a year. Since giving France the boot, they have made 18 billion. Interesting. Oscar done again. Parenti has a bit on how those who pay, working class or foreign aid, pays for the cops in the army of a country aren't the same that those who make money out of that country, cap class of the first world. To get rich, you either get good at taxes or get so rich you can pay someone else to be good at taxes. Throughout history, places that have been overexploited for their resources have been some of the largest hubs of trade due to close proximity to the resources. They're not always deprived. Claiming every underdeveloped nation has gone through this, and this is the cause, is pretty wild claim. Love to see if he's got evidence. I'm not engaging with your argument because it's dumb. Mystery might like to hear both sides, but I'm an ass. Right, you'd rather stick your head in the sand instead of saying I'm correct? Does it hurt you that much? All right, back to it. We're only halfway. We're a third of the way through this.
On racism, usually fixed on attitudes. Bill Clinton, you remember in his last year, he decided he was going to deal with racism in America. And what did he do? He had these highly publicized things. He sat down with a white family here and a black family here, and let's just talk, folks, like this is where the problem is at. And some of the problem is there. People feel this bad way, and we've got to cleanse their hearts and minds. But we should also keep in mind the larger system of power and interest that sustains racist attitudes. That's why we should speak not only of attitudinal racism, but of institutional and systemic racism. That is, an institution can be racist in effect, even if its officers claim no such racism in intent. Now, when you talk about the overweening power and accumulation of power in this society, which is emblematic of capitalism, invariably someone is quick to come in a sentimental tone and say, well, what about the small individual entrepreneur who has an idea and starts a business and creates something and employs some people and creates a product that's useful or service.
Like, what is he wrong on? I missed it because of the delay, specifically.
Some people.
Systematic racism needs proponents to endure. Needs proponents to endure, otherwise it erodes. Obviously.
And creates a product that's useful or service that's useful. What about them? Aren't they of some value? And I always usually said in this kind of sing-song voice like that, sentimental. And I always say, yeah, but we're not talking about them. We're not talking about mom and pop enterprises. We're not talking about small businesses. We're talking about these giant multinational concentrations of wealth and power. The small businesses are like squirrels dancing among the elephants. And squirrels dancing among elephants have a very low life expectancy. And it's about, what is it, 400 or 500 small businesses go under every week. And unlike the Bank of Illinois, unlike Chrysler, unlike some of the others, when they go under, you're out, you're on your own. You go broke on your own, you go into business on your own. Congress doesn't come rushing in multi-billion-dollar subsidies to save you because they're afraid that if you go down, it's going to be a suction and it's going to take a lot of other things and the whole big corporate economy may start coming down. You just go down, you're on your own. And do small businesses, are they of any value? They're of great value. They're of great value. They create most of the jobs in this society. If you look over the last 20 years at the Fortune 500, the big corporations, between downsizing and outsourcing and cutting back and all the other stuff, you add that in against whatever new things they've started, and the net gain in jobs is about zero. Almost all job growth comes from small and middle-level businesses and the public sector. But that's not where the power is. That's not who's shaping the society and the culture and everything else like that. Now, for modern-day capitalist society, racism and sexism have been very functional. And if they weren't functional, you can bet they would have been gone a long time ago. Or a lot more of it would have been gone, a lot quicker, a lot easier. People would not have to die. Women would not have had to fight for 90 years to get the vote. African Americans would not have to risk lynchings and death and whatever else to get some modicum of security if it wasn't so functional. First of all, employers have always desired a surplus workforce. When there's full employment, when jobs are looking for workers rather than workers looking for jobs, then wages tend to go up. When wages go up, that cuts into my profits. See, every dollar I got to spend on stupid thing like wage increases or health care or occupational safety or environmental protection, every dollar I got to spend on stupid, ridiculous things like that is one less dollar for me. And I really don't like that if I'm a boss or owner or plutocrat. Conversely, when workers are in superabundant supply in an overcrowded job market, then wages can be kept down. Now, for generations, women, children, immigrants, and ethnic minorities who have suffered certain disadvantages and have very limited job opportunities serve as a reserve army of labor. They're a super exploited labor pool that increases the competition for jobs and further depresses wages. It lowers the floor of wages. I mean, one of the things that made African Americans employable in certain kind of service jobs was their willingness to take really substandard wages, because that's all they could get. One of the things that made women employable, and the reason bosses were interested in having women come work in these shops and all, was again...
The argument it was only resisted to keep profits up is also pretty wild. I don't think hate is monetarily based. He's absolutely detached from the real world. Too many political and economic books and not enough observing the real world. Well, you don't think that this is true. As in, you don't think that there have been suppression of groups to keep the working class at a certain level so it can't demand more of the value that society produces. I think you have to look at things as a totality as opposed to specifically what people do just to make money. Like, it's a part of a system. It's part of a general system. Like, profit is the game, but profit is only based on the extraction of, like, realistically, profit is based on the extraction of surplus value from working populations. Like, you can get profit by playing games with numbers. Like, you can play on Wall Street, or you can buy a company and shell it out and play, like, you know, sell it for dearer than what you bought it. You can trade on items and, you know, buy cheap and sell dear. Those are all forms of profit. But we're talking about as a social unit here, as a totality, as a social organism, the way we create real value, not just play with numbers like accountants and stuff like that. Like, is how you produce, like, how do you get more stuff, like the stuff that you see around you, out of these physical things around you, the actual real value, the services, the goods that you see around you. They get developed, they get produced because people are out there producing this stuff. People provide services. People create goods and value. Again, not this weird abstract stuff that happens on stock markets and with, like, clever accounting tricks. And so it's that value that we're talking about here. That value comes from controlling labor. And, like, there is evidence of this. It's not the only thing. There's heaps of evidence out there that like they will use racial tactics, they'll use gender divisions to help suppress wages, or to stop people fighting for, I don't know, better conditions or something like that. But there are historical examples of that all over the place. Is that the only thing that produces profit in the system, by sowing the seeds of racial division and gender equality? No, absolutely not. But it's a factor, to borrow. Sorry, I do believe there's an elite class, but he's arguing that systematic racism exists even after the abolishment and decline of individual racism due to it being profitable, which I think is ridiculous. Well, I've explained it as I see it. And I do think it's a factor. It's definitely a tool, or a what's the word? Something in the playbook. It's like it's a tactic that you can take out of your playbook. Is it like the foundation of the profit system? No.
Out of, not their willingness is the wrong word, out of necessity it becomes their willingness to work at this wage. So a super exploited reserve group or such kind is very functional in helping to depress and keep down wages and increase that profit of that.
Yeah, if it's a political hot topic anyway, business might use it as a distraction to not raise wages, but sure, but do they base their system on profit off bias? Well, like I said, it's something that they use in order to suppress wages. They don't want people to collectively, they don't want people to come together. So, yeah, is it the entire basis of the profit system? No, but like, again, controlling labor and ensuring they don't come together is what we're talking about here, ultimately. Ultimately.
Margin of profit. Racism and sexism also serve class power as a divisive force. They help keep the working class fragmented, disorganized, fighting each other for crumbs rather than concerting for a larger slice of the pie. And the most successful unions have been the ones like United Auto Workers and others, machinists, others, that have overcome the racism in their ranks and get black and white and whatever other groups together so that they could work with unity and have an effective impact. And the same with sexism, you know, busy beating your wife instead of organizing to beat your boss, which is what you really should be doing, and directing your anger and energies toward. Economic elites, by the way, are very aware of this, and they consciously discourage.
I don't think bias is profitable in most cases. I do believe there are historical cases like redlining, etc. But we know about this stuff, and he's claiming more. He's claiming that it is all biased for profit, just a little too far, in my opinion. But hey, maybe. Yeah, fair enough.
Discourage working class unity and incite inter-ethnic competition. This is as old as Plato and Aristotle. There's a passage in Aristotle's Politics in Book 1 where he advises the slaveholder. He says, ancient Greece was a slave society. He says, if you have a work crew of slaves, make sure they're of different nationalities and they can't speak each other's language. I mean, there, right, is there in that great, marvelous book of political philosophy that we all read. What's happening to the sound of this? Is it still on? Oh, there it is. Is that, well, what happens is you start to compensate and using the voice to reach, boy, these crappy, someday I'm going to speak someplace where they've mastered the mysteries of sound.
It's a fact. It's a thing now.
In the late 19th century, early 20th.
Like, that's capitalism, baby, and now it's a factor. Oh my God, it's become a thing.
Century, work crews in mines and factories also had the same problem, namely that they could not, or they would deliberately mix the nationalities. They'd have a Hungarian, a Pole, an Italian, whoever else, all these different immigrant groups, working them, deliberately mixing them up so that they did not get along or they did not understand each other, and that was what's happened to it.
think accidentally.
Yeah, is that better? Oh, when I move that, is that it's got to be up as far. Is that on now? I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I want to point out that racism has to be taught to people. That in 1600s in America, you had indentured servants, Native American Indians, they were called Indians mistakenly, and African slaves here, runaway slaves. They would actually form communities, all three groups. They often were working under the same miserable conditions, and they developed friendships. They even, God forbid, they not only fraternized, they even intermarried. So what you had to do was teach people to be apart and to be separate, drive these wedges and put little pictures in their heads of fear and division. To illustrate how culture is used.
Whoa, what, is that really hard to believe? Like it happened in the South. Howard Zinn talks about this division. Yeah, it's not, is it really that unbelievable that you have people manufacture division between peoples? We do it all the time. We still do it.
As an instrument of social control. There we are. I finally got it. But I dare not move a quarter of an inch away. Let's look at the political scene in this country a little more closely right now. Because what we're seeing is a plutocratic resurgence, a reactionary force that's in power right this time. They're not conservatives. They are reactionary.
Whoa, you honestly believe that? It isn't only taught. Humans don't like things, different things inherently. Tribalism ruled for a long time because of that. Then feudalism. LOL. Interesting. So you think it's human nature to not like different things, i.e. different people, and so racism is human nature. I'm really enjoying this lurk, just so you know. It's interesting, this one. I didn't think fucking Parenti was going to be so fucking controversial. I didn't think these ideas were that controversial. Like, they're historically grounded, a lot of these ideas. I think Graeber would disagree. I'm not saying it's good, but when humans see something that looks different, they get scared. Interesting. And fear elicits a fight response. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not convinced that the idea that racism is kind of natural. Like, just because people are fearful of the unknown, that doesn't make them inherently racist. Like, if you're engaged with some tribe in the Amazon that has never seen or had any connection with outside people before, and they're tribalistic, and so, you know, they don't like new people. Do they not like those people because they don't look like them, or they just don't like them because they don't know who the fuck they are? Like, I think that is a massive distinction. It's a massive distinction. It's the basis for a lot of racism, tribalism, schism, based on difference of appearance. Fair enough. Fair enough. I don't know if I believe that. Okay, so then, like, what if you had an Amazon tribe that was being contacted for the first time by people that look exactly like them? They're just wearing modern clothes, but they look exactly the same. Like aesthetic, like physically. They're of the same group, the same race, let's say. Do they fear the clothes, the modern clothes, or do they fear the person themselves? If they looked similar but acted differently, then there would be some relation. But if they looked different and act different, then yes. This was the basis for a lot of tribal war. Interesting. And so, like, does this tribal war include people going to places where people actually look different? Because it sounds like this tribal war is happening transnationally, as opposed to within cultures that actually look the same. That just sounds like basic tribalism to me. People would have been tribal and probably killing other people that looked exactly like them. They were just different culturally, actually. I don't know about that. I don't know if I'm down with that theory. If human civilization was truly diverse with no racism, if aliens came down, all humans would prefer the in-group preference of humans, not the aliens. Yeah. Does that mean babies are born and instantly hate someone that looks different? It's an interesting point. Racism isn't something we're born with. Kids aren't racist. They become curious, but racism is learned. Yeah, that's a fair one. Feeling you're different is different to propaganda making you feel superior or inferior. Chattel slavery was justified by a new, basically invented form of racism by the elite. I'd say Donk's take is my natural reaction as well. Fuck, I didn't think Parenti was going to do this to the stream today. I thought we'd just chill out and watch some Parenti, but here it is. This is like he's hitting some core issues here. Yeah, throughout New Zealand, the Maori saw themselves at the top, for example, and denoted their tribe through markings, not skin color, but similar point. Different markings was a death sentence. So it's cultural. Like racism is cultural. I'm not sure what your point is actually by that one. You might have to explain that better for me. I'm surprised Jimmy Dory's glazing him. Last he realized the right-wing COVID grift is over now.
Reactionary. A conservative is someone who resists any kind of social advantage. They're not conservative. Reactionary is a seen in this country a little more closely right now, because what we're seeing is a plutocratic resurgence, a reactionary force that's in power right this time. They're not conservatives. They are reactionary.
We had this conversation last week. I think this is really fucking important. Like people were going off on about like progressives versus conservatives and stuff like that. And like I said, like conservatives serve a purpose and they're not particularly a problem. They seek to conserve the status quo, and progressive seeks to push or pull the status quo in a different direction. But it is the progressives that pull in that dialectical relationship that is pulling something forward. So the conservatives cede ground always to progressives because they're doing the pulling. And so it moves in a direction defined by the progressives. But like reactionaries are different to conservatives. I think this is a fair point here. And it's like a nuance that is missed by most people, I would say. Jag, but someone had to teach them that those markings meant before they had an opinion on them. No? Yeah, I agree. So I'm saying I think that sounds like it's cultural, not innate. We seem to have regressives in power at the moment, though, yes. Now, yeah, conservatives and reactionaries. Now, I believe the difference between a reactionary, like the antithesis to a reactionary, is a revolutionary. So a revolutionary is someone that seeks like systematic change as opposed to change on a particular issue. A progressive seeks to move the dial on an issue, and conservatives seem to maintain the status quo. That happens within the existing system. Like a revolutionary would seem to change the system itself, the entirety of the totality, where a reactionary actually seeks to maintain the totality or regress, like, you know, move past or go backwards, as opposed to moving with a distinct change on a systematic level. I think they're different things. Reactionary versus revolutionary, and then progressive versus conservative. I think they are different things. I know they're used interchangeably, but I definitely think they're different things. Dilemmas. It's in-group preference, and that doesn't have to be race. If there was a group of people with only one arm, and they met the two-arm people, they would prefer the one-arm clan. What kind of freak has two arms? Do they think they have two dicks as well? Ew. So yeah, those markings would have to be taught. Bad example. A better example would be any Indigenous reaction to the arrival of foreigners. Right. Like a lot of Indigenous reaction to foreigners, like historically speaking as well. Like when you look at the Americas or the Indo-Pacific and stuff like that, it wasn't just straight out violence. Like some were like straight out violence, and some were like, you know, very exploratory. Like they wanted to find out more about these new peoples. So that would potentially come down to culture. Again, it's a cultural thing. Like some of the North American indigenous populations were very warlike, and so their responses were to respond with warfare. But like others weren't of the same ilk, and so they didn't respond with warfare. They responded with moving away or opening up a form of dialogue. It's not, I don't think it's ubiquitous that as soon as indigenous populations of a certain area met explorers, they tried to kill them straight away. Yeah, I know, it was mostly fear, or even fear. Like they just moved away. They were like, "Oh, holy shit, who the fuck are these people? Let's get out of here." I'm just saying there is a basis for racism based purely on fear of something new. Fair enough. Fair enough. Interesting. Yeah, and I would wonder if that is cultural. Like fear, the fear response is a natural, like, chemical reaction in our physiology. What you're talking about here is potentially this idea that if we see someone that's different to us, that ignites our fear, our fight or flight response, just because we're seeing someone who's different for the first time. And so that fight or flight response is the basis for racism. And like, I don't know. I honestly don't know. Like you see animals, right, when it comes to like predators and stuff like that. If they've never interacted with a predator before, the new predator comes into their environment, they're completely fucking oblivious to it. Like when, like in Australia, when they introduced foxes or something like that, or cats, they completely decimated like local wild populations because like the local animal populations didn't even know what it was. So like they didn't even defend themselves. They had no reaction to them at all, and they just got wiped out basically. Not that it has to occur, but old mate here says racism has to be taught. Yeah, which isn't the basis for all racism, but doesn't even always result in racism, but that initial fear can cause it. Okay. Even in animals, they don't mate with others if they're too different.
A conservative is someone who resists any kind of social advancement and social change because he wants to maintain conserve his existing privileges. A reactionary is someone who wants to roll it back and make things, roll back the existing egalitarian advances and victories that everyone, and that's their outspoken, if slightly disguised, goal, to get us back to 1890. Now the conservative class uses culture as an instrument of social control. The conservative plutocracy means ruled by the wealthy, is keenly aware that it's vulnerable on class issues. After all, its class agenda really only serves the interests of about, really, ultimately about a fraction of 1% of the entire population. Its class agenda is diametrically opposed to the needs and interests of the vast majority of the people in this society. People in George Bush Sr.'s presidential campaign, not Junior, not not George W. Bush, but George Herbert Walker Bush back then, when he was running for the presidency against Michael Dukakis of Massachusetts. Remember that miserable performance by Dukakis?
Just like to finish off by saying, as humans, I think we should know better and use our logic to overcome that fear. Yeah, look, I think we should know better as well. Not just give in. Definitely don't want to just give in. Yeah, fair enough. I think the fundamental point of departure for the two of us is this idea. I still fundamentally disagree when people use use argumentation that like this is somehow human nature. Like greed is somehow human nature. I don't know if that is specifically a trait of human beings or even denotes some type of survival asset. And so like, I don't know, like I don't think racism is somehow inbuilt in human nature. And like you said, you can use rationality, you can use logic, you can use your mind over matter kind of thing to suppress that innate feeling. I'd argue that it's not just human nature, but nature in general. Fair enough.
They said, I think Lee Atwater said it too. Now this is 20 years ago. He said, if Dukakis had played the class card, we would have lost. But he never did. The Democrats are terrified of the prospect of playing the class card. Because their greatest fear is being found too far out left. So they're always sucking up to the middle, to the right, and moving in. They're always saying, you see them on those talk shows, oh, we don't differ that much. Well, we agree, really. We really have a lot of agreement here, blah, blah, blah. You never see the reactionary saying that. He's never saying, oh, we agree. Oh, that sort of thing. Oh, I'm on your side. We're really on the same side. You know, that sort of thing. Dukakis couldn't done. He didn't do that. He spent the whole goddamn campaign talking about his leadership abilities. I believe in leadership. I'm going to bring leadership. And everybody's saying, well, you talk about what's on everybody's mind, the issues, the problems we're facing, and all that. So he never played the class card. Meanwhile, the Republicans played the Willie Horton card, soft on crime. They played the Gulf War card. They played the abortion card. Not the Gulf War, that started later on, but they played the threat of terrorism card. They were playing all that stuff back then, too. The reactionaries, they hit on two tactics. The first one is to
Oscar, the vast majority of it today is propaganda to divide the working class. People know people of different races and still think immigrants, etc., are taking their resources when it's really the capitalist class. Like I said before, animals are highly selective. Chimps are more racist with their individual divergent species and tribes than us. I'd argue only human nature gives us logic. I'd argue our human nature gives us logic.
To conjure up alternative issues, which are sometimes called cultural issues. Oh, cultural issues are very important in this election. I even saw a Sunday talk show once. It was with William Buckley and about 3 or 4 of his right-wing cohorts. And they were sitting there and they were very consciously saying that conservatives have to explore and bring forth cultural issues that resonate with the people and move away from these limited bread and butter issues. Now, if you decode that, they're saying, we don't have a chance on class, really, if we really tell people what we want to do to them. We want to cut your wages, we want to cut back on your human services, we don't want to give you health insurance, this and that. But we do have a chance if we get them involved and concerned and worried about feminism, the gays, the blacks getting everything and you're poor hard.
Oscar, are you new here? Is this your first time on the stream? Let us know. Because I got an invitation for you if you are new here. I'm going to put it in anyway. I can hear 4AS in the background. Do the plug. Do the plug. I'm doing it.
Working white guy, you never get anything, and all that sort of thing. And so they've been doing that now for a couple of decades, or about 3 decades, playing on these issues. One big one is a godsend in the last election was gay marriage. I mean, that was just throwing them raw meat. Oh, thank God, manna from heaven. there it was, keeping people distracted and up in arms about denying rights to other people. Because gay marriage will undermine the very fabric and sacredness of marriage and destroy it as an institution. As is happening right now in Massachusetts, correct, which has legal gay marriage, and don't you see the whole institution of marriage is just falling apart? Why would you want to get married anymore if queers can get married too? I mean, it's just not, doesn't happen, it's outrageous, it feels all filthy and wrong. I'm not going to get married, baby. Don't give me that argument, sweetheart.
I saw you on Friendly Geordies a while
Flag
ago.
burning. There's another burning issue.
And only really started watching now. Oh, okay. Well, welcome back to the fold. I'm assuming you mean like on a podcast or something like that. Yep. Well, all right. Well, welcome to the stream. We're doing Parenti. Parenti died, by the way. That's R.I.P. Parenti. Logic to overcome the fear and the reptilian remnant of our brain based on pure instinct and fear-based reaction. Racism is a remnant of nature. Open-mindedness is human. Interesting. You know, like in that same vein though, like immense and indiscriminate, like immense, not individual, but immense and indiscriminate cruelty then is human. Because like even these very basic reptilian organisms that we're talking about here don't do the mass killings, the genocide, and the complete environmental destruction that humans are capable of. So much for open-mindedness. Take me back to the reptilian days. Hey, am I right? Am I right? Nah. Indeed it is.
Congress, the U.S. Senate, right, just a few months ago, almost passed a resolution to start the constitutional amendment process to make desecration of the flag a felony, put it in the Constitution.
This is a funny one. We've been speaking about this one a bit. We are massive capacity for cruelty for the sake of personal gratification. We have, sorry, yeah. Oh, yeah, if you're still watching this, Dilemmas, this is for you, brother. Hope you're listening to this. Burning the flag. Listen to this.
Resolution to start the constitutional amendment process to make desecration of the flag a felony, put it in the Constitution. And that's an urgent issue there again. I mean, most of my clothes are singed by these flag burners. I can't walk down the street without flag burners doing it. I was at the airport and some guy was burning a flag. It almost killed several of us, right? Don't you live in constant terror and fear of these flag burners all over the place? I mean, this is an issue that we have to wake up America about. The importance of it is something.
He's highlighting the irrationality of the culture wars. It's pretty funny. Like, if someone burns a flag, is it really harming you? Like, did you get burnt? Did it almost burn your house down? Was there a significant risk to life and property? Was there damage to anything? No, if not, well, it's just a culture war thing. Let people burn flags if they want to. They don't care about burning flags, but they do care about dividing people along the lines of whether it's acceptable or not. So they fight each other, not anyone else. Yeah, it hurt. It hurt my feelings. Well, apparently feelings don't matter. So which one is it? Eh? Don't care about your feelings.
Terror and fear of these flag burners all over the place. I mean, this is an issue that we have to wake up America about. The importance of it is something. Well, abortion, that is an important and a real issue. Do you know? But that is the perfect example of the manipulative agenda that is being used. If anybody says, oh, what, you got a conspiracy theory? You think they really deliberately propagate these issues and all that, you know? I say, okay, they don't really deliberately propagate these issues. They just seem to propagate these issues continually, incessantly, without relief, okay? Now, whether they intend to or whether they do it in a fit of absent-mindedness, you choose. But 30 years ago, conservatives and right-wingers were for abortion. Ronald Reagan signed one of the most liberal abortion laws. You're living in the state where it happened.
Yeah, I never understood that. Flag burning, book burning, inflammatory, but non-violent language, but doesn't actually hurt anyone. The division is the only justification for illegality. This is also interesting as well. Like, I didn't realize this. What he just said was Reagan, the bastion of everyone's hopes for Project 2025. Reagan was the one, or was a Republican who signed in legislation for abortions. Like he wanted birth control at one point. And now it's such a hot issue in American politics. It's like it's a discussion on murder and life and death. And Republicans back in the day supported it fully. That just shows you how much of a culture war issue that is. It's just culture war bullshit.
Reagan signed one of the most liberal abortion laws. You're living in the state where it happened. George Herbert Walker Bush Sr., George I, when he was in Congress, voted for an abortion bill. It was only later on when they began realizing that they could use this issue, that, their arguments then were that the poor have too many kids, they're on welfare and this and that, and they should get abortions and so forth. Then they began to realize that it was a deeply divisive issue, that they could, they searched for divisive issues. Oh, Parenti, stop being so cynical, paranoid, conspiratorial. No, they do. They call it that too. They call them wedge issues. How they can cut in and take a piece of your constituency and win support. And that's what they did. They discovered that it's a lifestyle issue, that many middle Americans resented the new liberality. The sexual liberality, the idea that women could have birth control, that they could have sex without the responsibilities of pregnancy, or when they get pregnant they can get an abortion, and that sort of thing. Catholics who were heavily Democratic voters in those days, they felt strongly against abortion, and as did poor white Southern fundamentalists. So abortion suddenly became a holy crusade. Suddenly these people getting up and talking about their concern for human life in the womb. They should say about Ronald Reagan, he's concerned.
Yeah, people used to see the direct consequence of outlawing something people will do anyway. They remembered abortion and alcohol being illegal and babies being tossed in the trash and the mob rise. People forget too fast. Yeah, people used to see the direct consequence of outlawing something people will do anyway. People forget too fast.
About human life for the first 9 months. After that, he cut the women's infant children feeding programs. He cut, family assistance. He cut school funds and all that. He didn't care about human life once the fetus was born. Only when it was in the mother, then it was a sacred, hypocritical issue. Here's another one: family values. Family values, they found that people were concerned. Family values is in contrast to some of the things you see on TV, like Sex in the City, or some of those other shows where people just seem to be living lives of libertines and living very well indeed, too, and not raising children and not showing, not with their noses to the grindstone the way we are. And you look at the family value proponents. Newt Gingrich, who divorced his wife to marry his secretary, who he had been already...
I feel like for a generation or two after the 20s, people remembered, but quickly went downhill. Well, why did they go downhill? I would argue that the idea of like modern culture wars have been incredibly prevalent in that time, and divisive. And so they've not just forgotten, but like they've been manufactured, they've been manipulated in a certain way. For a long time, like, up until the 50s, politics, if you were right-wing in politics, you were more conservative fiscally, like your financial position was fiscal. Your financial position was conservative. And if you were left-wing in politics, you had like kind of a more progressive idea of what to do with money. You should spend money on government, social programs, all that sort of stuff. As opposed to being conservative, which is like you want to be more thrifty with your options. And that was it. That was left and right wing politics pretty much in a nutshell. It was based on economic questions. And now look at the culture wars. Being left and right on issues got nothing to do with economics anymore, or very little to do with your economic stance on things. Very little.
doing, and comes to his wife on her bed, hospital bed. You remember that? She had cancer, to get her to sign the divorce papers. There's your family values guy. And some time later, about 6 months later, it was reported in the paper, this big column. Imagine if it had been a Kennedy or a liberal or a progressive, but that big. It said she had to go to her church for support for her and her children, for his children too. So these are the family value guys. They're the biggest bunch of hypocrites there are. William Bennett. Remember William Bennett, Mr. Preacher? He preaches, he's always Mr. Values. He's always, you see, there's something wrong with this microphone, isn't there? Oh, man. I don't know. It's dead. It's gone. No.
Is this what I'm like in streams? When, like, I have technical issues and stuff like that, and I don't know what the fuck is going on? People try to help me out. Is this mic on? Is this even working? Yeah, it's blown up since the 80s. Do you think that's a symptom of the Cold War? Basically. Fuck you. I was wondering if someone would chime in on that one. It's so good. Yeah, basically, this is what it looks like. Is this mic on? Is this working? Do you think that's a symptom of the Cold War, business influence, or political policy, or combo? I think it's like literally a survival tactic. It's like a reproduction of the status quo. Like the existing system, as he started off saying a long time ago, is a reproduction of the system, which is capital V labor. So there's a group of people that produce value, and that's the basis of profit. And then there's people that control what to do with the profits. And like, I know it's not black and white, and there's different ways to make profit, but like generally, like the real value in the world, the real commodities that are provided, the goods and the services, like that is fundamentally built on that relationship. And so like during the Cold War, for instance, as you brought up, like the enemy for the Americans, like the division was external almost. Like it was us. It was capitalism, you know, versus communism. And so like if you're either with us or you're against us kind of thing. So if you want to be, you know, Western, you have to love capitalism. But like once the Cold War was over and it was the end of communism, the end of history, then like, you know, there wasn't really anyone standing up for capitalism anymore, because there was no evil other option. There was no alternative to capitalism. And so like people, when they realized that communism went away and things actually didn't get better, they started getting worse, actually, from, I'd say, the 90s onwards. They started feeling the burn. Like, life wasn't getting better for the new generations. It was actually getting harder. It was harder to buy a house. It was getting harder to feed your family on one wage or something like that. You had to have two people actively working. And like the inflation was going up, wages weren't rising to meet inflation, relatively. And people were seeing that, oh shit, like maybe the system itself is actually a problem. Then I think, this is my opinion anyway, I think you have more of that stoking of the division, that divide and conquer tactic that comes up. You got to get people thinking about something else. Let's get them thinking about, like as he's explained, like let's get them thinking about flag burning. That'll split them. Should we burn the flag? No, don't burn the flag. Or yes, let them express themselves. Or like, should we have abortion? Like that's a moral question now. And then people will start killing each other over whether or not you should do this or that. So like I think that it is, the Cold War phenomenon is an interesting one to bring up in this context, because for so long it was framed as communism versus capitalism. And when communism was defeated and there was nothing else but capitalism left, then it had to create other things for people to, dare I say, be distracted by and fight over. And I think the political and business classes, as you've named, they would have been highly cognizant of this. And they would have played on that as much as possible. Manufacture a new enemy to distract the masses while you retain power. I can definitely see that, yeah. It's an interesting one.
a piece of tape where... That's not the button. I don't think that's the button. I'm going to have to talk like that.
This is what I look
See,
like.
This is, when they check the sound, they go like that. Checking. Yeah, this works. This plays fine. But nobody stands like this and talks. Even there, it's slipping away. All right. Family values. William Bennett. William Bennett constantly preached to us, constantly, tirelessly, annoyingly preached to us about self-control, self-commitment, self-development, self-reliance, about sobriety, that this is a society of self-indulgence, and people and educators and all that should learn discipline and all this. It turns out what? He was a gambling addict. He lost $9 million in Vegas. He was those high rollers. You ever go to Vegas? I like Vegas.
Your mic works. It does now. Poor guy is coping. Coping? Copying it. This speech. LOL. Yeah.
I must confess, I have friends there. I visit them once in a while. And I also speak at the local community college. So, but you go in some of the casinos, you have the high roller. It's a separate section. You go up a couple of steps, it's got a little banister, and you can see these guys in there. And you can't get in that game unless, like, you're open, you pony up 1,000. You're opening, your lowest minimum is $1,000 a roll or something like that. And people sit there, and you know what those high rollers are known as? And William Bennett was one of them. You know what they're known as? Losers. That was the term used. Losers. And he lost $9 million. This is the family values guy. Dan Burton, Republican of Indiana, is my favorite. Dan Burton was a heavily family values guy. He fought against legal abortion. He fought against all sorts of things, gay marriages. He fought for the Christian family, he called it. Family values. He had a wife, he had 3 kids, and he also had a payroll.
Just the amount of times his mic is broken now. Yeah, he's struggling. I feel him. I can empathize.
With a lot of other young ladies on the payroll whose jobs and tasks were very hard to define or trace. One of them, in fact, he set up in a house back in his area, back in Indiana, which he said was his home office, although it was outside his district. And he would. So he had these women in his pay who helped him with his, family value. He was a real paterfamilias, Dan Burton. The whole staff was one big happy family here, it seemed like. And about the time Burton's story, but he's still in Congress, by the way. He's still in Congress. The hypocrisy is exposed, but they're still there. There's a double standard there. If you're a conservative, you can get away with much more, usually. Then the story about that time came out that there were male prostitutes paying visits to congressmen on Capitol Hill. Male prostitutes. The different congressmen were indulging with male prostitutes. When I heard that story, I was shocked. I was disgusted and repelled. It really lowered my opinion of male prostitutes. Who are, after all, hard-working guys, I mean. Okay, I mustn't move. All right. Here's another great family values guy, John Fund. Anybody?
It is pretty funny how he's pointing out all of the contradictions in... Well, it's not a contradiction, it's a fucking hypocrisy. The immense hypocrisies in these people who, preach family values, ignite the culture wars, and are just the most debaucherous individuals ever. That's the problem with culture war stuff, I find. It's not only peddled by a bunch of fucking hypocrites that don't hold themselves to the same standard, but it's full of contradictions too. It's really a contradictory minefield. A great choice of words. Hard-working guys. You
remember John Fund? Know him? He was a right-wing editorial writer for the Wall Street Journal. The Wall Street Journal is like an old-fashioned paper where it says you've got to be objective and balanced in your news, and sometimes you get some remarkable stories in the news, but you can say and do whatever you want in the editorial. And their editorials are so right-wing, they are really as bad as any Fox network is. Did I pronounce that one right? Rupert Murdoch's Fox News Network. As bad as anyone.
Is he doing a speech or a comedy routine? So good. The Fox News Network, especially when Grindr breaks down. Now, after every GOP meeting, I know, right? Who needs male prostitutes now when you've got Grindr? See, surveillance capitalism. They're taking over all the marketplaces. Poor male prostitutes. They're hard-working guys. GOP's got Grindr now. That's all they ever need. God, I hope Ninja Nurse is listening to this. We're talking about Grindr and he's not here.
As bad as that one. So John Fund was one of these right-wing editorial writers. He was a ghostwriter for Rush Limbaugh's first bestseller. He wrote his book. He was a longtime promoter of family values. He went around talking about it. He was arrested for beating up his fiancée, Morgan Pillsbury, from the Pillsbury family, money. That's why the story made it in the press. He had been pressuring her to get an abortion. Family value guy, anti-abortion, sacred life of the fetus, you know. A fertilized ovum is a life just as much as the adult woman who's carrying it, or adolescent woman who's carrying it. And he not only pressured her to get an abortion, he had been sexually involved with Morgan Pillsbury's mother. Family man, family, all in the family. Those are family values in action. Do you remember George Roach of Hillsdale College? That's the one that sends out all these right-wing statements. They always have these right-wing speaking agendas. George Roach he always got up and talked about, it's a Christian college. It's the only one in America that does not accept federal funds, because federal funds come with an attachment of equal opportunity, you know, no racial considerations and all that sort of thing. And since they refuse the government telling them what to do, they have this. So they've got this right-wing conservative Hillsdale College, and they always have people who come in and talk about decency and family values and civility. And George Roach was, as president of the college, was a great propagator of that until he had to resign because his daughter-in-law, who he had been having sex with regularly, his son's wife, he'd been sleeping with his son's wife, and she was now found dead, shot through the head, declared a suicide, although last I heard the police were investigating and they were questioning George Roach's son as a suspect murderer. I never was able, I went on the internet, I checked, look, I can't even find anything. Do you know, George Roach just died. Do you know what Hillsdale did? They put a whole thing up.
With a last name like Roach? Who could have seen that coming? Hey, wow. Hey, so much for virtues and moral decency. Banging your son's wife. Banging your son's wife. And then she ends up dead somewhere. And my gosh. Upstanding fella of moral decency. Oh, this is the guy in Dr. Nathan, isn't it? This is the dude that you were talking about. Human nature and warning signs. Quick break, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't seen this guy before, I see him on TikTok. He's an interesting character. And he rides the wave of like Australian shtick so well, like the Australian aesthetic. I think to like kind of throw people off. And then he talks about like, I guess you would say quote unquote progressive stuff. Definitely throws people off, I reckon. And he's like little logo on his hat there. And if you don't know, so what's this one about? Human nature and warning signs. Let's have a look and let's learn about human nature.
If you believe in human nature, you should believe that human nature is to love and to help people, not hatred or warfare. I'm going to use these signs as an example of what I'm talking about. This is going to be one of those historical videos that's more philosophy than history, actually, you know what I mean? Because I can't give you any ironclad facts, really, about these signs, yeah? I don't know who invented them. I don't know when they were first put in. It was the 60s or 70s. The best research I can find is that, broadly speaking, they started to come in the 60s and 70s. And if you don't know what they are, they're just bits of metal indicating that there's a bend in a straight road. Like, not an intersection. It's not straight, though. It's bent. And you'll fly off the road if you don't turn your car, right? Like, it's just a general sign of, like, hey, there's a bend in the road here. And, like, it shows significant love for strangers. That we've done that fucking everywhere. Think about it, right? Those cost money. Not just the resources, like the actual bits of metal, like to mine the metal, go find the metal, turn it into sheet metal, put the paint on it, all that sort of shit. Like, not just the construction of the actual resource, but the installation of it as well. Like, driving it out here, installing it into the ground there. Like, there's so many different people involved just for a don't crash your car, buddy. Don't crash your car, mate. Like, Humans are fucking cool. Even at your most base level, even like in your deepest, loneliest moments, like when you're in your internal monologue and you're just thinking to yourself, like, you didn't invent the English language that you're thinking in, man. Like, you are a part of a community, even when it's just you at your core, you know? Like, humans are pack animals. And signs like this and little things like that are constant reminders that you shouldn't ignore. We love each other and we are a loving species. If you believe in human nature, you should believe that human nature is to love and to help people, not hatred or warfare.
Interesting. Sorry, I was baking bread. Yeah, we were speaking about Grindr before. I can't believe you missed out. Seriously. Because Woolworths and Coles. Yeah, there it is. Hey. Yeah, cleaning up car wrecks was more expensive. Don't trick yourself into thinking the government loves you. Ha ha ha. So crazy. We aren't born hateful or racist. I got a bun in the oven. Hey. What an amazing bread. Beard though, needs some shampoo, but glorious. Thank you very much, Dr. Nathan.
And did a whole obit on him about what a great, beautiful guy. Never mentioned this. Oh, by the way, he did have to resign Hillsdale. He did have. No, I haven't touched this microphone, and now the sound's coming. Well, I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. I'm not. The second tactic of reactionaries is to. Let me just see if this one is still alive. It might be. The second, this would be out now. This is on. Yeah, except you can't reach it. Oh wait, no, you guys are going to do all that. Never mind.
No, leave it. We can move it over. It's not a problem.
Leave it alone. Yeah. The second tactic of conservatives is pseudo-populism. That is, they literally hijack class issues. They talk about the liberal latte.
Yeah, I know, right? The culture struggle, a new Netflix comedy special. Like, you see the crowd? They're loving it. Far out. Oh, man. He's a bit of he's a mad smartass, though. I've got to give it to him. And yeah, I'm on board, Nathan. My argument was more we're born with fear, and that fear is irrationally based on appearance being different sometimes. Fair enough.
You know, and those people versus honest, regular folks. So they literally use a left-wing populist idiom, and they're using it. They use it. Tom Frank was written about this. Thomas Frank in Kansas gives the example of that happening. Those elites, those intellectuals who look down on you regular folk and all that. Well, we, the Republican Party, speaks for the ordinary, regular, middle Americans. You know, so they conjure up a class struggle, not only in terms of, but only in terms of lifestyle issues. The Democrats, they say, they speak for the intellectual snobs, the media elites, the alternative lifestyle people, the gays, the feminists, irresponsible and dangerous elements in the minorities, and so forth and so on. A bolder variation of this pseudo-class struggle by the reactionaries is to employ outright lies about economic issues. That's the simplest way. And this goes back, I mean, from Nelson Rockefeller to George Bush Jr. today, you could see that outright lies. We want to cut your taxes.
Maybe, baby, still in the house. Xenophobia versus racism.
How many people here have seen a dramatic decrease in their federal income taxes since George Bush is in? He talks about how much he's, well, you're not in the right bracket, I think. If you're up in that fraction of 1%, you would have seen very substantial increases. But you see, he doesn't say that. Outright lies. We're cutting your taxes. The Democrats just want to tax you, tax you, tax you. Meanwhile, they're taxing. We're for working families, yeah, and they cut assistance to family. Family assistance programs have been cut. You get a better deal from us, less inflation, less wild spending of your tax dollar. These are all false, all false. There have been record deficits. Inflation is there. Real wages are not keeping up. Wages not keeping up with inflation in the last 5 years. NPR radio, I heard this statement made by a commentator not a few years ago. Quote, if you remove fuel, food, and housing from the equation, there has been very little inflation in recent years. You remove a few more things and inflation disappears altogether.
Did I just hear that right?
Equation, there has been very little inflation in recent years. Food and not a few years ago, quote, if you remove fuel, food, and housing from the equation, there has been very little inflation in recent years.
If you remove fuel, food, and housing costs from the calculation of inflation, there hasn't actually been much inflation over the last few years. That's fucking hilarious. Well, fucking hell. What else do humans need? Fuel, food, also like energy, food, and housing. What else are they spending their money on, right? If those are their biggest things that's been pushing up inflation, and that's what people fundamentally have to spend their money on before they can spend their money on anything else, like a luxury or two. If we just remove those things out of the inflation calculation, don't worry, but there's been no inflation. That's fucking hilarious, man. No way did he overhear people discussing that. That's fucking mental. Mystery Movement, that was quite possibly the dumbest thing I've ever heard from a poly. No way he finds this stuff, seriously. Who says that with a straight face? Of course he can be so sarcastic about everything when he hears stuff like that. Oh my god. That's hilarious.
You remove a few more things and inflation disappears altogether. But that's a very interesting mode of analysis, isn't it? I mean, how far can you carry that? Can you apply that in other areas, that kind of mode of analysis? If you don't count the last 15 years, none of us have aged that much.
It is a comedy special. It is.
Another technique.
He said he heard it on NPR, National Public Radio. Seriously, where do you get that shit from? Like an understanding of the world like that. We'll just take all of these things out. It's funny. It's funny. It is definitely it's a comedy special. You're right. Ravi baby, my family on my dad's side were Italian fascists. He married into a family that fled Mussolini. I'm white as anything but still deemed having dirty blood, etc. by that side of the family. North versus South. Damn. Yes, the fear, especially racism, isn't based on logic or correct. People put in a fearful state can make you react irrationally and form bad opinions based on mistruths, either learned from social media, general life, and mostly parents. Parenti. Have you heard of this? Yeah, have you heard of this? Have you heard about this? Have you heard about this? It's so true. Did someone say versa? And usually taught and can be instinctual. Yeah, I believe fear is instinctual or is like an emotional response to something. It's definitely like that. It's definitely inherent. It's part of the response of an organism to stimuli. It's not a completely cultural manifestation. If people are trying to insinuate that. We got those types here too, remember? What are we looking at here? At least he's honest. Alright, give us a sec. And the combination of bad teaching and instinctual fear is effective. What is this indoctrinate then? Quick change.
I didn't even know that Medicare, that you could go to places where you could not have to pay for health services. In my part of the world, there's just no such thing.
Well, I think... In my world, the doctor comes to me.
I'd never heard of a place where you got free health. It was a terrible shock to me.
When you have to choose a photo for your call flu, what, are you involved in that conversation, or is somebody else choosing the photo on your behalf?
No, I always choose my own photograph, and we doctor it. So I look really good.
And does that Dr. Bulk bill?
Oh my God, he did not say that.
I didn't even know that Medicare, that you could go to
Christopher Pine is on Grindr. Notre Dame is fucking. Everyone's on fucking Grindr. Oh my God. No way did he say that. A bit of honesty. You know what's funny? He's related to my work. He is related to eye doctors. When you have to choose a photo for your Grindr profile. No way did he just say that. I didn't know that you could do that. Do the plebs really get free healthcare? What an extraordinary system.
I didn't even know that Medicare, that you could go to places where you could not have to pay for health services. In my part of the world, there's just no such thing.
Well, I think... In my world, the doctor comes to me.
No, he could have been so much more savage than that. Like the bulk bill one was funny at the end, but he could have hammered him on that one. Let him off light there. That was atrocious.
Is to conjure external enemies and threats that to further distract the populace away from class issues. 9/11 was a godsend. 9/11 was almost too perfect. 9/11 might lead one to entertain certain suspicions. We might just wonder about things. Now, whether you have a conspiracy theory about 9/11 of the kind...
I think he was a bit off guard by what he said. Yeah, he played it cool. Like, I would have made fun of that so hard. Far out.
That was put out by the media and the White House, a conspiracy theory that says that some Saudi Arabian young men hijacked these planes and had planned to drive them into the White House. That's a conspiracy. That's what conspiracy means. To collude together to commit some illegal act by illegal means or whatever like that. Either you have, whether you have that conspiracy theory, or you have another conspiracy theory that it was an inside job, a false flag operation, like Tonkin Bay or the like, the sinking of the Maine, whatever, to create a casus belli in an international crisis and to get the people excited, frightened, and rallying around you, you must allow that 9/11 did serve the reactionaries so very well. And in their plan, in their secret plan called Rebuilding America's Defenses, I am only one of about 11 million people who got hold of this plan. It's right there on the internet. You know, when people say to you, "What, you got a conspiracy?" I said, "No, what conspiracy?" Well, you're ascribing to them these and that. I said, "I'm not ascribing anything to them. It's on the goddamn internet." They go to Project for a New American Century, and they published a thing, and they said, the American people are not going to go along with an agenda of perpetual war as we want, an agenda of global wars and such, so that the U.S. can maintain a superpower position, unless they are driven into it by some catastrophic danger like Pearl Harbor. They said that. Well, you must allow that it served the reactionaries very well. And Project for a New American Century is not just some obscure group. You know who were members of it? Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, Paul Wolfowitz, Elliot Cohn, Elliot Abrams, Jeb Bush, Richard Pearl, all the people you love. And they were now in power. Well, at the very least, I would say this, at the very least, if you don't want to get into all the 9/11 stuff, at the very least, you got to say that the evidence very strongly suggests that the administration knew something was up. What I just said, I realize as I said it, is an incorrect statement. It doesn't suggest, it states explicitly. The August 6th memo that the CIA sent to the White House stated explicitly that a terrorist attack of very serious scope was coming. And you remember Bush's response? I saw him, I listened to him on TV. He said, yeah, they told us there would be an attack, but they didn't say when, or where, or how, or why. Excuse me, are you the president or something? So what? So you went to Texas for vacation? Are you the president or something? You only act when it's served to you on a platter and the exact time and date with photographs and whatever else is provided? Don't you start doing things? Don't you put people on alert? Don't you at least tell the airlines? And they didn't. It didn't even alert the airlines, didn't even alert airports that there might be something coming up. And as a matter of fact, they did tell them where, when, how, to some degree. They said when, soon. They said how. It would involve hijacking passenger planes. They said where, major metropolitan areas. And they even said who. They said Al-Qaeda, whatever Al-Qaeda is. Where is Al-Qaeda these days? Why aren't they? That's the real mystery. Why aren't they doing more of these things? It's an odd thing, isn't it?
What about CIA?
Isn't it? The conjuring of external threat also allows for a war against Iraq. I say allows for because, again, Project for New American Century had targeted Iraq and said we should invade and occupy Iraq. That was something that the Bush Jr. administration was dedicated upon, talked about doing and wanted to do before 9/11. But Iraq is a disaster of policy. Iraq, you can't say that helps the interests of the empire. Well, is it really entirely a disaster for the guys at the top? Multi-billion-dollar contracts to Halliburton, Bechtel, and over 100 other corporations, an immense source of profit and accumulation for corporate America, a single greatest bonanza for corporate America in generations, since the last war maybe, I don't know. All compliments of the US taxpayer. Iraq, the war also rallied public opinion around the flag. This was a guy who was already down to 45% ratings on September 10, 2001. His ratings were like down here. And suddenly public opinion rallies went up. Support for him was up at 90% or 80%, whatever. Rallying around the flag. Your country is under siege. You're an American, patriotic. We're going to win. We're going to survive. We're going to fight. And that flag is wrapped around the president. So you conjure up external threat, support our troops, defend our homeland, and you hand over more and more power to the executive component of the state. Iraq also issues in the whole era of perpetual war. They use that term. Not a president who says we should long for peace, we should explore to see how we can propagate peace, but a president who talks about war. Do you recall his speech at Annapolis graduation this past spring? When he said to the midshipmen, he said, I wish I'd written the speech down, but I thought of this on the plane coming over, but he just was so up. He was saying, our technology, our defense, our military technology is getting better and better. Future wars are going to be fought with more precision, fewer casualties for us and fewer casualties for the civilians, and with greater success and more lethal power, and you know, like whoopee for war. He keeps referring to future wars. When he started the war against Afghanistan, he said, this is the first war of the 21st century. The first war, like he's anticipating a whole series of wars. And he would. If he didn't.
Pretty crazy, isn't it? Like, this type of stuff doesn't age very well. Like, imagine that. Like, imagine if you were listening to, I don't know, your president speak, and they were like getting excited about like, hey, you know, it's really early in the 21st century. And they're like, yeah, this is the first war. Hey, everyone, it's the first war of the 21st century. We're doing this. We're going to Afghanistan. It doesn't age well, especially like now, like the whole MAGA promise as well has been like, in terms of making America great again, has been getting out of wars. Like Trump won an election, I guess you would say, on promising not to start any new wars. It hasn't actually happened, but like, you know, won a war on it, won an election on that type of rhetoric. Imagine being around for watching George Bush say shit like that. They were doing it, boys. It's the first war of the century. All right.
If the insurgency in Iraq didn't have them pinned down and with their backs to the wall now, they would be in Iran by now. They would have taken Syria by now. And war means record profits, record contracts, record military budgets. He's expanded the military spending by some 50%. That's an incredible climb. War prevented Iraq from converting its reserve currency from dollars to euros, which Saddam Hussein was threatening to do. If nations no longer accept the US dollar as the reserve currency, that could bring disaster for US trade and imports and for the dollar itself. The US will be stuck with hundreds of billions of these paper dollars that nobody wants anymore. This could bring everything down. Iraq's economy has been totally privatized, except for oil, which is still nominally government-owned, but the oil is being taken out by British and US companies. The economy under Saddam Hussein was totally state-owned. In fact, Donald Rumsfeld used a very interesting term. I was amused by it. He said, it's a Stalinist economy. Stalinist, see that? So we're fighting Stalinism in Iraq. The US had a commission set up before the invasion of Iraq, before February and March 2003. They had a commission set up expressly to privatize the Iraqi economy. That was in 2002. That is a central goal of the global free market empire, to take any country that is self-defining, self-developing in any way and turn it into a totally privatized, totally deregulated component of the free market global system. It doesn't mean they've privatized the economy, that they've gone in and built a consumer economy. I mean, you don't have McDonald's and Starbucks in Iraq now. I mean, you don't even have utilities, private utilities going on. I mean, the whole thing is a shambles. So they haven't built the alternative economy, but they haven't built the privatized economy, but they destroyed this alternative one. And any country that tries to use its land, labor, resources, and markets outside of the global free market system is going to be targeted. And its leaders will be called thugs, and will be called enemies of the U.S. and hostile to us and all that. Any country does that, and they will be targeted. And the people in their fear will rally around their leaders to save them. U.S. intervention in Iraq also wiped out all the oil contracts with Russia that Saddam Hussein had set up with Russia, China, France, Italy, and a few other countries. The U.S. and the British are getting the oil. Seems like old times, like 1957 again. They're only taking out about half as much as they could potentially get, and some of that is because the oil lines get blown up and and that sort of thing. But they're still getting it. They're getting it. And by the way, they're not even marketing much of that. They're keeping it off the market. That's often one of the things they want to do. Keep it off the market, keep the oil supply scarce, keep the prices up. Prices now, as you know, are down, and they're guaranteed to stay down at least until November 7th. Election day, after election day, you can hold on to your wallet again. Yes. And finally, the occupation of Iraq, had it gone right, it would have established a strategic place in the Middle East. It would have wiped out, it did wipe out one of Israel's potential opponents. I say potential because...
Can't lie, this is what I was wondering if anyone was going to point to, the institution of the US dollar as the Federal Reserve and global currency. Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to get it. Like, you mean, like, you were wondering if he was going to get to this point and talking about that, especially in relation to things that are happening in the Middle East, in Western Asia. It is interesting, isn't it? It all roads lead back to Rome. And it would seem that it's not just because, like, I think like the conspiratorial idea behind, or justification that people were looking to when they wanted to be edgy back in the day about why we're all going into Iraq to attack Iraq kind of thing. And it was like, oh, they just want the oil kind of thing. And like, that it's a factor, but like, it's also really about, a big part of it was he was threatening the petrodollar system, as people like to call it. Starting to trade oil in euros, not US dollars. Just in relation to a profit-centric system in general. Yeah. Well, a profit-centric system that seems to be dominated by one self-proclaimed hegemonic power, at least. Because you can still have a profit system without one centralized currency. You can easily have that. You can still have world trade. Like, we did it before America saved the world after World War II. And the general increase in cost and decrease in dollar value since the 90s.
Saddam Hussein, who was a ruthless killer and a murderer and was put in by the CIA, a fact that the media has total amnesia about, everybody in public life has total amnesia, that Saddam Hussein was CIA during the most murderous, torturous, brutal part of his career. He was working for the CIA. But not a word of that, not a word of that now. But he also showed sympathy for the Palestinians and all that, and probably gave them funds and all that. And when I was in Baghdad, I stayed at the what's it called, Hotel Palestine. So that's all gone. And Iraq, you know, Iraq is a hub. If you look at the map, it borders the most important countries in that area: Iran, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Turkey, Syria, Jordan. Right there, you got the control of that. You got a lot of leverage, and you got a lot of points. Attack points or whatever. Now all of that explains why the US went into Iraq, but not why they're staying. I mean, I think some of it does explain why they're staying. I just had this discussion with my son today. He just got back from Afghanistan. He said, well, why are they staying? And now that I think about it, well, that does, because the contracts are still coming in, the military spending is still coming in, and all that sort of thing. But the other point is they really are stuck now. They are faced with a policy that is failing desperately. They're caught, but the costs are not that great. The political costs are not that great, really. It's still a rallying point. It's still their theme.
I feel like that centralizing of power and betting on one monopoly was what I'd call the beginning of the slow death of a truly free market. Centralizing of power and betting on one monopoly. So as in like one kind of hegemonic power, one global power kind of thing. Was the death of, because I think you're right in the sense like the market, the world market was way more free in terms of like a free market kind of system when you didn't have one hegemonic power with a reserve currency or controlling the world currency kind of thing. Real competition and innovation has done nothing but slowly die since then. Yeah, it's almost like monopoly. Which is a natural tendency, though, of the free market. But monopoly does kill competition. And without competition, you don't have the luxury of innovation. And innovation is the thing that pushes, supposedly, is the one... It really is supposed to be the saving grace of the free market system. It's just like, yeah, well, like, no one innovates like free markets. Like, that's where you get all your value produced. And everybody wins through innovation. It's like, yeah, well... It also produces monopoly, or it tends towards monopoly, and that tends to crush research and development, i.e. innovation. Were the Mayans right? Did the world end in 2012? Yes. And we're all living in a simulation, a surveillance capitalist simulation.
Which is terrorism, and the only reason we're not getting attacked now is because we're still pursuing it there. We got to stay the course. They're going to hang on indefinitely. There's no massive peace movement and resistance. They're losing 10, 12 soldiers a week. Richard Nixon lost 110 a week. That's when it was a problem. And there were hundreds of thousands of people out on the street. Look at Afghanistan. It's entirely a failure as an undertaking. It is really done. And you remember the Republicans, just when they had that debate in the Senate about getting out of Iraq, one after the other on message. We mustn't cut and run. We mustn't cut and run. We can't tuck our tail between our legs and run. We can't cut. Well, that's what he's doing. That's what George Bush today is doing in Afghanistan. He's cutting and running. He cut the number of troops in Afghanistan. He just yesterday, day before yesterday, took 12,000 American troops in Afghanistan and put them directly under NATO command. Now, how often does a U.S. commander, U.S. president do that? Directly, not coordinated with NATO, not working with in there, not the prime force, but under NATO non-American command. So, you know, let the wimpy Europeans take the rap if this whole thing goes down the tubes. Every development project in Afghanistan is ended. There's nothing they're doing. There's zero security. Zero. And the Taliban are resurging all over the place. So in both those countries, force and violence has made things worse and more horrible than ever. The NATO troops, my son who just got back from Afghanistan, as I say, the NATO troops, most of them are staying in their barricades, not really patrolling. So I think I've gone on much too long, haven't I? No. All right, well, I just got too much here, I realize now. What we're seeing over the last 30 years is a really reactionary campaign to roll back the gains of the 20th century. They preach the ideology of plutocracy, which is the ideology of the free market, that the free market will bring you all sorts of blessings. The goal is to elevate corporate property rights to a level above all other human rights, and they do that with free trade, that anything you try to do for the economy, for the environment, for this, for people, protections, regulations, all that, if that violates free trade treaties, then it's out. So the property investment right is being elevated to an unanswerable status. They made liberal a dirty word. They developed an ideological reactionary mass media networks, CBN, Fox, 100 of right-wing radio talk shows every week. And those talk shows, those politicians, these leaders, they're always on message. They always have the polemical point and they're driving it home. You don't see that among the moderates. The moderates are too busy trying to show that they're moderate and balanced and they're not pushing too hard. Larry, you see it on Bill O'Reilly. That guy, any issue that comes up, he is hitting and hitting and hitting home his view of the world. He has a whole Weltanschauung, a whole view of the world. And
I'm not sure what his point is there with the Middle East. Intervention is always bad. There are plenty of Southeast Asian and African countries that embrace regime change and flourished ever since. Yeah, I guess that is his point, though, that he was talking about intervention. But like, are you talking about embrace regime change after an intervention and have flourished? But yeah, I think he was just drawing a correlation between the hypocrisy of what the American politicians were saying about why they needed to go into places, like as part of the culture wars, I guess you would say, and intervene in these places, when what was actually happening in reality about why they did intervene in these places. Flourished according to whom? Yeah, like South Korea, just off the top of my head. There you go, Indoctrinating. You have your answer. South Korea flourished after American intervention. Hey, come on. Hey. Are they flourishing now? Or do they have to sacrifice themselves to American free market policy in the same way that Iraq did? Just with different results. Sell your soul to the hegemonic devil.
He is driving that home, and every one of these guys are doing that. You don't see that on Larry King. Larry King, what is he busy doing? Showing off his suspenders and interviewing this person and doing a little fluff here and a little fluff there. And can you honestly say what his politics are, if he even has any? He does have politics. He had Warren Beatty on one day, and he said, "What's the favorite movie you have? What's your favorite movie of all the ones you made?" And Beatty said, "Reds." And Larry King looked at him and said, "We'll break for a commercial." No, that's what I've called that when I've done that. I have a media techniques of control. I call that the non-follow-up. The guy says something, you cut. You turn to the other person on the panel, or you break for a commercial, and you never go back to that issue. So that's amazing. Wow, that's amazing. They've learned to enlist religion, homophobia, sexism, and bigotry to distract the populace from class issues and substantive democracy. Okay, it doesn't look good now to be an out-and-out bigot. You can't go out and say, "Those niggers," right? You can't say that. This isn't 1940 Alabama anymore. But you got other coded ways you can talk about. Quotas and affirmative action and inner city crime and this and that. And there are these buzzwords that get out there. They're stealing elections. They stole the 2004 election, even bigger than the 2000 election. I have an article on that if you want it.
Executed mostly on checks notes. Corruption charges. Interesting. David's back. They are few and far between, but East Asia, Japan, and South Korea are the most successful projects. They are silently suffering for it today. Yeah, I know. I think they are, actually. And the rest of us that got sucked into neoliberalism and being a vassal state of the American imperial machine.
I'll be happy to email it to you. It'll be out in this new book that I'm doing called Contrary Notions. But there's been a lot of good writing on this done by people like Harvey Wasserman and Bob Fatrakis and Steve Freeman and Martin Crispin Miller. Is it Martin? Mark Crispin
Two
Miller.
things can be wrong at the same
It's incredible what they've done. Suppressing voter registration rolls, sabotaging voter stations, rigging accounts with touchscreen voting machines. In the state of Nevada, I was telling some friends today, in the state of Nevada, John Kerry lost every county that had touchstone, touchscreen voting machines. Every county, and every one of those counties. Could you open a door over there, please? Open the door, because it's sweltering hot in here. Every one of those counties, it correlated with nothing else, not income, ethnicity, past voting patterns. It didn't. The only thing it correlated with was these voting machines. They're rigging it and they're suppressing the vote right today. Just yesterday, this past week, the House passed a law requiring proof of citizenship if you're going to vote.
We just talked about this today. What the fuck? Oh my God, are there any Americans watching this right now? Like, they're doing the exact same shit. They've tried this all before, man. You want to suppress the vote? Just get everyone to rock up with an ID. This is very interesting. They've tried all these tactics before.
You know, low-income people, elderly, others, a lot of us don't have, unless you have a passport or unless you can find your birth certificate somewhere. This is another thing. It's a constant struggle to get the vote. And they do this, again, under one of these false issues, that burning issue of voter fraud. Don't you know, how many of you know of at least 7 or 8 people who have fraudulently gone and voted where they weren't supposed to vote and were not qualified to vote? Raise your hands. Come on. Oh, bunch of lefties or something. Cameras, please note, no hands went up. Okay. What we need to do, and let me end here, is become increasingly aware of what is happening, increasingly link events to polemical points, see the political dimensions, be on message ourselves, rather than diluting the message. And I'm always, all my life, I've had people sidle up to me telling me to dilute the message, especially when I was in academia. Oh, dilute your message. Say less so that you'll reach more people, or, you know, you won't get too much flack and all that. No, don't dilute your message. Press it with militancy, with dedication. Cross all those lines, cross those parameters of respectable opinion into unrespectable opinion. The major media pretty much belong to conservative forces. Let me prove that by just a question. The things I said today about imperialism and class, have you ever heard any of that on CBS, NBC, ABC, or Fox News Network? Or any of the other fucks that were involved in the media, mainstream media? Have you ever? Yet reactionaries do believe that the media are liberal. First, that's a way of keeping the media on the defensive. Keep accusing them of being liberally biased, that keeps them on the defensive, and they're constantly leaning over, like all liberals are doing, sucking up to the conservative. Oh, you know, no. Oh, well, let's hear from you. No, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, well, you got something in what you're saying. You never hear those other guys saying that to us. And second, they really do feel that way at times because the news does report things that are disturbing to them, like the war in Iraq and all that. Because the problem is that reality is radical. So when the news gets a little piece of reality right...
Isn't it? Yeah. The Fox mispronunciation. I think we might have to start using that when I talk about Fox business. It's not Fox anymore.
These guys on the far right see that as liberal propaganda. Why do you have to discuss that? Why do you have to have that? Why do you have to report to all of these American soldiers who are being killed in Iraq? Do you see reports of the American soldiers who were killed in Iraq on Fox? Yeah. No. They don't. They love the soldiers. They support the soldiers, but they won't report how many have been killed or maimed and all that. Why do you want to do that, liberal media? You want to do that because you want to provoke, because you want to propagandize, and you want to make George Bush look bad. You see, it's a liberal media. You're not being objective by reporting those things. And they convince themselves quite honestly of this. But see, it really is true that reality is radical. It really is true that real wages have...
Reality is radical. That's sick. Yeah, there's a few things to take away from this one. You're going to have to start calling it Fox, not Fox. And reality is radical, man.
That reality is radical. It really is true that real wages have remained flat or declined. That's not a liberal or leftist argument or polemic. That's a fact. But when you report it, they see you as polemicizing and not being objective and trying to badmouth the economy and drag it down. It really is true that the major tax cuts went to the super rich. Big cuts for the big people and little cuts for the little people, if any. It really is true that global warming is happening. They finally have to acknowledge it or ignore it. But again, they see you, what is all this global warming? What is it all about? What are you distracting people with that concern for? You see, they conjure up fears and threats in us, but they themselves are not afraid of the things they should really be afraid of, which really are dangers. It really is true that 45% of Americans do not have health insurance. And if you don't have a health insurance and you can't pay for health insurance, that means you can't even afford a doctor. And if you can't afford a doctor when you're ill, you have real problems and real troubles. And one could go on. So we mustn't retreat from that message. Let's educate ourselves, propagate our message, organize, agitate with uncompromising militancy. Thank you very much.
Organize. There it is.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to do a Q&A. My voice has just gone out. So, I mean, for $5, what do you want?
But he is going to sign books.
I will sign books, yeah.
Thank you, Michael.
There you go. We made it through. We did it. All right. R.I.P. Parenti. Hey, let's just say it like that. Let's just say that. Like, it's obviously split the chat. Because not everyone's agreeing with the Parenti worldview. But, like, what a very, very interesting dissection. Like, he's really cut through, I think, how culture, the culture struggle, as he calls it, the culture war, is a predominant, is that the right word? Is a predominant feature in modern society, and a way in which it keeps us kind of all, it maintains the status quo. And beyond that, it's then being used to roll back the gains of the past. I think that's his general thesis there. It's not just a conservative tool to conserve and maintain the status quo. It's also being used to roll back issues and ground that has already been won in society, issues that have already been fought. It can be used to roll back. The culture war can be used in that way. So not only is the culture war just a distraction to divide us all, to stop us from threatening the power of our economic and political establishment, but it's also a way to peel back the winds of the past, to roll back the winds of the workers' movement, to roll back the winds when it comes to sexual liberation, racial divisions, gender equality, all of these types of things will start to be, potentially can be rolled back when it doesn't suit the agenda anymore of capitalism, and it's safe to do so. So it's food for thought. Culture wars aren't just an inhibiting factor, but they're also potentially regressive. Another reason to basically descend or transcend the culture war if you can. Take yourself out of it. Culture, as he said, it's not deterministic. It's not one whole entity that controls. You can actually descend out of that and detach yourself from your cultural persuasion and try and see things as he defined it, I think, well, as class relations beyond cultural issues. And I think it's important for us to do so. It's the one thing that we do share in common most of the time are our class interests. And class isn't just a us and them thing. Remember that. It's not just an us and them thing. It's not just like, oh, you're in the upper class because you do this and we're in the working class because we do that. No, it's actually systematic in the sense that you have a dominant class because of inequality, and you have a lower class because of inequality. It's not just because they're different and they're based on a set of different characteristics. No, that dialectical unity, those opposites are held together by inequality. And so you don't have a capitalist class if you don't have a laboring class. And so you can't just regulate away inequality. The only reason that relationship exists in the first place, the only reason there is capitalist and worker or ruling class, and subordinate class, or the haves and the have-nots, is because inequality in itself is the thing that exists. And so you can't just redistribute wealth or regulate your way out of that situation. If you truly want to serve your class interests at the end of the day, create a society that's better for the majority of people out there, all the working people out there, you actually have to recreate the system itself, because the class division is one base. It's actually, its foundation is in the inequality that is produced by this form of economy. And if you can't detach yourself from the culture war, you'll never be able to fight effectively, I would argue, the class war. I'm not saying that some culture war issues aren't worth dying over. I think there's probably some very, very important culture war issues that really are worth your time fighting for. But at the end of the day, you've only got one life. There's only so many hours in a day. There's only so many days in a week. And what are you going to spend your time doing? The culture war that they define, and they do define it. Do not get that wrong. The culture war that they define, or are you going to fight a war that you know exists and is eternal until we do something about it? And I would say that's the class war. I'm going to leave it there. Thank you, everyone, for your interactions today. Really appreciate it. It's been a longie, and I am not streaming tomorrow. Unfortunately, I've got another appointment and I can't shake it, and it's in the middle of the day. And so I can't stream tomorrow. I can't do Far Right Fridays, so I do apologize. But yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out, for interacting today. And we're going to be back next week. So for everyone who has been hanging out, interacting, Ninja Nurse, Dilemmas, Bandonk, 4IS, Indoctrinathan, Jag, Oscar coming in before. I'm sorry I can't go too far back. Ravy Baby, I think. Yeah, KK was in. KK Online was here as well. David was hanging out earlier. Also want to raid Target. Do I know who Target is? I wonder if I can raid. Is there a particular channel I'm looking for? Indoctrinathan. Target. Is there more of a name than that? Have you got something else for me? Woozle? I have to talk to myself tomorrow? Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I can't chill tomorrow. Can't hang out. But you kids keep it up. There'll be enough tears for our own water park. Adios, anti-communists and counter-revolutionaries. I got to bounce. But yeah, thank you everybody. And yeah, no stream tomorrow. But we'll be back next week. So enjoy your weekend. I hope you get away from the clutches of capital just a little bit. And until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery.